The Last Driver, World's Last Hope. Book 1, The Bus That Shouldn't Run. Chapter 1, The Empty Tank Miracle. Noah Mercer was 3 months away from finishing his mechanical engineering degree when the world stopped moving. At first, the end of the world had not sounded like thunder, had not arrived with a burning sky or a wall of fire rolling over the city, and had not even given anyone the strange comfort of a clear enemy to hate, because it had begun with silence so complete that Noah remembered the exact instant his pencil stopped scratching across the margin of his notebook. He had been sitting in the university's mechanical systems laboratory, half buried beneath a forest of printed diagrams, gear ratio notes, tolerance calculations, and the messy final sketches of a graduation project that had seemed important only because the future still existed that morning. Fluorescent lights hummed above him. A ventilation fan rattled in the ceiling with the stubborn rhythm of an old machine that refused retirement, and somewhere behind him one of the training lathes was spinning down after a demonstration that had taken twice as long as it should have because Professor Haldon enjoyed explaining things no one had asked him to explain. Then every sound died at once. The lathe stopped. The lights went black. The fan froze. The phone in Noah's pocket went cold against his leg. For several seconds, 30 students, 2 lab assistants, and 1 irritated professor simply stood or sat in the darkness, waiting for the emergency power to engage, because that was what modern buildings did when something failed. They recovered. They switched circuits. They complained through alarms and blinking panels. They did not fall completely silent. But the university did. So did the street beyond the windows. So did the city. Noah had not understood that part immediately, not until someone walked to the tall laboratory windows and whispered that the traffic had stopped on the boulevard outside. When he joined the others, he saw cars frozen mid-lane, buses sitting crooked across intersections, cyclists stumbling beside dead electric scooters, and people stepping out of vehicles as if the entire road network had become a museum exhibit dedicated to bad timing. For a moment, there had been no screaming. That came later. 2 days later, the city looked like something huge had died while trying to stand up. Clouds the color of dirty steel pressed low over the rooftops, trapping the weak afternoon light between rows of apartment buildings, office blocks, shuttered shops, and the tangled skeletons of traffic lights hanging uselessly from their cables. Rain had threatened all morning without fully committing, leaving the pavement damp enough to reflect the dead vehicles scattered across every street while not quite washing away the smell of smoke, burned plastic, leaking gasoline, and fear. Noah moved through that broken city with a backpack hanging from one shoulder, a heavy adjustable wrench tucked into the side pocket like the world's least impressive sword, and a level of exhaustion that made every step feel as if he were walking through someone else's nightmare. He was 24 years old enough to have been told repeatedly that he needed to start thinking seriously about his future, and young enough to resent that advice right up until the future had vanished. Before the silence, his immediate problems had included his graduation project, rent, whether he could survive another semester of cafeteria food without poisoning his soul, and the possibility that he might graduate into a job market that treated junior mechanical engineers like slightly overqualified furniture. Now his problems had become more direct. Water. Shelter. Avoiding people with knives. Avoiding things that had once been people but no longer seemed committed to the category. He stepped around a compact car abandoned half on the sidewalk, its front bumper crushed against a streetlight, and paused long enough to study the road ahead. The boulevard leading toward the evacuation point near the old stadium was packed with dead traffic, every lane blocked by motionless vehicles left exactly where they had failed when the silence passed through the city. Some doors hung open. Some windows had been smashed. A child-stuffed rabbit sat in the middle of the asphalt, soaked with dirty water, staring up at the gray sky with one plastic eye. The physical city was ruined enough, but the atmosphere around it felt worse, because it carried the unsettling sense of a place that had not been destroyed completely and therefore still expected its inhabitants to behave as if rules existed. Painted crosswalk lines remained visible beneath the grime, Store signs still advertised discounts. A cafe chalkboard still promised fresh pastries that were probably hardening behind a locked door, and an electronic billboard above the avenue displayed nothing but a blank black rectangle where yesterday it had flashed government evacuation instructions before dying for good. Noah adjusted his backpack and muttered, 4 years of mechanical engineering, and somehow not one class on crossing a corpse of a city. The joke landed badly in the empty street, but he appreciated the effort. A distant scream rose from somewhere beyond the next intersection. Noah stopped walking. The scream came again, sharper this time, followed by the clatter of metal striking pavement and a burst of frantic voices that carried between the buildings in broken echoes. The avenue ahead widened near a bus terminal, where several streets merged into a broad open space crowded by abandoned cars, delivery vans, motorbikes, and 2 dead buses angled awkwardly across the lanes. The terminal's glass roof had cracked in several places, and strips of rainwater dripped through onto the concrete platforms below, where frightened people moved in small clusters that looked less like organized survivors and more like loose collections of bad decisions. Noah tightened his grip on the wrench. He did not want to go that way. Unfortunately, every other path toward the stadium evacuation point had either been blocked by wreckage, barricaded by nervous locals, or filled with enough smoke to suggest that curiosity would be punished. Of course, he said quietly, because apparently the universe had developed an interest in sarcasm. He moved forward anyway. The bus terminal smelled of wet concrete, diesel residue, stale garbage, and too many frightened bodies standing too close together for too long. The place had once been ordinary in the invisible way public transport hubs tended to be ordinary, all faded route maps, cracked benches, vending machines with sun-bleached labels, and advertising posters that promised holidays no one would be taking anymore. Now every sound inside it seemed too loud. A woman sobbed beside a ticket machine that had no power. 2 men argued over a shopping bag full of canned food. A teenager wrapped in an oversized red jacket kept looking at his hands as if expecting them to do something impossible again. Near the far curb, an older man sat on the ground with blood soaking through the left side of his coat while another woman pressed cloth against the wound and spoke to him with steady patience. Noah noticed her because she was the only person in the terminal who seemed to be moving with purpose rather than panic. She looked a few years older than him, maybe 26 or 27, with dark brown hair tied back in an uneven knot and a face made sharper by exhaustion rather than fear. Her jacket had torn at one shoulder, her jeans were stained with mud, and her hands were red from holding pressure over the old man's injury. But her gray eyes remained focused as she glanced from the wound to the crowd to the street entrances. The old man groaned. "Keep breathing," she told him. Not dramatically. "I am very busy, and I refuse to be impressed by dramatic breathing." The man gave a weak, surprised laugh that immediately turned into a wince. Noah almost smiled. Almost. A little girl crying near the benches clung to a woman who was trying to open a packet of crackers with shaking hands. Behind them, 3 men had taken control of the terminal's sheltered corner near the wall where several bags of supplies had been stacked behind an overturned bench. They were not guards, though they had the posture of people trying to become guards very quickly because civilization had stopped supervising them. One carried a metal pipe. Another had a long knife. The third, thinner and pale-faced, stood apart from the others with one hand pressed against his own ribs as if every breath hurt him. The man with the pipe pointed toward the crowd. "Nobody comes through unless they trade something useful," he said, his voice loud enough to be heard under the terminal roof. "Food, water, medicine, batteries, anything that still works. You want shelter, you pay." A middle-aged woman shouted back, "You do not own the terminal." The man smiled in a way that made ownership seem like a flexible concept. "I own the pipe." Noah slowed behind a dead ticket kiosk and decided that the evacuation point suddenly seemed much less attractive if this was the sort of social structure forming on the way there. The woman helping the injured man looked up and saw him. "You," she called. "That fact. Do you have clean cloth or water?" Noah blinked. then pointed at himself as if there were another backpack-equipped idiot standing nearby. No, the decorative statue behind you, she said. Yes, you. I have some water, Noah said, moving toward her, but calling it clean feels optimistic. Optimism is acceptable in small medical emergencies. He crouched beside her and pulled one of his bottles from the bag. The old man's face had gone pale beneath weathered skin, and the cloth pressed to his side was dark with blood. What happened? Noah asked. Knife during a supply argument, she said. Then the argument developed opinions and walked away. That sounds like people. Unfortunately. Noah handed her the bottle. I'm not. Mira, she said without pausing her work. Hold this here and do not faint. I was not planning to faint. Nobody plans it. That is why it's annoying. Noah pressed the folded cloth where she indicated, trying not to think about how warm the blood felt through the fabric, while Mira poured a careful stream of water over her fingers and wiped away enough grime to check the injury. The terminal around them shifted uneasily. The men near the wall had noticed Noah's backpack. The little girl had stopped crying and was now watching the far entrance to the underground parking level beneath the terminal. Noah followed her gaze. At first he saw only darkness beyond the ramp, the kind of ordinary urban darkness found in places built by people who assumed light bulbs would always be available. The entrance sloped down beneath a concrete lip stained by years of exhaust, rainwater, and tire marks. A few abandoned cars sat halfway inside, their shapes swallowed by shadow. Somewhere within that darkness, metal scraped slowly against concrete. Mira heard it too. Her hand froze. The crowd quieted in pieces, conversations dying one by one until the terminal held a nervous silence broken only by dripping water and the faint rasping sound from below. The man with the pipe raised his weapon. Who's there? Nobody answered. The scraping came again. Closer. The little girl whispered, Mom. Noah felt the hairs on his arms rise. Then something crawled out of the parking entrance. The creature was roughly human in size, but the resemblance ended in the same way a broken machine resembled the thing it had once been designed to become. Its arms were too long, its fingers were black and hooked, and its gray skin shone wetly beneath the terminal's weak daylight as if the creature had just emerged from some cold place underground where the sun had never been invented. Its spine bent at an angle that should have made walking impossible, yet it moved quickly on hands and feet, claws scraping sparks from concrete as it dragged itself into the open. The worst part was the face. It still had one. Not an animal face. Not a monster's clean horror. A human face, stretched and emptied until recognition became an accusation. Someone screamed. The creature answered with a sound like air tearing through a rusted pipe. The terminal exploded into movement. People ran toward the street, toward the buses, toward any direction that was not the creature, and because fear rarely consulted geometry, they collided almost immediately with abandoned vehicles and one another. The man with the knife shoved a stranger aside to reach the supply bags. The man with the pipe swung wildly before the creature even reached him. The pale, thin man staggered backward, clutching his ribs as if his body had already decided to retreat without asking his legs. Mira grabbed the injured old man beneath one arm. Noah, she snapped, help me move him. Noah obeyed because she said it in the voice of someone who had skipped the part where permission mattered. Together they dragged the old man toward a row of buses parked crookedly along the terminal curb. The little girl and her mother followed close behind, the child's small shoes slipping on wet concrete. Noah could hear the creature's claws against metal behind them, could hear the pipe strike something with a wet thud, could hear a man begin shouting and then stop too suddenly. A second shape appeared in the parking entrance. Then a third. Oh, that is deeply unfair, Noah said through clenched teeth. Mira shot him a look while half-carrying the old man. You have commentary for this? I cope poorly. Cope while moving. The man with the pipe was still alive near the shelter wall, backing away with blood across one cheek. The thin pale man beside him had nowhere left to retreat, because one of the creatures had cut across the terminal with terrifying speed and now crouched between him and the street. The creature lunged. The thin man screamed and grabbed it by the throat. For one suspended instant, nothing happened. Then the creature folded inward. Noah stopped moving despite every reasonable part of his mind demanding the opposite. The thing's body twisted, collapsed, and pulled itself into the man's hands like smoke being sucked through a narrow vent, except it was not smoke. It had weight. It had bones. It had wet skin and claws and a human face that vanished last, its mouth stretched wide in a silent shriek as the man absorbed it into himself. Glowing text appeared in the air above him, pale and sharp against the gray afternoon. Ability activated, assimilation. Living organism absorbed. Foreign biological pattern detected. Compatibility unstable. Warning, host integrity compromised. The man fell to his knees. For a moment, Noah thought he was dead. Then the man inhaled. The sound did not belong to a human throat. Black veins spread beneath his skin from his hands to his forearms, racing upward under his sleeves like ink poured into living channels. His shoulders jerked once, then again, while the fingers of his right hand lengthened in small, painful increments. One of his eyes turned dark and reflective, catching the terminal lights that were not actually on. He lifted his head and looked directly at Noah. Something behind that eye smiled before the man's mouth did. Mutation progression detected. Aberrant influence active. Mental resistance failing. Mira grabbed Noah's sleeve. No, I'm moved. The newly changed man staggered to his feet while the remaining two creatures hesitated near him, their bodies twitching as if they recognized something familiar in his altered scent. He looked down at his hands, then at the people fleeing around him, and his expression flickered between horror, hunger, and a terrible kind of relief. I didn't mean to, he whispered. Nobody had time to answer. One of the creatures attacked him. He tore it apart with his new hand. The scream that followed belonged to him and the creature together. The nearest bus looked dead enough to have been abandoned before the apocalypse and merely vindicated by recent events. Its paint had once been blue and white, though time, weather, and neglect had reduced it to peeling stripes over rust-stained panels. The windshield was cracked in two long lines that crossed near the center like poorly drawn lightning. One side mirror hung by exposed wiring, and the front door remained half open, stuck in a position that suggested the vehicle had been interrupted mid-sigh. A faded rectangular sign above the windshield read Route 17, though someone had scrawled out of service across the inside in thick black marker. Noah climbed aboard first, nearly slipping on the damp step. The interior smelled of dust, old plastic, stale sweat, and rainwater that had found its way through leaks in the roof. Torn seats lined both sides of the aisle. Hand straps hung motionless from metal rails. Empty wrappers, cracked phone cases, and a single red mitten rolled along the floor as the bus shifted under the weight of people scrambling inside. It was not safety. It was only a metal box with better walls than the open street. At that moment, Noah accepted the distinction as sufficient. Put him there, Mira said, pointing to a wider seat near the middle. Noah helped lower the injured old man onto it while the mother pulled her daughter into the row behind him. Two other civilians climbed in after them, one bleeding from a cut across the forehead, the other clutching a backpack to his chest as if it contained the last meaningful object in existence. Outside, the terminal had become chaos layered over chaos. The altered man was still visible between the abandoned cars, fighting, feeding, or transforming further. Noah could not tell which, and he did not particularly want clarification. The hostile men who had been guarding supplies had lost all interest in their self-appointed authority and were now running in different directions, though one of them seemed determined to drag a bag of canned food even while a creature chased him across the platform. Mira tore open Noah's overshirt after he offered it and pressed the fabric against the old man's wound. You know, Noah said while trying to catch his breath near the front, when I imagine meeting new people after graduation, I thought there would be fewer monsters and less emergency fabric. Then you lacked imagination, Mira replied. The mother near the back looked toward the windshield. Can this bus move? Noah turned to the dashboard. Everything about it looked dead. The instrument cluster was black. The key was still in the ignition, which felt almost insulting. The fuel gauge rested below empty, not simply at empty but beneath it, as if the bus had gone into debt. Several switches had missing labels, the steering wheel was worn smooth by years of hands, and a layer of dust covered the console so completely that Noah could see where his fingers had brushed against it while climbing inside. His engineering brain began listing problems. No fuel. Likely dead battery. Unknown engine condition. Possible transmission damage. Flat tire risk. Brake system questionable. Electrical system compromised. Driver unlicensed for buses. Panic level excessive. Outside, claws scraped against the side panel with a long metallic shriek. The little girl sobbed. Mira looked up. Noah. I know, he said. Can you drive it? No. Another impact struck the rear of the bus hard enough to rattle the windows. Noah stared at the keys. I mean, he added, because apparently accuracy remained important during imminent death. Theoretically, I understand how one drives it, but practically, legally, mechanically, and spiritually, no. The mother's voice trembled. Please? The word landed heavier than panic. Noah swallowed, stepped into the driver's area, and dropped into the seat. The old cushion exhaled dust beneath him. For one absurd second, he thought of every bus driver he had ever ignored, every time he had stood near the front of public transport with headphones in, staring out a window while someone else handled the impossible job of steering several tons of human impatience through traffic. He placed his left hand on the steering wheel. The world opened. The sensation did not arrive as power, not in the way Noah might have imagined power if he had ever wasted time imagining such things. It arrived as understanding. A cold current moved from his palm into the steering wheel, then beyond it, spreading through the column, across the dashboard, down into the engine bay, along wiring harnesses, through the frame, into the suspension, brakes, doors, floor panels, seats, windows, and roof. The bus was not merely in front of him anymore. It was around him, beneath him, and somehow inside the map of his own nervous system. He felt the left rear tire sagging but still usable. He felt rust eating into the lower panels but not yet fatal. He felt the door mechanism stuck halfway open. He felt dead fuel lines. He felt the battery as a hollow absence. He felt the engine like a sleeping animal that had forgotten it was allowed to wake. Noah stopped breathing. Glowing text unfolded across his vision in clean white letters. Ability manifested, sovereign driver. Vehicle authority established, partial. Recognized vehicle, urban bus. Operational status, failed. Authority override initiated. Fuel consumption, suspended. Mechanical failure, suppressed. Ignition available. Noah stared at the text. That is new, he whispered. Mira, who was still pressing cloth against the old man's wound, looked toward him. What is new? The universe is giving me dashboard notifications. What? The fuel gauge moved. Slowly at first, then with smooth certainty, the needle climbed from below empty to the full mark. The dashboard lights flickered alive one after another, bathing Noah's hands in pale green and amber. Somewhere beneath the front of the bus, something clicked. A relay engaged. A dead system remembered itself. The engine turned over once. Then again. Then the bus roared to life. Everyone inside went silent. Not relieved. Not yet. They had heard too many impossible things in the last 2 days to trust this one immediately. The engine settled into a steady idle, deep and even, while a faint vibration traveled through the floor and up into Noah's legs. The dead bus had become, impossibly, a living machine beneath him. Outside, one of the creatures hurled itself against the front door. The stuck mechanism snapped shut with a pneumatic hiss that sounded almost annoyed. Noah felt it happen. Not as a noise. As a decision the bus had obeyed. Mira's eyes widened. "Noah," she said carefully. "I know," he replied, though he absolutely did not. "Drive!" That, at least, was a command his terror understood. The bus lurched away from the curb so abruptly that every loose object inside rolled backward, and several passengers shouted as they grabbed for seat backs, rails, or each other. "Sorry!" Noah yelled, wrestling with the wheel even though the vehicle responded so eagerly that it felt less like wrestling and more like trying not to overthink a thought. "I should mention that I do not have a bus license." "You chose a strange time for honesty," Mira shouted from the aisle. "I am under stress." The bus smashed through a line of plastic traffic barriers, clipped the corner of an abandoned taxi, and rolled over something that Noah sincerely hoped had been a suitcase. Rain began falling harder outside, spreading across the cracked windshield in silver streaks while the wipers activated on their own a moment before Noah reached for the switch. He glanced at the moving wipers. "Thank you," he said to the bus. The little girl sniffled from the back. "Did he just thank the bus?" "Yes," her mother said, voice shaking. "And if the bus keeps moving, we are all going to be polite to it." Noah would have laughed if the avenue ahead had not been blocked by 3 cars, a delivery van, and a fallen street sign twisted across the lane like a metal barricade. He should have stopped. Instead, the bus told him there was room. Not in words, in geometry. Noah felt the available clearance around the bus as pressure in his hands, felt the angle of the wheels, felt how much the suspension would tilt if he climbed the curb, felt exactly how close the right side would pass to the van's broken mirror. The knowledge was ridiculous, precise, and terrifyingly useful. He turned. The bus mounted the curb, squeezed between the van and a concrete planter with less space than any reasonable manufacturer had intended, then dropped back onto the road hard enough to make everyone bounce in their seats. Mira glared toward the front. "Warn us before you do that." "I did not know I could do that." "That is not comforting." "It was not designed to be." Behind them, the creatures poured from the terminal onto the road, their pale bodies slipping between the abandoned cars with nightmare speed. One leaped onto the rear of the bus and clung there, claws scraping across the metal panel near the emergency exit. The bus responded before Noah fully understood his own intention. The rear door mechanism slammed outward. The creature vanished from his awareness with a wet crash against a parked truck. Noah's hands tightened around the wheel. He had not touched that control. System text flickered briefly. Minor internal command detected. Authority growth, 2%. "Oh, that is going to be a problem later," Noah muttered. "What is?" Mira asked. "Apparently, the bus and I are getting to know each other." Mira looked toward the rear door, then back at him. "For the record, that is not how normal friendships begin." The road beyond the terminal sloped downward between 2 rows of apartment blocks where laundry still hung from balconies above dead streets, fluttering in the rain like surrender flags left by people who had fled too quickly to care about socks. Several windows had been broken. Others were covered from inside with furniture, cardboard, or blankets. Somewhere high above, a dog barked with desperate persistence, and the sound gave the ruined street a strange domestic sadness that almost hurt more than the screams. Noah drove through it with the engine steady beneath him and the impossible system text fading slowly from his vision. For the first time since the silence, motion belonged to him. It should have felt liberating. Instead, it felt like sitting on top of a bomb that had decided to become helpful. One of the hostile men from the terminal stumbled into the road ahead, the one with the metal pipe, his expression wild as he spotted the moving bus. Behind him, the thin transformed man appeared between 2 cars, hunched and shaking, his altered hand dripping dark fluid that steamed when it touched the wet pavement. The pipe man saw him and panicked. "Stop that!" he shouted at Noah, running toward the bus. "Let me in!" Mira moved toward the front despite the rocking floor. "He was threatening people earlier," she said. "He is also about to be eaten by someone having a very bad identity crisis," Noah replied. "That is a fair complication." The pipe man slammed his hand against the bus door. "Open it!" Behind him, the transformed man lifted his head. His face had changed further. One side remained human, pale and terrified, while the other seemed stretched by something beneath the skin. His dark eye locked onto the pipe man's back, and his mouth opened with a hunger that did not look entirely voluntary. System text flashed again at the edge of Noah's vision. Hostile aberrant detected. Threat classification, unknown. Recommended action, evade. Noah stared at the door control. The pipe man screamed, "Open the door!" The transformed man took one step forward. Mira's voice became quiet. "Noah, decide now." The bus idled in the rain, alive beneath his hands. Noah opened the door. The pipe man threw himself inside just as the transformed man lunged. Noah slammed the door shut. The black claws struck the glass with a crack that ran from top to bottom, and for one horrible second Noah found himself staring directly into the half-human, half-thing face pressed against the other side. The human eye in that face looked afraid. The dark eye looked hungry. "Help me," the man whispered through the cracked glass. Then something inside him snarled, and he struck the bus again. Noah hit the accelerator. The bus surged forward. The transformed man fell away into the rain, but not before his dark eye followed Noah with a focused intensity that felt less like animal hunger and more like recognition. The pipe man collapsed near the front steps, breathing hard. Mira looked down at him. "If you threaten anyone on this bus," she said, "I will throw you back out personally." The man swallowed. "Understood." Noah kept his eyes on the road. That was the most reasonable thing anyone has said today. They left the main avenue by cutting through a narrow service road that ran behind a row of shuttered shops, where overflowing dumpsters, broken pallets, and abandoned delivery carts formed a cluttered path between brick walls stained by rain. The bus should not have fit, and several times Noah felt the sides scrape lightly against hanging signs and metal railings, but the vehicle moved with impossible patience through spaces that would have made any ordinary driver stop and reconsider their life choices. The atmosphere changed as soon as the larger street disappeared behind them. The screams became distant. The rain grew louder. The ruined city seemed to close around the bus like a maze with wet brick walls and blind windows. Inside, the passengers slowly began breathing again. The old man groaned while Mira checked his wound. The mother whispered comfort to her daughter. The pipe man sat on the steps with his head in his hands, watched closely by everyone with enough strength to glare. The teenager in the red jacket, who had somehow ended up aboard during the chaos, stared at Noah as if he had just witnessed a religious event performed by a transit employee. "You made it start," the teenager said. Noah glanced at him in the mirror. "I noticed." "No, I mean, that bus was dead. My uncle drove buses. That sound it made before you touched the wheel, that was a dead battery. I know what a dead battery sounds like." "Congratulations," Noah said. "You have identified one of several impossible things. What is your ability?" The question fell into the bus like a dropped tool. Everyone looked toward Noah, and the atmosphere inside the vehicle shifted from panic toward something more complicated, something full of curiosity, relief, suspicion, and the first fragile threads of hope. In the new world, an ability was not only a personal detail. It was a weapon, a trade good, a warning label, and sometimes a death sentence. Noah did not answer immediately. He could still feel the bus. Its structure surrounded him in faint impressions. The engine remained smooth. The fuel remained full in a way that made no physical sense. The door mechanism waited, obedient and repaired only because he needed it. The brakes felt strong. The steering felt accurate. The interior lights flickered at the edge of his awareness like tiny thoughts. He swallowed. "I do not know exactly." Mira tied off a strip of cloth around the old man's wound and looked toward the dashboard. "The system told you something." Noah almost asked how she knew, then remembered that glowing words had appeared publicly when the transformed man absorbed the creature. "Yes, he is said." It said sovereign driver. The teenager's eyes widened. That sounds strong. It sounds like something a video game would give to a taxi bus. The little girl looked toward the front. Are you the bus king? For several seconds, nobody knew what to do with that. Then Mira laughed. It was not a big laugh, nor even a happy one, but it broke enough tension that the mother smiled through tears and the teenager covered his mouth to hide his own reaction. Noah shook his head. I am definitely not the bus king. The bus lights flickered once. Mira raised an eyebrow. Noah stared at the dashboard. Do not encourage them, he told the vehicle. The lights flickered again. The little girl gasped. The bus likes him. The pipe man muttered, we are going to die in a haunted bus. Noah pointed at the mirror without turning around. You are alive in the haunted bus because I opened the door, so maybe consider gratitude as a lifestyle. That earned a weak laugh from somewhere in the back. For one brief moment, the bus did not feel like a coffin fleeing monsters through a dying city. It felt like a ridiculous, impossible shelter. The service road eventually opened into a small parking area behind a row of low commercial buildings where rain pooled in potholes and weeds pushed through cracks in the asphalt. A convenience store stood nearby with its front windows covered in metal shutters, though the side door hummed slightly open. Beyond the lot, a narrow street curved uphill toward a quieter district where smoke drifted between apartment roofs, but no creatures moved in immediate view. Noah parked above the metal loading dock and kept both hands on the wheel after stopping, unwilling to be in contact because some people were believe the end might die the instant he let go. It did not. The bus idled steadily. The impossible fuel gauge remained full. Rain ticked against the cracked windshield while the wipers moved at a slow rhythm Noah did not remember selecting. The sound gave the interior a strangely intimate feeling, as if they had parked inside the breathing space between disasters. Everyone seemed too tired to speak at first. The old man's breathing had steadied. The mother held her daughter close. The teenager watched the windows. Even the pipe man remained silent, perhaps because being rescued by someone he had considered robbing had complicated his personal philosophy. Mira walked to the front and stood beside Noah's seat. Physically, she looked exhausted. Her jacket was stained, one sleeve torn, and dark circles had settled beneath her eyes. Yet the atmosphere around her still carried steadiness, the stubborn calm of a person who had decided that falling apart would have to wait its turn. The tank was empty, she said. Noah nodded. Yes. The dashboard was dead. Yes. The door closed by itself. Technically, I think I closed it through a deeply concerning emotional relationship with municipal transport. Mira studied him. You make jokes when you are afraid. I make jokes when I am awake. Fear just improves the material. She looked at the fuel gauge again. And the system called your ability sovereign driver? Yes. What else did it say? Noah hesitated, then repeated the words as accurately as he could. Vehicle authority established, partial. Fuel consumption, suspended. Mechanical failure, suppressed. Ignition available. The teenager in the red jacket leaned forward. So as long as you drive it, the bus can't run out of fuel? I think so. And it can't brake? I think so. The teenager looked almost offended by the magnitude of the idea. That is not a bus ability. That is civilization cheating. Noah wanted to argue. He could not. Mira crossed her arms. In a world where every road is blocked and every engine is dead, that may be the most valuable ability I have heard of. The words settled heavily inside him. Noah looked through the windshield at the rain-slicked parking lot, the shuttered store, the gray buildings, the dead cars, and the thin smoke rising beyond the rooftops. The physical world outside remained ruined, but now he could feel a line drawn through it, a possible route, a moving thread of shelter and steel that had not existed 10 minutes ago. A route meant decisions. Decisions meant responsibility. Responsibility, in Noah's experience, tended to arrive with paperwork, blame, and people looking at you when things went wrong. I was supposed to finish my thesis, he said quietly. Mira's expression softened. What was it about? Modular drivetrain efficiency for low-cost utility vehicles. She glanced around the bus. Well, congratulations. Field testing has begun. Despite everything, Noah laughed. It came out tired and almost broken, but it was real. Then the system flickered again. Quest generated. Keep the engine running. Objective: preserve at least 5 survivors until nightfall. Reward: authority growth. Failure penalty: survivor loss. Noah stared at the text until it faded. Mira noticed his expression. What now? The system just gave me homework. Is that bad? I hated homework before the apocalypse. The little girl raised her hand from the back as if this were a classroom. Lost King? Noah closed his eyes briefly. Please do not make that title survive. Are we safe now? Noah opened his eyes. Outside, the rain continued falling over the dead city. Somewhere far away, something howled from beneath the streets. Somewhere else, a man who had absorbed a monster was changing into something worse while carrying the memory of Noah's impossible bus in his darkening mind. Inside, the old engine kept running. Noah looked at the fuel gauge, still impossibly full, and then at the frightened faces watching him from the torn seats of a vehicle that should not have moved. He had no training for this. No authority. No plan worth admiring. Only a bus, a bizarre system window, and a power that seemed to think the world's last hope should come with public seating and suspicious suspension. Someone near the back finally asked the question plainly. What are you? Noah let out a slow breath. Apparently, he said, staring at the dashboard, I'm public transportation now. Far across the ruined district, beneath the cracked concrete mouth of the underground parking level, the transformed man crouched in darkness while rainwater dripped from the ceiling around him. His human hand trembled against the floor. His other hand, longer now, darker now, dug claws into the concrete as if the material were wet clay. The creature inside him whispered without words. It remembered fear. It remembered hunger. It remembered the bus. And through the last frightened corner of his human mind, the man whispered one name he did not yet understand. Noah. Then the dark eye opened wider. And smiled. Chapter 2, A Very Stupid Power. The parking lot behind the shuttered convenience store looked less like a refuge and more like a place where bad decisions came to rest before turning into worse ones. Rain tapped against the cracked windshield in soft, uneven rhythms, while puddles spread across the broken asphalt outside and reflected the gray afternoon in pieces, each small pool holding a distorted image of the dead buildings around them. A row of dumpsters lean against the brick wall behind the store, their lids half open, their contents soaked and spilling over with torn cardboard, old plastic crates, and the kind of smell that suggested civilization had abandoned hygiene before it abandoned hope. Weeds pushed through the cracks in the pavement, a delivery cart lay overturned near the loading dock, and several abandoned cars sat at odd angles as if their drivers had stopped mid-escape and simply dissolved into the weather. Inside the bus, the atmosphere was warmer, louder, and far stranger, because the engine continued to idle with a steady confidence that no one trusted. Noah Mercer sat in the driver's seat with both hands still wrapped around the steering wheel, his shoulders stiff, his eyes fixed on the fuel gauge, and his entire body behaving as if any movement too sudden might offend the impossible machine beneath him. The dashboard glowed with tired green and amber light. The wipers moved lazily across the cracked glass. Somewhere under the floor, the engine hummed with a deep, patient vibration that traveled through the frame, into the seat, and up Noah's spine like a second pulse. It should have been comforting. It was not. Noah had spent enough time around machines to know when one should not be working, and this bus was committing mechanical fraud on a level that deserved either a miracle classification or criminal investigation. The fuel gauge remained full, the warning lights had gone dark, the engine temperature held perfectly steady, and the brake pressure felt stable through the strange awareness that still lingered at the edge of Noah's mind. The bus was alive only because he was touching it. That thought made him want to let go just to prove himself wrong, and also never let go for exactly the same reason. Behind him, the passengers he had accidentally saved were beginning to become people again instead of shapes made of fear. Mira worked in the aisle beside the injured old man, using strips of Noah's torn over shirt to reinforce the pressure bandage on his side. Her face looked pale under the dim interior lights, but her hands stayed steady, and the way she moved gave the impression of someone who had discovered that panic was a luxury item and therefore not currently in the budget. Mezes! Calder sat 2 rows back with her daughter Ellie pressed against her side, whispering comfort into the girl's hair while watching every window as if monsters could grow from reflections. The teenager in the oversized red jacket hovered near the middle doors, half standing, half crouching, unable to decide whether curiosity or terror deserved control of his legs. The man with the metal pipe, the one Noah had reluctantly allowed aboard before the altered creature caught him, sat on the front steps with both hands visible and the pipe lying several feet away under Mira's deliberate supervision. His name, according to the breathless confession he had offered after realizing everyone was considering whether to throw him back into the rain, was Bram. He claimed he had only been protecting supplies at the terminal, which was technically true in the same way that a mugger protected wallets by keeping them nearby. 2 other survivors had made it onto the bus during the chaos, a thin woman named Lisa who wore the uniform jacket of a pharmacy assistant over muddy clothes, and a broad-shouldered man called Jorn who had the stunned look of someone whose entire personality had recently been replaced by disbelief. Lisa clutched a plastic bag with 3 rolls of gauze, a bottle of antiseptic, and several packets of painkillers as if she had smuggled treasure from a dragon's hoard. Jorn had not said much beyond his name, but he kept staring at the door every time the engine shifted in tone. Noah saw all of them in the rearview mirror and realized, with a sinking feeling, that they were looking back at him. Not at the windshield. Not at the road. He did not enjoy the direction of that development. Mira tied off the cloth around the old man's wound and glanced toward the front. "Noah," she said, "I need you to breathe like a person who plans to remain conscious." "I am breathing," Noah replied without letting go of the steering wheel. "You are negotiating with oxygen." "That is not the same thing." "I'm currently afraid that if I stop touching the haunted steering wheel, we will all become pedestrians again, and I would like the court to consider that before judging my breathing technique." Ellie, the little girl, lifted her head from her mother's coat. "Is the bus really haunted?" "No," Noah said. The interior lights flickered once. Everyone froze. Noah stared at the dashboard. "Not helpful," he whispered. Mira closed her eyes for a moment, as if deciding whether laughter would be medically inappropriate. Ellie looked fascinated. "The bus likes jokes." "The bus," Noah said carefully, "will not be encouraged." The lights flickered again. Bram made a strangled sound from the steps. "We are going to die in a cursed vehicle." Noah looked at him through the mirror. "You are going to die outside a cursed vehicle, so from a statistical perspective this is still an improvement." That earned a weak laugh from Sam, the teenager in red, who immediately looked embarrassed by it. "Sorry," Sam said. "It's just, everything is terrible, but that was accurate." "Accuracy is all I have left," Noah said. The rain thickened outside, turning the parking lot into a blurred field of gray reflections and making the surrounding buildings seem farther away than they truly were. The side door of the convenience store creaked softly in the wind. Somewhere beyond the shops, distant sirens wailed and faded, though nobody inside the bus believed they meant rescue anymore. Mira stood, wiped her hands on a piece of cloth that had seen better moral circumstances, and faced the passengers. "Everyone listen," she said, using a voice that did not need to be allowed to become the center of the bus. "We have one serious injury, several minor injuries, limited water, limited food, and a functioning vehicle that should not function. That means we need to make decisions before fear makes them for us." Bram shifted on the steps. "Who put you in charge?" Mira looked at him. "The old man's bleeding slowed down when I told it to, and you were threatening civilians with a pipe an hour ago, so unless someone better applies, I'm accepting the temporary position." "Mezes." Calder gave a small nod. "I'm fine with that." "So am I," Lisa said quickly. Jorn grunted agreement. Sam raised one hand. I vote for the woman who knows where blood goes. Mira pointed at him. I like that phrasing less than the support, but thank you. Bram sank back against the wall and muttered something too low to hear. Mira turned toward Noah. And you, driver. Nella winced. Please do not make that sound official. It already is. It absolutely is not. You are in the driver's seat of the only moving vehicle I have seen in 2 days, and the system apparently gave you an ability with the word driver in it, so I am afraid language has betrayed you. Noah opened his mouth, found no immediate defense, and closed it again. Sam leaned forward. What did the system say exactly? Noah hesitated. The air inside the bus changed again, the way a room changed when someone placed a weapon on a table. Abilities were personal, but they were also public currency now, the kind of information that could save you, sell you, or get you killed depending on who heard it. Noah had not had time to form a policy regarding supernatural disclosure, which felt unfair because he had not even formed a policy regarding breakfast. Mira watched him carefully. You do not have to tell us everything, she said. But we need enough to know what this bus can do and what it cannot. Noah looked at the windshield, where rainwater streaked downward in crooked lines, then at the fuel gauge still sitting proudly at full. Fine, he said. But nobody is allowed to react like this makes sense. Sam nodded solemnly. I promise nothing. Noah drew a slow breath and focused on the faint system awareness hovering behind his vision. The text appeared again, cleaner this time, as if summoned by attention. Ability, Sovereign Driver. Current authority, partial. Recognized domain, operated vehicle. Primary effects, fuel consumption suspended. Mechanical failure suppressed. Vehicle response enhanced. Secondary effect, minor internal command emerging. Growth conditions, preserve passengers. Maintain motion. Expand operational control. Noah read the lines aloud. The bus stayed silent afterward except for the engine, the rain, and a wipers crossing the windshield with steady mechanical patience. Bram stared. Noah turned slightly in his seat. I am sorry my apocalypse power disappointed the man whose tactical contribution was pipe ownership. Bram's mouth tightened. I mean driving? People are turning into monsters and throwing fire, and you got driving? Technically, Noah said, premium roadside assistance. Sam's eyes brightened with the terrible energy of a teenager discovering a phrase. Apocalypse roadside assistance. No, Noah said immediately. We are not branding this. Mira, annoyingly, looked thoughtful rather than amused. In a world where vehicles do not work, fuel is scarce, and roads are death traps, a power that makes transport possible is not stupid. It feels stupid from this chair, Noah said. Most useful things do, until people need them. Mezes. Calder stroked Ellie's hair and whispered, Can it get us somewhere safe? The question stripped the humor from the air. Noah looked down at his hands on the wheel. I think it can move as long as I'm controlling it. You think? Bram said. Noah gave him a flat look. My supernatural vehicle license arrived approximately 20 minutes ago. The manual was not included. Testing the bus became inevitable, partly because they needed answers and partly because Bram could not stop looking at the steering wheel as if it had insulted him personally. They waited until Mira finished checking Harold Pike, the injured old man, whose name he managed to provide after enough water and pain had moved him from nearly unconscious to deeply irritated. Harold claimed he had been a maintenance supervisor before retirement, which meant he considered bleeding on public transport an undignified development rather than a medical emergency. That made Mira like him immediately. The rain outside softened to a mist, spreading silver over the parking lot while a low fog began gathering between the dumpsters and the abandoned cars. The convenience store's metal shutters rattled every time the wind slid through the alley, and the ruined city beyond the lot seemed to listen. Noah flexed his fingers around the steering wheel. Before we conduct what I suspect will be a very bad scientific experiment, he said, I would like the record to show that I am against it. Sam lifted his hand again. There is no record. I am starting one emotionally. Mira stood near the front doors. We need to know whether someone else can move it if you are hurt. That sentence contains multiple concepts I dislike. It is still true. Noah knew she was right, which was becoming one of her more annoying habits. Ram stood slowly, keeping his hands visible. I can try. No pipe, Mira said. I wasn't going to use the pipe to drive. With you, I prefer clear rules. Ram glanced at Noah. You sure about this? No, said, rising from the driver's seat with visible reluctance. But apparently responsible leadership involves allowing other people to prove how doomed we are. He removed his hands from the steering wheel. The effect was immediate. The engine coughed. The lights dimmed. The fuel gauge needle dropped from full to empty so quickly that Sam made a noise halfway between a gasp and a squeak. The steady vibration beneath the floor became uneven, and the comfortable mechanical awareness in Noah's mind snapped away, leaving behind an emptiness that felt almost like stepping out of warm water into winter air. System text appeared. Vehicle authority disengaged. Fuel suspension lost. Mechanical failure resuming. Operational status critical. The engine died. Every light on the dashboard went black. The bus settled around them with a final metallic creak, no longer alive, no longer impossible, only old metal in a wet parking lot. Nobody spoke. Ram stared at the dead console. Sam whispered, well, that was educational. Noah stepped back from this seat, trying not to show how deeply unpleasant the severed connection felt. Go ahead, he told Bram. Ram sat in the driver's seat with the tense expression of someone who had expected a throne and found a coffin. He gripped the wheel, turned the key, pressed a pedal, cursed softly, and tried again. Nothing happened. Not a click. Not a cough. Not even the dignity of failure making a sound. Ram's face reddened. Yes, Noah said. That is the condition we started with before reality became negotiable. Bram tried the ignition again, harder this time, as though effort could bully electricity into existence. The bus remained dead. Ellie leaned around her mother. The bus does not like him. Noah pressed his lips together. Mira looked away suspiciously fast. Bram stood, jaw tight, and moved aside. Fine. Your turn. Noah sat back down. The moment his hands closed around the steering wheel, the bus returned to him. It was not dramatic like the first time, because now his mind had a shape for it, but it was no less impossible. Awareness spread through the frame. The door mechanism stirred. The engine sat waiting like a faithful animal. The dead dashboard became a sleeping face under his palms. Vehicle authority re-established. Fuel consumption suspended. Mechanical failure suppressed. Ignition available. The fuel gauge rose. The dashboard lights returned. The engine started with one clean turn. This time, the silence afterward was different. Not shock. Recognition. Bram took a step back. Jorn crossed himself, then seemed embarrassed and did it again more subtly. Lysa whispered, so it really is you. Noah stared out through the windshield, his reflection faintly visible over the gray parking lot. I'm not driving the bus, he said slowly. Mira's voice was quiet. You are the key. He hated how accurate that sounded. Once the test ended, everyone treated the bus differently. Before, it had been an impossible escape vehicle that might stop being impossible at any moment. After Bram's failed attempt, it became a territory with rules, and Noah was suddenly the most important rule inside it. People avoided crowding near the driver's area. Bram kept his eyes down more often. Sam stared as if Noah had become a puzzle he intended to solve if the monsters were polite enough to pause. Mezes. Calder looked grateful, which somehow felt heavier than suspicion, while Ellie continued watching the dashboard lights with open devotion. Noah did not enjoy any of it. The parking lot outside remained damp and gray, but the mist had thickened, blurring the edges of the buildings and muffling the distant city noises. Occasionally, a far-off crash echoed between the streets, followed by nothing which was worse than the crash itself. The smell of wet asphalt entered through a small crack in one window, mixing with the old dust, blood, and the warm engine scent that now defined the bus interior. Mira returned to Harold and checked his bandage again. "I need clean water," she said. "And better bandages. What we have is temporary." Lisa lifted her plastic bag. "I have some gauze and antiseptic, but not enough." I grabbed what I could from the pharmacy shelf before everything she did not finish. Nobody asked her to. No, Odd rubbed his face with one hand, keeping the other on the wheel. "We have 2 bottles of water, one of which I would describe as emotionally questionable." Mira looked at him. "Give me the questionable one." "That is not usually how recommendations work." "Just give it to me." No, O reached into his backpack with his free hand and pulled out the second bottle. The water inside was cloudy from being refilled at a public restroom sink shortly before the plumbing began making noises that discouraged further optimism. Mira took it, then rummaged through the bus until she found a dented metal travel mug rolling beneath a seat near the front. She rinsed it with a minimal amount of water, poured the rest inside, and held the mug between both hands. The air around her fingers shimmered. At first Noah thought it was only heat from the bus vents, but the vents were not blowing. Then tiny bubbles formed along the inner wall of the mug, rising through the cloudy water. Steam curled upward, faint but unmistakable, carrying the clean, sharp smell of boiling water into the dusty air. System text appeared above Mira's hands for a brief moment. Ability activated. Boiling point. Contained liquid heated. Sterilization threshold reached. Sam's mouth fell open. "You can boil water?" Mira kept her eyes on the mug. "Yes. That's actually amazing. Most people have been less impressed." "No, oh, watch the water bubble." In fairness, people were probably expecting lightning. They were, Mira said. "One man at the shelter told me my power was useful only if the apocalypse required tea." Noah nodded solemnly. "Cruel, but not entirely without branding potential." She looked at him. "Finish that joke carefully." "So you are not the kettle queen?" Mira's expression did not change. "I can sterilize metal." Noah lowered his gaze to the steering wheel. "Medical professional." "Understood." Ellie giggled into her mother's sleeve. The sound was small, but it changed the bus for a moment. Even Harold smiled weakly while Mira let the water boil a little longer before setting the mug aside to cool. Noah watched the steam rise and understood something he should have understood faster. A power did not need to look impressive to matter. A power that boiled water could save more lives than a power that shattered concrete if infection got a vote. A power that drove a bus could become absurdly important if every other engine in the city stayed dead. He wished that realization felt empowering. Mostly, it felt like more homework. They spent the next half hour taking inventory while the afternoon slipped toward evening and the city outside grew quieter in a way that made everyone glance toward the windows more often. The physical space of the bus became their first temporary headquarters, though headquarters was a generous word for torn seats, dirty windows, and an aisle still littered with wrappers and broken glass. Mira claimed the middle section as a treatment area. Mezes. Calder and Ellie settled near the rear, where 2 seats faced each other and provided a corner that almost felt private. Sam began collecting loose objects into piles with the focused intensity of someone desperate to be useful. Bram remained near the front under everyone's suspicion, while Jorn checked the windows without being asked. The inventory was not encouraging. 2 bottles of water, 1 now boiled and cooling. 3 rolls of gauze. Half a bottle of antiseptic. 4 protein bars, 2 packets of crackers, 1 can of peaches, and a crushed bag of dry cereal that Ellie eyed with grave interest. A flashlight with weak batteries. No real weapons beyond Noah's wrench, Bram's confiscated pipe, a small folding knife from Lysa, and whatever courage people felt like pretending they had. Mira listened to the list with the expression of someone calculating how many problems could be postponed before they became fatal. We need medical supplies, clean water, food, and somewhere defensible before night, she said. Night, Sam repeated, looking toward the windows. Nobody liked the way he said it. Lysa hugged her plastic bag closer. The creatures get worse after dark. No, glance back. You know that? I was at a shelter near the metro station last night, she said. People thought the underground platforms were safe because the gates could be locked. Around midnight, things started moving in the tunnels. We heard them before we saw them. Scraping. Breathing. People stopped using flashlights because the light made them come faster. Ellie buried her face against her mother. Mezes! Calder whispered, enough. Lysa looked ashamed. Sorry. Mira's voice softened. No, we need to know. Just not all of it at once. The buzz seemed warmer than before, but not in a comforting way. The interior lights glowed against the darkening windows, making the glass reflective enough that Noah could see the passengers superimposed over the rainy parking lot. The image unsettled him, as if the bus were already separating them from the city, turning everyone inside into a small moving world with its own fragile rules. Sound cleared his throat. There's a camping store 2 streets east of here. Outdoor gear, water filters, portable stoves, knives, that kind of stuff. I used to cut through the alley behind it after school. Bram looked up sharply. Not an idea. Everyone turned toward him. He swallowed, then nodded toward the street beyond the windshield. That area is close to the south overpass. People there started charging passage yesterday. Not official people. Just survivors with guns, tools, and enough confidence to become a problem. I saw their marks on the walls near the terminal. Noah leaned back slightly. Marks. White circles with a line through them. Means watched road. Mira studied him. And you know this because? Bram's jaw tightened. Because I was with some of them for half a day. The confession landed poorly. Jorn took a step forward. You were with road thieves. I left. After they lost, or before? Bram's face flushed. After I realized they were not just taking supplies. They were taking people who could be useful. Noah's hand tightened on the wheel. The idea of people becoming resources had been floating at the edge of every conversation since the silence, but hearing it put plainly made the bus feel colder. Mira did not look away from Bram. Who leads them? I do not know his real name, Bram said. They called him Tollmaster. He controls the south overpass and the roads near it. People who pass through pay, work, or disappear. Sam muttered, that name is trying very hard. Noah nodded despite himself. Villain branding developed quickly. Bram gave him a grim look. Laugh if you want, but he has an ability. He marks people and vehicles. If you pass through his road, he can track the direction you went for hours. The humor drained away. Mira looked toward the front windows. And a moving bus will draw attention. Not just attention, Bram said. Interest. The system chose that moment to update, because apparently supernatural interfaces had a sense of dramatic timing and no respect for emotional capacity. Text appeared in Noah's vision, clearer and brighter than before. Quest updated. Keep the engine running. Objective 1, secure medical supplies. Objective 2, secure clean water. Objective 3, reach shelter before nightfall. Optional objective, preserve all current passengers. Reward, authority growth. Failure penalty, survivor loss. Noah stared at the glowing lines until they faded. Mira noticed. The system again? Ness? What does it want? Supplies, water, shelter, and apparently a perfect passenger safety record. Sam leaned forward. There are rewards? Authority growth. Rhyme's eyes narrowed. What does that mean? Noah looked down at the steering wheel. at the worn surface beneath his palms, at the faint awareness of doors, brakes, lights, and sleeping mechanisms awaiting command. I think it means the bus listens better if I keep people alive. Mira considered that with the practical discomfort of someone forced to accept a useful nightmare. Then the system and I currently agree. No, let out a slow breath. Wonderful. My moral compass has patch notes. Jordan looked toward the windows again. We cannot stay here. No, Mira said. The engine noise may carry, and if scavengers saw us turn in, they will come. Mezes. Calder held Ellie closer. Where do we go? Sam raised his hand halfway. The camping store is risky, but if it hasn't been cleared out, it could have water filters, thermal blankets, first aid kits, backpacks, tools, maybe even maps. Lisa added, there is a small clinic 1 street north of it. Private office, not a hospital. It might still have supplies because most people would have gone to larger places first. Ram shook his head. The route takes you near watched roads. Noah looked through the windshield at the exit from the parking lot, where the narrow alley opened toward the dim street beyond. The rain had blurred the city into gray shapes, but now that he felt the bus around him, the world outside no longer looked like a wall. It looked like a series of possible paths, bad angles, tight turns, dead ends, and opportunities disguised as hazards. That was almost comforting. Almost. We need supplies, Noah said. Mira nodded. Yes. We need to avoid the overpass people. Also yes. We need to do all that before dark while driving a magic bus through a city full of monsters, armed opportunists, and at least one man who ate a creature and developed a serious personality issue. Sam slowly raised his hand again. Do we have to call it magic? Noah turned in the seat. Sam, I am a mechanical engineering student sitting in a bus with infinite fuel because glowing text said so. I have temporarily retired from scientific pride. Mira picked up the cooling mug of boiled water and gave Harold a careful sip. Then we moo, she said. Noah looked at her. You make that sound simple. No, I make it sound necessary. There was a difference. Unfortunately, it mattered. They prepared to leave with the strange awkwardness of people boarding a future none of them had agreed to purchase. Sam helped move loose items away from the aisle so nobody would trip if Noah had to turn sharply. Lisa packed the small medical supplies into one plastic bag and tied it to a rail near Mira's improvised treatment seat. Jordan checked the rear emergency door and reported that it appeared to work, though he delivered that information while looking suspiciously at the door as if expecting it to form opinions. Bram remained near the front, quieter than before, and when Noah told him to sit where everyone could see his hands, he obeyed without argument. Outside, the parking lot had darkened further, the low clouds swallowing what remained of the afternoon. The mist between the cars thickened into pale curtains. Somewhere beyond the store, a human voice shouted once and then stopped. A few seconds later, something heavy fell over with a hollow metal crash. Ellie whispered, "Are we going to the camping store?" Noah looked at the mirror. That is the current bad idea. Is there a good idea? Not within walking distance. She seemed to consider that with serious 7-year-old judgment. Then the bad idea is okay? Thank you, Noah said. I appreciate the executive approval. Mezes. Calder managed a tired smile. Mira moved to the front and stood beside his seat, one hand holding the rail. You know you do not have to pretend you are calm. I am not pretending. No, I am performing a loose parody of calm from memory. That is closer to honest. Noah glanced at her. You always this direct? Only when people are bleeding, transforming, lying, or about to drive. That seems like a broad operating range today. It is a busy day. For a moment, the two of them shared something like a smile, small and exhausted but real enough to matter. Then Noah looked forward again. The bus idled beneath him. The steering wheel felt warm under his hands, though the air inside remained cool. He sensed the front door, the rear door, the lights, the brakes, the engine, the worn suspension, and the stubborn old frame holding together because his ability insisted failure could wait. The system hovered at the edge of his thoughts, not speaking but present. Noah had spent 4 years learning how machines moved power from one place to another. Apparently, the world had decided he should start with people. Mira tilted her head toward the street. "Do you know where you are going?" Noah looked through the cracked windshield at the wet alley, the dead cars, the dim buildings, and the road beyond, where the ruined city waited with monsters beneath it and human predators above it. "No," he said. He shifted the bus into gear. The engine deepened. The headlights cut through the mist. Noah felt the vehicle lean forward, eager and impossible, as if the old machine had been waiting years for someone foolish enough to ask it for one more run. "But for the first time in 2 days," he said, "I know how we're getting there." The bus rolled out of the parking lot and into the gray mouth of the city, carrying 8 frightened people, one impossible engine, and a driver who still thought his powers sounded stupid. Behind them, in the shelter of the shuttered store, a figure stepped from the alley and watched the glowing taillights disappear into the mist. The figure wore a rain-dark coat and carried a white circle painted across the back of one glove. For several seconds, he said nothing. Then he turned and ran toward the south overpass. Chapter 3: The Dead City Has Rules. Noah Mercer discovered, 10 minutes after accepting that his apocalypse ability might actually matter, that responsibility was much easier to admire from a distance than to sit behind while 8 frightened people stared at the back of your head. The bus idled in the loading area behind the row of shuttered shops, its engine humming with a calm mechanical confidence that did not belong anywhere near the rest of the dead city. Rain slid down the cracked windshield in slow silver lines, gathering at the lower edge of the glass before trembling loose and falling onto the rust-stained wiper blades. Beyond the front window, the parking lot looked like a place that had been forgotten even before the silence, with weeds pushing through fractured asphalt, a collapsed cardboard display near the convenience store's side door, and 3 abandoned cars parked at odd angles as if their owners had simply stepped out of reality and never returned. Inside the bus, however, the atmosphere had shifted from blind panic into something more dangerous, because people were no longer running and therefore had enough time to think. Noah did not like what thinking did to people in emergencies. Mira crouched beside Harold Pike, the injured older man whose name they had finally managed to drag out of him between pained breaths and repeated attempts to insist that he was fine despite bleeding through every improvised bandage they had wrapped around his side. "Mrs. Halder sat 2 rows behind him with her daughter Ellie pressed against her shoulder, whispering little reassurances that sounded more like prayers than promises. Sam Reed, the teenager in the oversized red jacket, stood near the middle aisle with one hand gripping a rail and the other hovering near his pocket, where he kept checking for a phone that had been useless since the silence. Ram, the man Noah had rescued despite the fact that he had been threatening people with a pipe less than half an hour earlier, sat on the front step and looked out through the closed door with the sour expression of someone who had accidentally survived long enough to become accountable. Noah kept both hands on the steering wheel. He knew he should probably let go, because a leader, or whatever the unfortunate shape of his current role had become, did not inspire confidence by clinging to municipal transport like a nervous barnacle. Unfortunately, every time his fingers relaxed, the faint connection between him and the bus thinned in a way that made his stomach twist. The system window still lingered at the edge of his vision, quiet but present. Quest active, keep the engine running. Objective, preserve at least 5 survivors until nightfall. Current survivors, 8. Vehicle authority, partial. Noah stared at the words until they faded. 8, he muttered. Mira looked up from Harold's bandage. 8 what? 8 people who are apparently now a measurable homework assignment. Sam leaned forward immediately. The system is still talking to you? It is not talking so much as posting threats in a very clean font. That is still incredible. Noah glanced at him through the mirror. Sam, if a glowing message appears in your vision and grades your ability to keep people alive, please come back and tell me how incredible it feels after your heart climbs into your throat. Sam considered that with unusual seriousness for half a second. Fair point. Ellie raised her head from her mother's coat. Does the bus get homework too? The bus, Noah said, has already done more than enough for its age. The interior lights flickered once. Mira's eyebrows rose. Noah closed his eyes briefly. I am begging everyone not to encourage it. They spent the next several minutes turning terror into inventory, because Mira insisted that fear became less useful when allowed to wander unsupervised. The inside of the bus slowly transformed from a packed refuge into a cramped emergency room, meeting hall, and shelter, all held together by rain noise, diesel vibration, and the faint smell of old upholstery warming under impossible electrical systems. Torn seats became workspaces. The center aisle became a narrow corridor of whispered decisions. Noah's backpack became public property after Mira discovered his notebook paper could be folded under bandages, which felt personally insulting to his graduation project, but medically reasonable. Harold Pike, after a great deal of grumbling, admitted that he had once worked in maintenance at a freight depot before retirement, which immediately made him more useful than his blood loss suggested. Mrs. Calder, whose first name was June, had been a primary school teacher and possessed the kind of voice that could make adults sit down without realizing they had obeyed. Ellie, age 7, solemnly announced that she was good at drawing maps, though she clarified that dragons were often included even when not geographically accurate. Sam Reed had been helping his uncle repair delivery vans before the world ended, which explained why he could identify a dead battery by sound and why he looked at the bus with a mixture of reverence and professional curiosity. Bram refused to volunteer anything until Mira stared at him long enough. Warehouse security, he said finally. Mira did not blink. Before or after you became a terminal bandit? Bram's jaw tightened. Before. And after? Noah asked from the driver's seat. After, I was improvising. With a pipe. It was a persuasive pipe. June Calder hugged Ellie closer and said, with teacherly precision, it was a rude pipe. For the first time since he had boarded, Bram seemed genuinely uncertain how to respond. Noah almost smiled, though the expression faded when another distant howl drifted over the rooftops outside and reminded everyone that the city had not finished being dangerous merely because they had found a moment to introduce themselves. Mira poured a little of their remaining water into a dented metal travel mug someone found beneath a seat. The water was cloudy, full of dust and panic, and in any other week Noah would have refused to drink it with the moral firmness of a man who had once complained about tap water tasting metallic. Now everyone watched it as if it were treasure. Mira cupped the mug between both hands. Her expression tightened with concentration. A faint shimmer rose from the surface. Then the water began to steam. No flame appeared, no electrical coil glowed, and no hidden battery hummed to life, yet the liquid inside the mug bubbled with sudden heat while Mira held it carefully and breathed through clenched teeth. A small system notice shimmered above her hands, visible for barely a moment before fading. Ability activated. Boiling point. Contained liquid temperature increased. Noah stared despite himself. You are a walking kettle. Mira looked up slowly. Choose your next sentence with respect for the woman sterilizing the only water between you and infection. Noah nodded. You are a strategically invaluable walking kettle. That is better, though still punishable later. Sam grinned. Kettle Queen. Mira pointed one finger at him without looking away from the mug. You are young enough that I can still blame bad parenting, but do not test me. Ellie whispered, I like Kettle Queen. Mira's stern expression softened despite her obvious effort to stop it. Fine. Only she may say it. Noah watched the water steam in the ruined bus, and the absurdity of the moment settled beside the fear rather than replacing it. In the old world, a power like Mira's might have been a joke, the sort of ability people mocked because it could not punch through walls or lift cars. In this new world, where clean water already mattered more than nearly everything he had once considered normal, it looked like survival itself. That made him think of his own ability, and the thought was uncomfortable enough to make him look at the dashboard instead. Sovereign driver. The name still sounded too dramatic for a terrified engineering student operating a stolen dead bus in an alley behind a convenience store. Then again, boiling point sounded unimpressive until a man with a knife wound needed sterilized cloth. Maybe the new world had a sense of humor. Noah strongly preferred when the universe was not funny. The argument about who should drive began exactly the way Noah expected, which was to say, with Bram pretending he was not starting one. "I am only saying," Bram said, pushing himself up from the front step, "that we do not know if the bus only started because of him, or if the system just needed someone to trigger it once." Noah glanced at him. "You are saying that very carefully for a man who wants the wheel." "I want options." "You want control." "Control keeps people alive." Mira tied a final bandage around Harold's side and stood, wiping her hands on a torn strip of cloth. "Control also made you charge wounded people for shelter 30 minutes ago." Bram looked away first, though not quickly enough to avoid everyone noticing. June's expression hardened. Sam moved half a step closer to Noah, perhaps unconsciously, while Ellie watched the adults with the solemn intensity children reserved for moments they did not understand but knew were important. The bus hummed beneath Noah's palms. He could feel the door, the engine, the weakened tire, the tiny shiver of the wiper motor, and the faintly obedient readiness of the vehicle's old systems. The awareness did not feel complete yet, but it did feel real, and that reality made Bram's suggestion more than merely irritating. It was dangerous. Because Bram was not entirely wrong. They needed to know. Noah took a slow breath and stood from the driver's seat. The connection thinned immediately. The engine coughed. Every face turned toward the dashboard. Vehicle authority disengaging. Fuel suspension unstable. Mechanical failure resuming. The fuel needle trembled, then began sliding down from full toward empty with horrifying speed. Sam swore under his breath. Bram's confidence flickered, but pride pushed him forward. He climbed into the driver's seat, gripped the wheel, and turned the key as if stubbornness could replace physics. The engine died. The interior lights went dark. The bus became, in an instant, what it had truly been before Noah touched it, a broken old vehicle with an empty tank, dead systems, and no intention of helping anyone. The silence inside was almost louder than the engine had been. Bram turned the key again. Nothing happened. He tried once more, harder, as if the ignition had personally offended him. "Nothing." Sam folded his arms. "Well, that was educational." Bram looked at Noah, anger and fear wrestling across his face. "Do it again." Noah sat back down without answering. The moment his hands closed around the steering wheel, the bus returned to him like a held breath released. Systems awakened one by one. The dashboard lights glowed. The fuel needle swept upward. The engine turned over and settled into its impossible idle with almost smug smoothness. Vehicle authority re-established. Fuel consumption suspended. Mechanical failure suppressed. Authority growth 3%. Noah stared at the last line. "I got rewarded for proving my life is inconvenient." Mira gave him a sideways look. "Congratulations." "I do not feel congratulated." June looked from Noah to Bram, and when she spoke her voice carried that classroom calm again. "Then we have established that Noah is not just the driver. He is the key." Noah disliked the sentence immediately. Being a driver suggested motion, agency, a route, maybe even a destination. Being a key suggested someone could put you in a pocket, threaten you, steal you, or break you because they wanted the thing you opened. Bram had the grace to look uncomfortable. Mira noticed Noah's expression and stepped closer. "You understand the problem," she said quietly. "I am the problem." "No, you are the solution people will try to turn into property." "That is worse." "Yes," she said. "But more accurate." They moved quickly after that, because the test had answered one question and created 5 more, which Noah suspected would become a pattern if he survived long enough to hate it properly. The rain outside softened into a fine mist that blurred the edges of the buildings and made the loading area feel cut off from the rest of the city. The convenience store's side door hung open a few inches, swaying whenever the wind pushed through the alley, and beyond it Noah could see dark aisles, overturned shelving, and the faint reflection of broken glass on the floor. A pair of old delivery carts lay near the wall, their wheels twisted, while a faded poster on the back door advertised summer drinks with smiling people who had no idea how offensive happiness could become in hindsight. Mira needed better bandages. Harold needed painkillers, antibiotics if miracles came in plastic bottles, and food that did not require chewing through panic. The group needed water, batteries, blankets, and information. The bus needed nothing, apparently, as long as Noah remained within his strange authority, but the people inside it were painfully ordinary in every way that mattered. Noah opened the door but kept one hand on the wheel. The mechanism obeyed with a hiss. Sam noticed. You did that without pressing the switch. I am choosing not to emotionally process that yet. Can you control the whole bus? What? If I knew the answer to that, my blood pressure would be lower. Mira selected Noah, Sam, and Bram for the store check, which Noah objected to because selecting him implied that the bus key should leave the bus, and selecting Bram implied that the persuasive pipe might become persuasive again. Mira solved both objections by handing Bram his metal pipe back after looking him directly in the eye. Use it on monsters, she said. If you use it on people, I will heat the rainwater in your boots until you rethink your life. Ram stared at her. No, whispered to Sam. Can she do that? Sam whispered back, I don't know, but I believe her. The store interior greeted them with the stale chill of a place that had lost power and purpose at the same time. The air smelled of spilled soda, damp cardboard, spoiled milk from the dead refrigerator case, and the sour tang of fear left behind by whoever had looted the shelves before them. The fluorescent lights were dark, so they moved by gray daylight leaking through cracks around the shutters and by the pale glow from Noah's old phone, which still had enough battery to function as a flashlight even if the network had become a myth. Every aisle looked like a small disaster. Snack bags had been ripped open and trampled. Medicine shelves had been stripped almost bare. Bottled water was gone except for a few crushed containers leaking into the dust. Behind the counter, the cash register hung open, useless paper money scattered around it like a joke nobody wanted to hear. Sam found 2 rolls of paper towels, 3 sealed packs of gum, a box of plastic gloves, and a small first aid kit wedged behind a fallen display of phone chargers. Ram found a crate of energy drinks and attempted to look heroic about it. Noah found a multi-pack of cheap rain ponchos and a road map of the city, which might have been the most old-world object imaginable and therefore suddenly priceless. In the back room, they found trouble. Not a creature. Worse, in some ways. A man sat on the floor beside the employee lockers with a kitchen knife in one hand and a packet of crackers in the other. He was middle-aged, soaked from the rain, and shaking badly enough that the knife tip tapped against the concrete. Behind him, a woman lay unconscious on a pile of folded uniforms, her breathing shallow but steady. Stay back, the man said, his voice cracking. Noah lifted both hands slowly, the flashlight angled away from the man's face. The room smelled of mildew, old coffee, and the sharp, nervous odor of people trapped too long with too little air. Cardboard boxes lined one wall. A broken mop bucket stood in the corner. Rain tapped against a small high window covered in grime. We are not here to take your crackers, Noah said. Bram looked at the packet. Are they cheese crackers? Noah did not turn around. What? It matters emotionally. The man with the knife blinked in confusion, which Noah considered a tactical improvement over immediate stabbing. Sam leaned slightly around Noah. Is she hurt? She collapsed, the man said. Fear? I don't know. She started seeing things after the silence. She keeps saying there are rules written under the streets. Noah and Sam exchanged a look. Bram took half a step back. From the front of the store, Mira called softly, Noah? We found 2 people, no, called back. 1 knife, 1 fever, possibly 1 prophecy, unclear quality. That was not the clarification I wanted. The unconscious woman stirred. Her eyes opened. For a moment they shone with pale blue system light. She spoke in a dry whisper that made the small back room feel colder. The dead city has rules now. No, went very still. What does that mean? The woman's gaze shifted toward him, though no, I could not tell whether she truly saw him or something layered over the room. Engines call attention. Roads remember passage. Doors belong to those who claim them. Do not cross a marked route without paying the one who marked it. System text flickered above her and vanished too quickly to read fully. Ability detected, pattern oracle. Status, fevered. Noah felt Bram stiffen behind him. Mira entered the back room and crouched near the woman, instantly focused. "We are taking them," she said. The man tightened his grip on the knife. "No?" Mira looked at him. "She needs help, and we have a bus." The man laughed once, bitter and exhausted. "Nothing runs." Noah sighed. "I am getting very tired of that sentence." Getting the fevered woman and her companion onto the bus took longer than Noah liked, partly because moving an unconscious person through a looted store required patience, and partly because Bram kept staring at the alley as if he expected marked trout tax collectors to appear from the mist. The atmosphere outside had changed again while they were inside the store. The rain had stopped, leaving the parking lot slick and shining under the dim afternoon sky, while distant smoke gathered in the spaces between buildings. Somewhere several streets away, voices rose in a chant or an argument, too muffled to distinguish, and a bell rang twice before stopping abruptly. The city felt less empty now, not safer but occupied by unseen decisions. Noah felt exposed the moment he returned to the bus. The old vehicle was too large to hide properly, too miraculous to ignore, and too valuable to exist quietly in a world where everyone else had been forced to walk. The bus door opened at his approach before he touched the handle. Bram noticed. So did June. So did the fevered woman's companion, whose name turned out to be Aaron Vale, though he offered it with the defeated air of someone who had forgotten names still mattered. Once everyone was aboard, Mira settled the fevered woman, Mara Vale, across 2 seats near her while June used her teacher voice to keep Ellie from asking 14 questions at once. Sam spread the city map across the dashboard, pinning one corner under Noah's dead phone and another beneath a screwdriver he had found in the store. The map smelled faintly of dust and old paper. Noah loved it immediately. "Physical maps," he said, almost reverently. "The ancient technology." Sam nodded. "My uncle kept one in his van because he said GPS made people stupid." "Your uncle was correct and probably annoying about it." "Very." Mira leaned over the map. "We need medical supplies first. Harold's wound is not catastrophic if we keep it clean, but if infection starts, we are in trouble. Mara has fever, dehydration, and whatever sister-related nonsense is happening in her head. We need antiseptic, painkillers, clean cloth, and more water." Sam pointed to a narrow street 3 blocks away. "There's a small clinic here." It was private, not a hospital, so maybe it did not get stripped immediately. Bram made a low sound. Everyone looked at him. "That street is close to a marked route," he said. Noah looked at the map, then at Bram. "You know what she meant." Bram rubbed his jaw. "I know what people were saying at the terminal. There is a man controlling the North Bridge and the road beside it. Derek. They call him the tollmaster because subtlety died faster than the power grid." Mira's expression sharpened. "Adodi?" "Something about marking passage," Bram said. "People who cross his route without paying get found. Vehicles, people, supplies, doesn't matter. He knows the direction they went, maybe more if he touches what they use." Noah looked back at the map. The clinic sat near the edge of a district that, according to Bram's explanation, had already begun turning from public space into someone's territory. The idea made Noah angry in a slow, cold way. The city had been dead for 2 days, and people were already putting toll gates on the corpse. Quest updated, keep the engine running. Objective 1, secure medical supplies. Objective 2, secure clean water. Objective 3, reach shelter before nightfall. Optional objective, preserve all current passengers. Reward, authority growth. Noah read the words twice. Then he looked at the people inside the bus. 8 had become 10. The system updated a moment later as if it had noticed his thought. Current survivors, 10. Noah rubbed his forehead. I need to stop collecting side quests with pulse rates. Mira gave him a look that was almost a smile. You opened the door. I regret having morals. No, you do not. No, but I would like to complain about them. They decided on the clinic because every other option was worse, which Noah was beginning to understand might count as strategic planning after the end of the world. The bus pulled out of the loading area with a smoother movement than it had managed during their first frantic escape, and Noah felt the difference immediately. Panic had driven him before, but now intention settled into the connection between him and the vehicle. The steering did not merely respond. It listened. The engine did not simply run. It waited. The old bus seemed to understand that they were no longer fleeing blindly, but choosing a route through the dead city, and that subtle distinction made the wheel feel warmer beneath Noah's hands. Outside, the commercial backstreet gave way to a residential avenue where rainwater dripped from balconies and gathered in clogged gutters. Apartment entrances had been barricaded with furniture, trash bins, and broken doors. Curtains moved behind windows. Faces appeared and vanished as the bus rolled past, and each time someone saw the vehicle moving, their expression changed in the same sequence: disbelief, hope, calculation. Noah hated the calculation most. Sam sat on the front step with a map, calling directions while trying not to sound too excited about being part of something dangerous. Mira remained near the injured, though she kept one hand braced against a rail and her attention divided between medicine, passengers, and Noah. Ram stood near the middle doors with his pipe, attempting to look like security rather than a man reassessing his life choices. June kept Ellie low between the seats whenever the bus passed exposed intersections. The atmosphere inside carried the nervous energy of a ship leaving harbor under storm clouds. Nobody knew whether they were escaping disaster or sailing directly toward a larger one. At the first intersection, Noah slowed. The street ahead had been blocked deliberately. 2 cars had been pushed nose-to-nose across the road, and between them hung a strip of white fabric painted with a crude black circle crossed by a horizontal line. Several figures stood behind the barricade, watching the bus from beneath rain hoods and improvised masks. Brahm swore softly. That is not Garrick's main group, he said. But they are using his mark. One of the masked figures lifted a hand. Stop and declare passage, he shouted. Noah looked at the barricade, then at the narrow alley to the right, then at the low curb and the line of parked cars beyond it. The bus's awareness unfolded around him with precise, almost eager geometry. He could stop and negotiate. He could reverse. He could ram the barricade, though that risked the passengers and might turn every marked trout scavenger nearby into an enemy immediately. Or he could do something absurd. Mira stepped up beside him. What are you thinking? That I finally understand why bus drivers always looked tired. That is not an answer. It is a warning. Noah turned the wheel. The bus climbed the curb, rolled onto the sidewalk, squeezed between a lamppost and the front of a dead bakery van with less than a handspan to spare, then dropped into the alley just before the barricade. The masked figures shouted behind them. One threw something that bounced harmlessly off the rear panel. Inside the bus, everyone lurched but stayed upright. Sam whooped before remembering fear existed. Ellie whispered, the bus is sneaky. Noah kept his eyes forward as the alley narrowed around them. The bus is enormous and should not be encouraged to develop personality traits. Mira gripped the rail and looked out at the walls sliding past inches from the windows. Noah! Nas! If we live, I may eventually admit that your very stupid power is useful. That is all I ever wanted from the apocalypse. The clinic stood at the corner of a small square where a dry fountain, a pharmacy sign, and 3 abandoned ambulances marked the boundary between ordinary civic life and the new rules spreading through the city. The building itself was narrow and modern, with glass doors cracked but still intact, a blue medical cross above the entrance, and a row of potted shrubs overturned along the front steps. The square around it felt unnaturally quiet. No people moved in the open. No creatures crawled from the shadows. Even the wind seemed softer here, as if the district had paused to listen before deciding what sort of trap it wanted to become. Noah parked the bus facing outward. He did it without thinking, then realized the instinct came from the bus itself, or perhaps from the part of him now thinking through the bus's shape. Facing outward meant leaving quickly. Leaving quickly meant surviving. Vehicle positioning, defensive. Authority growth 4%. Noah read the message and frowned. Apparently parking correctly is character development. Mira moved toward the door with a bag over one shoulder. Develop quietly. They took Noah, Mira, Sam, Bram, and Aaron into the clinic while June remained with Ellie, Harold, Mara, and the other passengers. Noah disliked leaving the wheel, but the bus had remained alive when he stayed nearby and focused, which suggested his authority did not require constant physical contact as long as he did not fully disengage. That discovery felt useful and terrifying in equal measure. The clinic interior smelled of antiseptic, dust, and stale air trapped behind sealed rooms. The reception desk had been ransacked, files scattered across the floor like fallen leaves, and a plastic plant lay tipped over beneath a poster reminding patients to wash their hands. In the old world, the poster might have been background noise. Now it felt like ancient wisdom. They moved through the hallway carefully. Exam rooms opened on either side, each with paper-covered beds, swivel stools, cabinets, and equipment that no longer beeped, blinked, or promised certainty. The atmosphere inside was tense but strangely adventurous, because each drawer might hold something useless or life-saving, each cabinet might contain either bandages or disappointment, and every quiet room carried the possibility that something had gotten there first. Mira found gauze, alcohol wipes, 2 bottles of antiseptic, children's fever medicine, and a small sealed box of antibiotics in a locked cabinet that Bram opened by smashing the handle with his pipe. Noah looked at the broken lock. Subtle. Bram shrugged. The lock did not pay the toll. Mira gave him a long look. He cleared his throat. That was a joke. Probably too soon. In the last exam room, Sam found a portable defibrillator and asked if Noah could drive it. Noah stared at him. It is not a vehicle. It has a handle. So does a mug. Mira drives mugs. Mira called from the storage room, I heard that. Sam put the device into a bag anyway. We might need it. Noah did not argue, because the apocalypse had already proven that ridiculous objects deserved second chances. Then a sound came from outside. Not a creature howl. An engine? No. Footsteps. Many of them. Noah moved to the cracked front window and looked through the clinic blinds. A group of 6 masked people entered the square from the far street, carrying pipes, knives, and one crossbow that looked homemade enough to be more frightening than professional. The black circle mark had been painted on 2 of their coats. At the center of the group walked a woman with a shaved head and a red scarf, holding the strip of fabric Noah had seen at the barricade. She looked at the bus. Then she smiled. Moving vehicle, Bram whispered beside him. They are going to report it. Noah felt the bus in the square behind him, alive and waiting. He also felt, somewhere deeper in the city, the pressure of rules tightening around the roads. Mira stepped beside him with the medical bag in hand. Can we leave? Noah watched the marked scavengers spread across the square, not attacking yet, simply blocking the exits with the confidence of people who believed the city already belonged to someone. The clinic's physical walls suddenly felt thin, and the atmosphere that had been tense and adventurous a moment ago became sharp as wire. "We can leave," Noah said slowly. "The question is whether we can leave without starting a war over a bus." Sam swallowed behind them. "Can't we?" Noah looked at the impossible vehicle through the rain-streaked glass. The engine was still running. The dead city had rules now. Unfortunately for the dead city, Noah was beginning to suspect that his bus had opinions. The woman with the red scarf raised her hand and called across the square. "Whoever controls that vehicle, step out and declare passage." Noah sighed. Mira looked at him. "What are you doing?" He adjusted the strap of the medical bag on his shoulder, checked the wrench tucked through his belt, and started toward the clinic door. Something irresponsible with a polite opening sentence. "That is not a plan." "It is a Noah plan." "That is worse." Noah pushed open the clinic door and stepped into the cold, damp air of the square, where rainwater clung to cracked tiles around the dry fountain, and the marked scavengers turned toward him one by one. The bus idled behind them, absurd and alive, its cracked windshield catching the gray light like a tired eye refusing to close. The woman with the red scarf studied him from beneath the black circle mark on her coat. "You the driver?" Noah felt every stare settle on him, from the scavengers in the square to the survivors watching through the bus windows to Mira standing in the clinic doorway behind him. He could have denied it. He could have tried to bargain. He could have explained that he was only a student, that he had not asked for this, that he had woken up 2 days ago in a world where engines died and monsters crawled from parking garages and people with glowing system warnings became things with dark eyes. Instead, he looked at the marked barricade crew, the dead ambulances, the clinic full of stolen medical supplies, and the one working bus in a city that wanted to charge people for roads it had not built. Then he said, "That depends. Are you asking because you need a ride, or because you are about to make a very bad career choice?" For half a second, even the rain seemed to wait. Then the woman's smile vanished. Quest updated. Objective: escape the marked route. Optional objective: you not surrender the vehicle. Noah stared at the glowing text. "Good," he muttered. "The homework is getting aggressive." Behind him, from inside the bus, Ellie's small voice carried through a cracked window. "Go, Bus King!" Noah closed his eyes for exactly 1 beat. "I am going to lose control of this branding problem." Then the marked scavengers moved. Chapter 4: Old Mule. The service yard looked as if the apocalypse had found it abandoned and decided not to waste effort finishing the job. A bent chain-link fence sagged around the property, half swallowed by weeds that had pushed through cracked concrete long before the silence gave nature permission to become ambitious again, while 2 garage bays stood open beneath a faded sign that had once promised honest repairs, quick diagnostics, and free coffee for waiting customers. Rainwater dripped from the warped edge of the roof in uneven threads, pattering into dark oil stains spread across the yard like old bruises, and the air smelled of wet rubber, rust, dust, antifreeze, and that strangely comforting odor of machine shops everywhere, where metal had been cut, tightened, heated, ignored, cursed at, and occasionally persuaded to work. Noah Mercer eased the bus through the crooked gate with both hands on the wheel and a level of concentration that would have made any driving instructor either proud or deeply alarmed, because he was moving a multi-ton urban bus through a gap clearly designed for delivery vans while also feeling the entire vehicle around him like an extra nervous system made of steel, worn bolts, tired springs, and suspiciously obedient doors. The bus rolled into the yard and stopped beside a half-disassembled pickup truck, its engine idling with that impossible, steady confidence that still made Noah want to apologize to physics. Inside, nobody cheered. The survivors were too tired for that. Mira sat near the middle of the aisle beside Harold Pike, the injured old man they had dragged out of the terminal, while Mrs. Calder held little Ellie against her chest and tried to smooth the girl's damp hair with hands that would not quite stop shaking. Sam Reed, the teenager in the red jacket, leaned forward over the back of his seat and stared through the front windshield with the hungry curiosity of someone who had just realized fear and adventure sometimes used the same road. Bram, the man with the pipe, sat alone near the front steps, not tied up but watched by nearly everyone, which considered the social equivalent of a seat belt with suspicion instead of fabric. The atmosphere inside the bus had changed during the drive from the dead city's marked route to the service yard. Panic had cooled into something heavier. People had begun to notice their bruises, their hunger, the wetness in their clothes, the tremble in their muscles after too much adrenaline, and the awful fact that surviving one street did not mean surviving the next. Noah kept his hands on the wheel after the bus stopped, because the idea of letting go still felt like taking his hand off the only working heartbeat in the city. System text shimmered across his vision with quiet, clinical indifference. Vehicle authority stable. Recognized vehicle, urban bus. Passenger count, 8. Fuel consumption, suspended. Mechanical failure, suppressed. Structural protection, low. Noah stared at the last line longer than the others. Of course, the system had found a polite way to say that they were riding inside a miracle with terrible windows. Mira rose from Harold's side, using the seat rail to steady herself as the bus settled on its suspension. "What does your face mean?" he asked. Noah glanced at her. "My face has submitted several complaints and is waiting for management." "Noah, the system says the bus is stable, which sounds nice until it adds that structural protection is low, which is system language for, congratulations, your engine is blessed but your passengers are still extremely puncturable." Mira looked toward the cracked windshield, the taped emergency door, and the side windows that had already survived more claw impacts than Noah wanted to remember. "That seems accurate. I was hoping for comforting dishonesty. You picked the wrong apocalypse." The argument began less than 2 minutes after the engine settled into its steady idle. The service yard provided shelter from the main street, but it did not provide certainty, and that lack of certainty pulled every frightened opinion out of the survivors as if someone had tipped the bus sideways and let them slide into the aisle. Rain tapped against the roof in 1,000 tiny warnings. The garage bays yawned open like dark mouths, and beyond the fence the city remained hidden behind rows of shuttered shops and silent apartment blocks, close enough to threaten them but distant enough to let imagination make it worse. "We should keep moving," Bram said, pushing himself up from the steps with the metal pipe still clenched in one hand. "This place is a trap. One gate, open garages, too many corners, and if those things followed us, we will be stuck in here like canned meat." Mezes pulled her tight in her arms around Ellie. "My daughter needs rest," she said, her voice controlled only because fear had already used up the louder options. "Harold is bleeding, we have almost no clean water, and half of us can barely stand." "Rest is what people call waiting when they are too polite to admit they are dying," Bram replied. Mira turned slowly toward him. That was almost poetic, and still completely unhelpful. Sam raised one hand from behind a seat. "There might be tools in the garage. Maybe food too, if someone worked late before everything happened. Mechanics hide snacks. My uncle hid snacks everywhere." Noah looked at him through the mirror. "Your apocalypse survival theory is based on snack hiding mechanics?" "My uncle once pulled 3 chocolate bars from inside a toolbox labeled brake pads." "That is disgusting." "It was also lunch." A tired sound passed through the bus, not quite laughter, but close enough that the interior felt a little less like a waiting room for disaster. Bram did not smile. "You people are acting like we have time." Noah finally released the wheel with one hand, then immediately regretted it when the connection to the bus thinned like a wire stretched too far. The engine kept running, but the sensation made his stomach tighten, so he placed his palm back where it belonged and felt the vehicle settle under him again. "We do not have much time," Noah said, choosing his words carefully because everyone was watching him now, which remained deeply unfair considering he had not applied for the position of person with answers. "But if we leave immediately, we are taking a cracked bus full of injured people into streets filled with monsters, armed idiots, and whatever passes for traffic law after the end of civilization." Bram's jaw tightened. "And staying here fixes that?" "No," Noah said. Preparing here might improve our odds from hilariously doomed to statistically rude. Mira folded her arms. Translation? Noah looked around the bus, then toward the garage. The engine is impossible, not the windows. If something gets through the glass, the apocalypse is still allowed to eat us, and I would prefer to file a complaint before that happens. Ellie peeked over her mother's arm. Can we make the bus armor? Noah considered the cracked windshield, the dangling straps, the ancient seats, and the structural protection warning still fresh in his mind. Not armor, he said. But maybe we can make it less inviting. Sam grinned. That is basically engineering. That is basically all engineering. Noah replied, and despite himself, he stood from the driver's seat. The engine continued running. The bus waited. For the first time since Noah had awakened sovereign driver, he walked down the aisle while still feeling the vehicle behind him, faint but present, like an old dog watching its owner leave the room and deciding whether betrayal had occurred. The garage interior was a narrow kingdom of useful junk. Noah entered with Sam at his side and Bram behind them, while Mira remained in the bus with Mrs. Calder, Harold, Ellie, and the others. The first bay contained a sedan lifted on a hydraulic platform with its wheels removed and its underside exposed to the dusty air, while the second bay held shelves full of oil filters, hoses, spray cans, cracked plastic bins, fan belts, and boxes whose labels had been written by someone who believed handwriting should be treated as a private code. A workbench ran along the back wall beneath pegboards crowded with missing outlines where tools had once hung, though enough remained to make Noah's tired heart beat a little faster. There were wrenches. Actual wrenches. Socket sets. Pliers. Drill bits. Rolls of wire. A battered angle grinder. 3 flashlights, only one of which worked after Sam slapped it against his palm with the confidence of a boy who had repaired many cheap electronics through mild violence. The atmosphere in the garage was different from the bus, not safe exactly, but familiar enough that Noah felt some of the panic inside him reorganize into tasks. Metal shelves cast long shadows across the concrete. Rain whispered through the open bay doors. Somewhere deeper in the building, water dripped into a bucket with patient, lonely rhythm. Every tool seemed to suggest a possible answer, and for a mechanical engineering student who had spent 2 days surrounded by questions nobody could solve, that was close to medicine. Sam moved between shelves with open wonder. This place is beautiful. Bram snorted. It is a dirty garage. That is what I said. Noah picked up a coil of steel cable, tested its weight, and set it aside. We need anything that can reinforce windows, block the door, organize supplies, or stop loose objects from becoming flying regrets the next time I discover a driving maneuver by accident. Sam began collecting metal mesh panels from behind a stack of tires. Like these? Noah turned and felt a genuine surge of approval. Exactly like those. Bram leaned his pipe against the workbench and began opening cabinets with sharp, impatient movements. What about weapons? Tools first, Noah said. In my experience, tools become weapons when people get desperate. In my experience, people who begin with that sentence are the reason everyone else gets desperate faster. Bram looked at him. The garage seemed to grow quieter between them, rain tapping beyond the open doors while Sam pretended to be intensely interested in a box of hose clamps. Bram finally looked away. I am trying to survive. So are we, Noah said. Try doing it in the same direction. For a moment, Noah expected another argument, but Bram only opened another drawer and pulled out a roll of industrial tape. This useful. Noah accepted the tape. Very. Bram grunted, which Noah decided to classify as diplomacy. They found more than Noah had dared hope for. A stack of expanded metal sheets leaned behind the tire rack, dusty but intact, and could be wired over the lower windows. Several ratchet straps hung from hooks near the storage room. There were small chains, padlocks without obvious keys, tarps, bungee cords, zip ties, 2 crowbars, a dented toolbox full of mismatched bolts, and 3 plastic storage crates that could be tied to the floor inside the bus. In a cabinet marked emergency, Sam found an incomplete first aid kit, several rolls of gauze, antiseptic wipes, and a pair of scissors that made Mira nod with professional satisfaction when Noah later brought them to her. They also found a compact welding unit beneath a tarp near the back wall. Noah crouched beside it with sudden interest. The machine was scratched, dusty, and attached to cables that had seen better decades, but the core housing looked intact. Under normal circumstances, it would have been useful only if they had power, a safe setup, proper protection, and enough time to avoid turning themselves into a cautionary example. Under current circumstances, Noah looked at it and wondered whether the universe's new rules were prepared to be very generous. Sam leaned over his shoulder. "Can you make it work?" "No idea. But your thing works on machines. My thing works on vehicles. This has wheels." Noah looked down at the tiny caster wheels under the welder. "Sam, if the system accepts that argument, I am going to lose respect for reality." He placed a hand on the welding unit anyway. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then a thin flicker of system text appeared, weaker than the messages he saw while connected to the bus. "Non-vehicle machine detected. Operational authority insufficient. Primary domain, operated vehicle. Machine link failed." Noah stared at the words until they faded. Sam waited with shining eyes. "Well, it says no." "Rude. Very rude." But it noticed the welder. Noah looked at the machine again, curiosity stirring beneath exhaustion. "Yes," he said slowly. "It noticed." That mattered. He did not yet know why, but it mattered. Ram approached carrying a bundle of metal rods. "Are you two praying to tools now?" Sam straightened. "Not praying. Negotiating." Noah stood and dusted off his hands. Negotiations failed, but the tool acknowledged our existence, which is progress by modern diplomatic standards. Ram stared at them both. "You are the strangest people I have ever been forced to survive with." Noah picked up the first metal mesh panel. "Good news. The competition is still open." The work began under a sky that seemed undecided between evening and storm. They parked the bus beside the main garage bay, close enough to the tools that no one had to cross the whole yard alone, while the rain softened into a fine mist that clung to hair, sleeves, and metal surfaces. The physical scene could almost have been mistaken for a desperate neighborhood repair project if not for the dead city beyond the fence, the claw marks gouged into the bus's rear panel, and the way every person looked up whenever something shifted in the distance. Noah directed the modifications because he understood enough to be useful and because nobody else seemed eager to accept blame if the bus fell apart in a new and interesting way. They wired metal mesh across the most vulnerable windows, using loops of steel wire twisted tight with pliers and reinforced with strips of industrial tape where the glass had already cracked. Sam crawled over seats with a flashlight tucked between his teeth, fastening straps to anchor crates beneath the windows. Ram helped remove 2 damaged seats near the middle aisle, complaining constantly but working hard enough that Noah revised his internal description from dangerous opportunist to dangerous opportunist with upper body usefulness. Mira turned the rear section into something resembling a medical corner. She had found a plastic bin, a towel rack torn from the garage bathroom, and enough bungee cords to secure supplies against the wall. Harold lay across 2 seats with his coat folded beneath his head, pale but conscious, while Mrs. Calder helped Mira clean the wound using boiled water that should not have boiled because there was no heat source anywhere near it. Noah saw the metal cup in Mira's hand steaming gently and paused in the aisle. "Your power is still weird," he said. Mira did not look up from cleaning Harold's wound. "You are not allowed to say that from inside your miracle bus." "Fair." Sam leaned over the back of a seat. "She can boil water by holding the cup." "It is amazing." "It is useful," Mira corrected. "Useful amazing." Noah pointed at the steam. "So, official ability name?" Mira hesitated, then sighed as if personally offended by her own system. Boiling point. Noah fought very hard to keep his expression neutral. Mira narrowed her eyes. Say Kettle Queen and I will sterilize something you are emotionally attached to. Noah held up both hands. I would never disrespect medical infrastructure. You absolutely would. I would consider it, then maturely decide against it because I enjoy continued mobility. Ellie giggled from beside her mother. The small sound changed the bus more than any metal mesh could have. It reminded everyone that survival did not have to be silent. By the time they finished the first round of work, the bus looked worse and better at the same time. The metal mesh made the windows resemble the face of an angry animal. Straps and crates lined one side of the aisle. The removed seats had created a narrow open space near the middle, where supplies could be stacked or a person could lie down if necessary. A tarp had been fastened over the cracked section of roof above the rear seats, and one of the metal rods from the garage now rested beside the front door as a very unofficial passenger policy. Noah stood outside in the mist, looking at the vehicle from a few steps away. The bus remained ugly. That was undeniable. Its blue and white paint had peeled in long flakes, rust stained the lower panels, and the cracked windshield still gave it the expression of something that had survived a bar fight with geology. Yet now there was intention in its ugliness. The mesh straps, patched tarp, and reinforced door made it look less abandoned and more stubborn. Less dead. More theirs. Ellie stood near the open door with her mother behind her, studying the bus with solemn seriousness. It looks like an old mule, she said. Noah turned toward her. That is unfair. Sam grinned from the steps. To the bus? To mules, Noah said. They usually know where they are going. Ellie considered this with the gravity of a small judge. Old mule is a good name. No, Noah said immediately. Mira appeared behind him carrying the medical bin. Yes. No. Sam lifted one hand. I vote yes. Mercer. Calder smiled weakly. It is better than haunted bus. From inside, Bram said, I liked haunted bus. Noah looked at the vehicle again, at the patched roof and ugly window mesh, at the engine still idling with impossible patience, at the reinforced door that had already saved them once and would likely be asked to do it again. The bus lights flickered once. Ellie gasped. It likes the name. Noah pointed at the windshield. You stay out of this. The lights flickered again. Mira's mouth twitched. Congratulations. Your bus has accepted a name before you accepted leadership. I reject both. Noted, Bus King. Noah closed his eyes and inhaled slowly through his nose. I am surrounded by traitors and one municipal vehicle with poor boundaries. And that was how the bus became Old Mule. Later, while Sam and Bram carried the last of the crates inside and Mrs. Calder tried to coax Ellie into eating half a protein bar discovered in a mechanic's desk drawer. Noah stood beneath the garage awning with Mira and watched the rain gather along the edge of the roof. The service yard had grown dimmer. Evening pressed between the buildings, turning the open garage bays into rectangles of shadow and making the abandoned cars beyond the fence look like crouched animals waiting for permission to move. The air had cooled, and with it came the smell of wet concrete and old oil rising from the ground. Somewhere in this city, a distant siren wailed once, thin and lonely, before dying mid-note. Mira leaned against the wall beside him. You know you are already doing it, she said. Noah did not look at her. Doing what? Leading. No. I am performing emergency maintenance on a terrible situation. That is leadership with tools. Leadership is speeches, confidence, tragic backstories, and people pretending they meant to stand on rooftops while wind hits their coat correctly. I am mostly trying to keep rain out of a bus. Mira smiled faintly. You keep pretending this is only engineering. Engineering is comforting. People come with fewer manuals and far more opinions. So write one. First rule, nobody calls me Bus King. Rejected. Morale value is too high. Noah finally looked at her. You are enjoying this. Only the parts where you suffer socially rather than medically. That is a very specific kindness. Mira's smile faded gradually as she looked toward the bus, where Ellie had fallen asleep against her mother's side and Harold breathed shallowly under a coat. They need someone to make decisions. They need a doctor. They have someone who can boil water and apply pressure to wounds. Do not promote me too quickly. They need soldiers. They have Bram, which is unfortunate but not useless. They need a plan. Mira turned back to him. They have a man who looks at broken things and immediately starts figuring out how to keep them moving. Noah wanted to dismiss that, but the words settled somewhere he could not reach. He looked at Old Mule and felt the faint connection humming between them, not as strong as when his hands were on the wheel, but present enough that the bus seemed less like an object and more like a responsibility with tires. I do not know where to take them, he admitted. Mira's voice softened. Then take them to the next safe place. After that, take them to the next one. That is not much of a strategy. It is how people survive until they can afford better strategies. Before Noah could answer, Bram's voice cut across the yard. We have another problem. Noah and Mira turned. Bram stood near the bus door with a bundle of straps over one shoulder, his expression tight and unreadable. If the bus dies without him, Bram said, pointing at Noah, then we need rules about him. The yard went quiet. Sam stopped moving near the crates. Mezes? Calder looked up from Ellie. Even Harold opened his eyes. Noah felt the atmosphere harden around him. Mira's posture changed first, subtly but clearly. What kind of rules? He asked. Bram's grip tightened around the straps. Protective ones. Practical ones. If he gets taken, we lose the bus. If he panics and leaves, we lose the bus. If he decides he wants to go one way and everyone else wants another, what happens then? Noah felt a cold irritation rise beneath his exhaustion. So your solution is what, exactly? Away? Bram did not flinch. My solution is that we stop pretending you are just another passenger. Mira stepped forward. Careful. No, he is right, Noah said, though saying it felt like swallowing broken glass. Not about the leash, if that was seriously approaching the conversation, but about the problem. The bus runs because of me. That makes me useful, which means sooner or later someone will decide useful and free are incompatible. Bram's expression shifted slightly, as if he had not expected agreement. I am trying to be realistic. You are trying to be alive, Noah said. That is not the same thing as being realistic, but I understand the confusion. Mezes? Calder spoke quietly from the bus door. He opened the door for you. Bram looked away. I know. Then maybe start there. The tension did not vanish, but it loosened enough for breathing to resume. Noah looked at Bram for a long moment. We will make rules, he said. For everyone. Including me. But no one owns the bus, no one owns me, and if we start treating people like parts in a machine, then the machine is already broken. Mira gave him a look. Noah frowned. What? That sounded suspiciously like leadership. I regret all my words. You should. They were effective. The first hollow reached the fence just as the last of the daylight thinned into blue-gray shadow. It did not scream at first. That made it worse. Noah was standing near the front of Old Mule, helping Sam tie a crate to the floor when the bus's awareness tugged at him like fingers against the back of his mind. He froze with one hand on the strap. The engine's idle deepened slightly, not louder exactly, but more attentive. The connection between Noah and the vehicle sharpened, carrying impressions of vibration through the ground and pressure changes around the yard. Something had touched the fence. Outside, the service yard looked colder now, its physical details reduced to silhouettes and wet reflections. The chain link perimeter glistened with rain. The open garage bays were dark behind them. The pickup truck beside the bus sat on flat tires like a carcass. Shadows collected beneath the parked vehicles in a way that made every gap seem occupied. Noah raised a hand. What? Sam stopped immediately. Mira looked up from Harold. Ram reached for his pipe. At the far side of the yard, the chain-link fence trembled. A pale hand curled through the mesh. Then another. The hollow pulled itself into view, its long arms bending incorrectly as it climbed. Its wet gray skin reflected the last light in slick patches, and its human-like face stared through the fence with empty concentration. A second hollow emerged behind it from the alley beyond the yard, low to the ground, shoulders twitching, claws scraping against the pavement. Ellie whimpered. Mezzes! Calder pulled her back from the window. Noah's mind became painfully clear. Everyone inside, he said. We are inside, Sam replied, voice cracking. More inside. That is not a measurement. Then invent one quietly. The first hollow climbed the fence with awful speed. The second began tearing at the lower section, claws catching in the chain links and pulling hard enough to bend the metal inward. Noah climbed into the driver's seat and placed both hands on the wheel. The bus welcomed him. Vehicle authority intensified. Threat proximity detected. Structural protection low. Recommended action, defensive maneuver. Oh, now you recommend things, Noah muttered. Mira grabbed the newly installed metal rod near the door. Noah, I see them. What is your plan? He looked across the yard, measuring distances he could feel as much as see, the open gate behind them, the fence line, the pickup truck, the metal dumpster beside the garage, the angle of Old Mule's front bumper, the wet concrete, the space between the bus and the containers stacked near the wall. I am going to use public transport irresponsibly. Try to keep it survivable. That is the preferred version. The first hollow dropped into the yard. Noah shifted into gear. Old Mule surged forward, not fast enough to throw everyone this time, because Noah had learned at least that much, but with enough force that the reinforced window mesh rattled and the hanging straps swayed like nervous pendulums. The hollow sprinted toward the bus on all fours, mouth opening wide, while the second creature forced itself halfway through the bent fence behind it. Noah did not aim to hit the first hollow head-on. Some instinct, part human and part bus, told him the impact would damage more than he wanted, and although the system suppressed mechanical failure, it had already warned him that structural protection remained low. Instead, he turned sharply near the pickup truck, using the bus's broad side to herd the creature away from the door. The hollow leaped. Its claws struck the newly installed mesh over the side window. The panel bent inward but held. Sam made a sound halfway between triumph and terror. It worked. The hollow shrieked into the metal mesh. Noah braked, then reversed hard. Old Mule rolled backward across the wet concrete, and the hollow lost its grip, tumbling beneath the side window before scrambling up again. Noah swung the rear of the bus toward the metal dumpster with careful violence, trapping the creature in the narrowing space between the reinforced side panel and the heavy container. Not crushed. Then, for one breath, the hollow thrashed there, claws scraping sparks from the dumpster. Noah's stomach twisted. It had once been human. Maybe. Probably. Something about the face still suggested a life that had ended improperly. Mira's voice cut through the hesitation. Noah, the fence. The second hollow had broken through. It came low and fast across the yard. Bram stepped into the bus doorway with his pipe raised, and for once there was no opportunism in his expression, only fear wrapped around determination. If it gets in? He asked. It does not, Noah said. He felt the front door mechanism beneath his authority, the reinforced latch they had improvised, the rod Mira had wedged into place, the weak points around the frame. He could not command the whole interior perfectly, not yet, but he could feel enough. The second hollow leaped toward the front steps. The door slammed shut before it reached them. Its body hit the outside with a wet metallic crash. System text flashed. Minor internal command confirmed. Door response improved. Noah exhaled sharply. The hollow clawed at the closed door, but the added latch and Noah's authority held for 3 desperate seconds, which was all he needed. He drove forward. Old Mule shoved the creature backward across the slick concrete, not running it down, but forcing it away from the passengers and toward the open garage bay. The hollow slipped, struck the side of the disassembled sedan, and collapsed against the hydraulic lift. Sam shouted, "Noah left!" The first hollow had freed itself from beside the dumpster. It launched toward the cracked windshield. Noah turned the wheel and hit the brakes. The bus pivoted with impossible precision, its front corner clipping a stack of tires which toppled directly into the hollow's path. The creature tangled in them, snarling and thrashing as rubber rings rolled everywhere across the yard. Bram stared from the front steps. "Did you just weaponize tires?" Noah kept his hands locked on the wheel. "I come from a technical university. We use what we have." Mira leaned toward the windshield, eyes sharp. "They are getting back up." "No, aside too." Both hollows were wounded, disoriented, and enraged, but not dead. The gate stood open behind the bus. The street beyond was dark. Staying here would mean more noise, more creatures, and eventually a fight they could not turn into a driving lesson. Noah made the decision. "We are leaving." The retreat from the yard was not elegant. Old Mule reversed through the open gate while Noah tried to avoid the fence post, the pickup truck, the fleeing tire stack, and the horrifying possibility of running over someone's foot in a heroic but embarrassing disaster. The bus's reinforced windows rattled as one hollow threw itself against the side again, but the mesh held. Bram jabbed through a narrow opening with his pipe, not enough to kill the creature but enough to make it lose its grip. Sam shouted directions he did not need but appreciated anyway. Mira kept Ellie low between the seats while Mrs. Calder whispered reassurances that sounded more like prayers with grammar. The physical world blurred into wet metal, dark concrete, open gate, and headlights cutting through rain. The atmosphere inside Old Mule became a strange mixture of terror and momentum, because everyone knew they were still in danger, yet this time they were not helpless passengers in a dead city. They had prepared. The mesh had held. The door had held. Noah had used the bus not only to flee, but to protect, push, block, and decide the shape of the fight. The bus cleared the gate. Noah swung it onto the narrow street. Behind them, the two hollows stumbled after the departing vehicle, but the rain and darkness swallowed them quickly as Old Mule gained speed. System text appeared again, steadier than before. Vehicle authority growth, 4%. Minor external maneuver precision improved. Passenger preservation objective maintained. Noah stared at the road ahead while the message faded. His hand shook slightly on the wheel. He hoped nobody noticed. Mira noticed. Of course she did. She stepped near the driver's partition and held on to the rail. "You did not kill them," she said quietly. Noah kept his eyes forward. "I know. Was that on purpose?" "I do not know." It was the most honest answer he had. Mira said nothing for a moment while the bus rolled through the rain-slick side street, leaving the service yard in its brief illusion of safety behind them. Then she said, "You kept us alive." Noah swallowed. That part was on purpose. They did not stop again until the service yard had disappeared several streets behind them. Old Mule moved through the broken district with its engine steady and its new metal mesh rattling softly over the windows, while the city ahead unfolded in layers of darkness, abandoned storefronts, dead intersections, and distant fires reflecting orange against the low clouds. Every scene beyond the windshield looked like a warning, yet the bus carried a different atmosphere now, not calm, not safe, but organized around a fragile purpose that had not existed that morning. Inside, Ellie had fallen asleep at last against her mother's side. Harold breathed more easily under Mira's watch. Sam sat near the front with a flashlight in his lap and the expression of someone who had just joined the strangest field trip ever offered. Bram remained quiet, staring down at his pipe as though reconsidering several recent life choices. Noah drove with the wheel warm beneath his hands and Old Mule humming around him. He still did not know where he was leading them. The stadium evacuation point might be a lie, a trap, a ruin, or already gone. The marked routes belonged to people who treated roads like property. The hollows hunted in shadows. Somewhere behind them, a man named by no one yet had absorbed a monster and begun turning into something that had remembered Noah's name. Mira stood beside him again after checking on the others. "Do you feel better now that your impossible boss has a name?" she asked. "No, liar. Fine. Slightly. But try not to get emotionally attached to it." Noah glanced at the dashboard, where the fuel gauge remained full and the engine temperature sat perfectly stable despite everything the old machine had endured. "Too late," he said. "It has better manners than most people." Mire smiled toward the dark road. "Old mule it is, then." Noah let out his slow breath and guided the bus around a fallen traffic light. By the time Old Mule rolled away from the service district, the city ahead was still dead, the roads were still broken, and Mercer still had no idea how to become the kind of person frightened people could safely follow. But for the first time since the silence, they were not simply running. They were moving with purpose. Chapter 5: The Bridge Tax. Old Mule rolled out of the service yard with sheet metal rattling against its flanks, rainwater sliding down its cracked windshield, and 8 exhausted people inside who had somehow begun to act as if the old bus had always been part of their lives. The city beyond the garage waited beneath a ceiling of low clouds, gray and heavy enough to make the afternoon feel older than it was, while the streets stretched ahead in long broken lines of dead vehicles, dark shopfronts, fallen cables, and puddles that reflected the ruins in warped silver pieces. The rain had weakened into a mist that clung to everything, softening the edges of shattered glass and burned-out cars, but it could not soften the smell of smoke drifting between buildings or the sharp chemical stink of fuel that had leaked from abandoned tanks and spread through the gutters. Noah Mercer kept both hands on the wheel and tried to pretend that the steering column was not humming faintly beneath his palms like a patient animal waiting for instructions. The bus was different now. Not mechanically, because mechanically Old Mule was still an insult to responsible maintenance, but physically and emotionally it had changed. Metal mesh covered several of the lower windows. Strips of scavenged cheat steel had been bolted and wired over the worst cracks. Seats had been removed near the middle to make space for Harold Pike to lie down, and every box of supplies they had managed to gather from the garage had been tied down with cord, belts, and one length of bright orange toe strap that Sam had called heroic and Noah had called structurally questionable. A blue tarp hung across the rear section to give Mrs. Calder and Ellie a little privacy if privacy could be said to exist inside a public bus full of blood, rain, fear, and one man with a pipe who had been demoted from threat to suspicious passenger. The atmosphere inside was not peaceful, but it was no longer pure panic either. That change worried Noah more than panic had, because panic could be explained by monsters and collapsing civilization, while fragile hope had a way of becoming someone else's responsibility. Sam Reed leaned forward from the seat behind the driver and inspected the patched windshield as if he expected Old Mule to receive a grade. "So," Sam said, "is Old Mule officially part of the group now?" Noah kept his eyes on the road, where a delivery van lay overturned across the left lane and a family sedan had somehow ended up with its front wheels on top of a bus stop bench. "Old Mule is currently the only member of the group who does not argue with me." Mira, sitting sideways in the first passenger seat with one hand wrapped around the rail, raised an eyebrow. "It flickers lights at you. That is constructive feedback." The interior lights flickered once. Sam pointed upward immediately. "Though it agrees." "Old Mule does not get a vote," Noah said. The lights flickered twice. From the rear, Ellie Calder's small voice floated through the bus. "Bus King, I think it wants a vote." Noah closed his eyes for half a second, which was about as long as he dared while driving through the corpse of a city. "No one is calling me that in official documents." Mira folded her arms. "What official documents?" "I am leaving room for civilization to apologize and return with paperwork." That earned a few tired laughs from the passengers, soft enough to vanish beneath the rumble of the engine, but real enough that the bus seemed warmer afterward. Their destination, at least in theory, was a small neighborhood clinic 2 districts east of the service yard, where Mira believed they might find bandages, antiseptic, antibiotics, or at minimum enough medical supplies to keep Harold from turning a bad wound into a fatal one. The clinic sat near a cluster of apartment blocks in a public school, which meant it might already have been looted, occupied, burned, barricaded, or adopted by something with too many teeth, but it was still the best plan they had. The direct road toward it, however, had become an unmoving river of cars crushed against one another after the silence, so Noah had been forced onto side streets that curved through a commercial district full of shuttered stores and abandoned restaurants. Every scene outside the windshield demanded attention. A pharmacy had been stripped so violently that shelves lay scattered across the sidewalk like bones pulled from a carcass. A bank entrance had been smashed open, though the money spilling from a broken cash machine had been left to soak in the gutter because paper wealth had become one more useless material. As an intersection, several people had painted arrows onto the road in white paint, some pointing toward the stadium, some crossed out with red marks, and one simply reading "Don't go north" in letters large enough to suggest someone had learned that advice at Kos. Noah noticed all of it while also noticing the bus. Old Mule was not silent inside his awareness anymore. It did not speak, not exactly, but it gave him impressions through the bond that the system called vehicle authority. He felt the improvised metal mesh vibrate over the windows. He felt the weight of supplies tied to the floor. He felt the old brake system, not repaired but suppressed into function by his power, responding with the disciplined patience of a machine pretending to be younger than it was. He also felt the weak points. The patched windows were still vulnerable. The rear door could be forced if enough pressure hit it. The roof had 2 leaks that were already dripping into a bucket Sam had placed with theatrical seriousness. The system displayed a quiet line at the edge of his vision. Vehicle authority stable. Passenger count, 8. Current vehicle integrity, functionally suppressed. Structural protection, low. Noah grimaced. That is rude but accurate. Mira looked over. It just told me the bus is basically held together by my weird power and optimism. Then we are all doomed, because you do not radiate optimism. I radiate cautious engineering concern. It is a higher form of optimism. Bram, sitting 2 rows behind Mira with his metal pipe across his knees, gave a humorless snort. Concern won't stop people if they decide to take this thing. The bus grew quieter. Noah saw Mira glance toward Bram, and he saw Sam shift uncomfortably behind him. Mezes! Calder held Ellie a little closer. Harold, pale and sweating beneath the tarp blanket, breathed shallowly and did not open his eyes. Noah kept the bus moving. Do you know something useful? He asked, or are you just practicing being unpleasant? Bram's jaw tightened. The bridge ahead. If you're going east, you need it unless you want to drive straight through the lower market district, and nobody with sense goes there after dark. Define nobody with sense. People who are still breathing. Mira leaned forward. What is at the bridge? Bram looked through the windshield at the gray road ahead. Derek. Sam made a face. Is that a person or a disease? Both, depending who you ask, Bram said. People call him the tollmaster now. He and his lot took the railway bridge after the silence. If you want to cross, you pay. Food, water, medicine, batteries, weapons, labor, whatever they decide you can afford to lose. Noah slowed the bus as they approached an intersection blocked by 2 dead taxis. Old Mule slipped between them with inches to spare. And if we do not pay? Bram looked at him as if the question itself was childish. Then you do not cross? Or you cross in pieces. The bridge appeared 20 minutes later like a scar drawn across the city. It rose over a sunken railway corridor where several tracks ran between concrete walls covered in graffiti, rain stains, and old ivy that had crept down from the edges. Below, a commuter train sat motionless on the rails with every door open, its windows dark, its roof streaked with ash from a fire that had burned somewhere nearby and then died from lack of attention. The road bridge above it had once been a simple connector between districts, useful and forgettable, with metal railings, cracked sidewalks, and a pair of traffic lights at each end. Now it was a border. Cars had been dragged across both approaches to form layered barricades. Delivery vans, construction barriers, street signs, shopping carts, and sections of chain-link fence had been arranged with enough discipline to prove that someone had thought carefully about how to slow vehicles without blocking their own movements. On the near side of the bridge, a portable security booth had been pushed beside the road and reinforced with metal sheets. A folding table stood under a torn awning, and behind it hung a cardboard sign painted with black letters. Safe passage requires fair contribution. Beneath it, in red marker, someone had added, "No exceptions." People waited near the barricade in small anxious groups. Some carried bags. Some pushed carts. Two men in dirty office clothes stood beside a wheelbarrow full of bottled water while a woman with a bandaged arm argued with a guard wearing an orange traffic vest over a leather jacket. Farther back, three exhausted figures were moving debris under supervision, their wrists marked with strips of white cloth. The physical arrangement was crude, but the atmosphere was not chaotic. That was what made it dangerous. Noah had seen fear, looting, panic, and hunger during the last 2 days, but the bridge carried a different feeling, something colder and more organized. It had rules. It had signs. It had people enforcing lines while pretending the lines made the world safer. It was not a mob anymore. It was the first ugly draft of government. Mira stared through the windshield. "This is organized." "That is what worries me," Noah said. Sam swallowed. "Do we turn around?" Ram shook his head. "If they saw the bus move, turning around just tells them you have something worth chasing." The guards at the barricade had definitely seen them. Several people froze when Old Mule rolled toward the bridge with its engine running. Conversations died. A man dropped a plastic crate. One of the guards raised a crossbow made from scavenged parts and pointed it toward the windshield with the uncertain confidence of someone who had not expected his day to include a working bus. Noah stopped 20 meters from the barricade. The engine idled smoothly. Every eye on the bridge turned toward them. Inside the bus, nobody spoke. Then Ellie whispered, "Old Mule is too loud." Noah nodded slowly. "For once, yes." The first guard approached with two others behind him. He was broad, bearded, and wet from the misting rain, with a reflective vest pulled over a padded jacket and a short-handled axe hanging from his belt. A strip of white cloth had been tied around his left arm, marked with a black symbol that looked like a vertical line crossed by two smaller bars. His eyes moved over the bus, the patched windows, the reinforced door, and finally settled on Noah. "Engine off," the guard ordered. Noah looked at the dashboard. The bus seemed to wait with him. "That might be complicated." The guard's eyes narrowed. "I said engine off." Mira leaned closer and spoke softly. "Can you turn it off?" "Probably." "Probably? I have had this power for less than a day, and the manual is being aggressively unhelpful." The guard banged one hand against the door. "Open up." Noah touched the door control without taking his other hand from the wheel. The folding door hissed open halfway and stopped, not because it was jammed, but because Noah wanted it to stop there. He felt the mechanism hold like a clenched fist. The guard noticed. His gaze sharpened. "How much fuel does it have?" Noah glanced at the impossible gauge, still full. "Emotionally or mechanically?" The guard did not smile. "Mechanically." Enough to make this conversation awkward. Mira's boot pressed down very precisely on Noah's foot. Noah inhaled through his teeth. "By which I mean," he added, "we are trying to reach the clinic on Mercer Street. We have wounded. We can trade a small amount of supplies for passage." The guard looked past him into the bus. "Everyone says they have wounded." Mira stood, and the steadiness in her posture did more than anger would have. "Then everyone is probably correct. Look around." The guard hesitated, then gestured toward the bridge. "What?" Garrick will want to see this. No, muttered, of course he will. Sam whispered from behind him, who is Garrick? Bram answered under his breath. The man who discovered that the end of the world still needed accountants. Garrick arrived beneath the bridge sign without hurry. That, more than anything, told Noah that the man was dangerous. In a world where nearly everyone moved too quickly or too carefully, Garrick walked as if the ground had already agreed not to betray him. He was tall but not huge, perhaps in his late 30s, with close-cropped black hair, a trimmed beard, and a long dark coat worn over practical work clothes. His boots were clean enough to stand out. His gloves were leather. A metal cane rested in his right hand, though he did not seem to need it for walking. He looked less like a raider than a manager who had adapted disturbingly well to the absence of human resources departments. The guards made space for him. The waiting people went quiet. Garrick stopped near the half-open bus door and studied Noah through the gap. A moving bus, he said, almost gently. That is new. Noah forced himself to keep his voice level. A bridge with a tax office is also a bold development. One of the guards scowled, but Garrick smiled. We maintain the crossing. We keep the lower things from climbing up during the night. We clear wreckage. We settle disputes. We return stolen goods when returning them is practical. For that, we require contribution. Contribution is a friendly word. Friendlier than extortion. Less naive than charity. Mira stepped into view beside Noah. We have an injured man who needs medical supplies. We can offer some food, but not much. Garrick looked at her, then at the interior of the bus behind her, and Noah saw the moment he counted them. 8 people. 1 wounded. A child. 1 former guard from the terminal looking very uncomfortable. Reinforced windows. Supplies tied to the floor. Noah at the wheel. Garrick's eyes returned to Noah. You are the driver. That was the seating arrangement when everyone started screaming. The bus responds to you. Noah did not answer quickly enough. Garrick's smile deepened. Interesting. The system text that appeared next was not Noah's. It shimmered above Garrick's gloved hand in pale gold letters, visible to everyone close enough to see. Ability activated, toll mark. Claim type, passage. Transit debt registered. Passage claim established. A thin symbol burned briefly into the air before settling onto Old Mule's front panel like an invisible brand that Noah felt more than saw. He flinched. The sensation was disgusting. Not painful, exactly, but intrusive, like someone had leaned over his shoulder and written their name on his notebook without asking. The mark pressed against his awareness of Old Mule, small and cold, clinging to the outer edge of the bus's authority field. Noah's own system responded immediately. Foreign authority detected. Vehicle claim conflict, minor. Toll mark active. Noah's hands tightened on the wheel. Take that off. Garrick's eyebrows rose. You can feel it. I said take it off. The guards shifted. Mira placed one hand lightly on the back of Noah's seat, a warning not to turn irritation into disaster. Garrick tapped his cane once against wet pavement. Nobody crosses without a mark. It is how debts remain honest. Roads do not need debt. Roads need maintenance. Maintenance needs labor. Labor needs order. Order needs consequence. Noah stared at him. That sounded rehearsed. Good ideas survive rehearsal. So do bad ones when spoken confidently enough. For a moment, the bridge seemed to hold its breath. Then Garrick laughed softly. I like you, he said. That will make this easier or harder, depending on how wise you are. The negotiation took place with Old Mule's door still half open and Noah still holding the wheel, because he had discovered that letting go felt wrong while Garrick's mark clung to the bus. The physical space around them seemed to shrink. Rain tapped against the awning above the toll table. The people waiting nearby pretended not to listen while listening with everything they had. The guards stood in a loose half circle, weapons visible but not raised. Beyond the far end of the bridge, a pair of watchers stood on the roof of a van, looking down the east road for threats. Garrick wanted supplies. That was expected. Then he wanted to inspect the bus. That was less acceptable. Then he suggested, in the same polite tone someone might use to request directions, that Noah could earn free passage for his people by driving one of Garrick's recovery teams through a blocked district later that evening. That made the inside of the bus go dangerously still. Mira answered before Noah could. No. Garrick looked at her. I did not ask you. You asked the group. I am part of the group. No. Noah decided he liked Mira's approach to democracy. Garrick's eyes returned to him. A driver who can keep a dead machine moving is not merely useful. He is infrastructure. In times like these, infrastructure cannot be allowed to wander without purpose. Noah felt the words sink into the bus like cold rain. Infrastructure. Not person. Not survivor. Infrastructure. Bram shifted in his seat, and Noah saw the uneasy calculation on his face. Bram understood this kind of logic too well. Maybe he even agreed with parts of it. Sam leaned toward the windshield and whispered, I hate him. He sounds like a clipboard became evil. Noah kept his expression neutral with effort. We are not available for scheduled service. Everyone becomes available eventually. That is also not as comforting as you think. Garrick gestured toward the bridge behind him. Then pay. 6 cans of food, 2 water bottles, any medical supplies, and 1 person to assist with clearing debris for 3 hours. Mezes. Calder made a small sound from the back. Mira's jaw tightened. That is too much. It is generous considering the value of your vehicle. Noah glanced at the barricade, then at the guards, then at the narrow gap through which Old Mule would have to pass. He felt the door mechanism under his control. He felt the throttle. He felt the bus's reinforced front panels and knew they could push through one line of obstacles, but not all of them. He felt the passengers behind him, and that weight mattered more than the engine. He could try to force the crossing. People would die. Probably theirs first. Ellie spoke from the rear before anyone else could answer. Old Mule doesn't like him. Every adult in the bus froze. Noah closed his eyes. Garrick's gaze moved toward the child, then back to the dashboard where one of the interior lights flickered once in what Noah desperately hoped was not agreement. Old Mule, Garrick repeated. You named it. Children are difficult to negotiate with, Noah said. So are machines, apparently. Not if you listen. Garrick smiled again, but now there was hunger under it, not the monstrous kind Noah had seen in the transformed man, but a human hunger for leverage. Open the door fully. I want one of my men to step aboard. No, I am not asking to take it. And I am not opening it. See how efficient this is. The guard with the axe stepped closer. Noah felt Old Mule tense through the steering wheel, which made no sense and yet felt true. System text appeared. Internal command available, door lock. Warning, passenger panic risk. Foreign authority interference, minimal. Noah looked at Garrick. Your man can stand where he is. Garrick's voice cooled. You are at my bridge. The half-open door snapped shut. Not slammed. Not violently. Simply closed with perfect finality, leaving the guard outside staring at his own reflection in the reinforced glass. The bridge went silent. Inside the bus, Sam whispered, that was either very impressive or the start of our murder. Noah did not look away from Garrick. We can trade 3 cans, 1 bottle of water, and information. No people. No inspection. No ride later. Garrick stared at him for a long moment. Information about what? A transformed man near the terminal. Ability called assimilation. He absorbed one of the things from the underground parking level and began mutating. The system called him an aberrant. If he is moving through your district, your bridge has bigger problems than our bus. That landed. The bards exchanged looks. Garrick's expression did not change much, but his cane stopped tapping. Describe him. Noah did. Mira added details about the system warnings, the altered arm, the black veins, the way the creatures hesitated near him. Bram confirmed the terminal location with visible reluctance. By the time they finished, the people closest to the barricade looked less interested in the bus and more interested in the dark gap beneath the railway corridor. Garrick considered the offer. Then he nodded. 3 cans. 1 bottle. The information buys back the labor demand. The mark remains until your debt is considered settled by distance, service, or future contribution. No, Noah said. The mark comes off. No, Garrick replied calmly. It does not. For a few seconds, Noah hated him with surprising efficiency. Mira spoke quietly beside him. Noah, Harold needs the clinic. The old man coughed from the middle of the bus as if the universe had decided to underline her point. Noah felt the mark clinging to Old Mule. He also felt the wounded man behind him, the child, Mira's steady hand on the seat, Sam's nervous breathing, and the fact that courage was not the same thing as winning a fight at the worst possible time. Fine, he said. 3 cans. 1 bottle. We cross now. Garrick inclined his head. A pleasure doing business. I assure you it was not. The exchange was performed with insulting formality. One of Garrick's guards approached with a plastic crate while Mira selected 3 cans from their limited supplies with the expression of someone removing organs. Mezes. Calder surrendered 1 bottle of water after Noah promised they would find more, though the promise tasted irresponsible the moment he made it. Sam watched the bridge men closely and whispered that the barricade hinges on the left looked poorly supported, which Noah filed away for later because apparently everyone in his bus had begun collecting reasons to return angrily. Garrick stood near the toll table while the payment was counted. You should consider my offer, he told Noah through the closed door. A man with your ability could do more than shepherd frightened strangers through alleys. Noah glanced at the passengers reflected in the mirror. They are not strangers anymore. That happened quickly. So did the apocalypse. We are all adapting. Garrick studied him. Attachment makes people predictable. So does power. And what do you think power makes me? Noah looked at the bridge, the marked guards, the white cloth debt workers, the sign about fair contribution, and the people waiting under rain because one man had decided that passage required permission. Early, he said. Garrick's smile faded slightly. Early, you are not the worst thing this city will produce. You are just early. For the first time, Garrick did not answer immediately. The guard at the barricade pulled a section of fencing aside. The path opened. Noah eased Old Mule forward. As the bus rolled past Garrick, the tollmaster lifted one gloved hand and rested it lightly against the side panel for less than a second. The mark pulsed. Foreign authority reinforced. Toll mark active. Tracking risk moderate. Noah nearly stopped the bus out of pure irritation. Mira noticed. Keep going. He touched Old Mule. Yes? Without consent. Noah, I am allowed to be offended on behalf of the vehicle. You are allowed to be offended after the bridge. Old Mule climbed onto the span. Crossing the bridge felt longer than it should have. The roadway was only a few hundred meters, but every meter carried them through the center of someone else's control. Guards watched from both sides. People waiting to cross stared at the moving bus with expressions that ranged from hope to resentment to naked calculation. Below, the dead train sat in the sunken corridor with its open doors yawning like black mouths, and something moved briefly between 2 of the carriages before disappearing into shadow. Wind pushed rain mist across the bridge, making the reinforced mesh over the windows hum softly. Noah drove slowly because the barricades forced him to, but also because the mark on Old Mule made every instinct in him want to check each movement twice. It felt like grit under a bearing surface, a tiny wrongness grinding at the edge of an otherwise smooth system. Mira stood beside him, one hand braced against the rail. How bad is it? The mark. Ness? like someone stuck a dirty sticker on the sole of the bus. She stared at him. That may be the strangest coherent sentence I have heard since the silence. What? I am expanding everyone's vocabulary. Sam leaned between the seats. Can you remove it? Not yet. But maybe later. Noah looked at the system line still hovering faintly at the edge of his vision. Foreign authority remains. Recommended action, remove claim or exit marked territory. Maybe. The system says remove claim or exit marked territory. Bram gave a low laugh. You do not remove Garrick's claims. Noah glanced at him in the mirror. That sounded like a man begging to be proven wrong. That sounded like a man who has seen what happens to people who try. The bus passed the midpoint of the bridge. On the far side, 2 guards opened another section of barricade. Beyond them lay the Eastern District, its streets narrower, older, and darker beneath the packed gray sky. The clinic waited somewhere inside that maze, along with whatever had survived the last 2 days and whatever had learned to hunt there. Noah rolled through the final barrier. The moment Old Mule left the bridge, the pressure in his chest eased a little, but the mark remained, cold and unwanted against the bus's outer awareness. Quest updated. Keep the engine running. Objective 1. Secure medical supplies. Objective 2. Secure clean water. Objective 3. Reach shelter before nightfall. Complication added. Toll mark active. Optional objective. Remove foreign claim. Reward. Authority growth. Noah let out a slow breath. The system just added a complication. Mira's mouth twitched. Only one? It was probably trying to be polite. Behind them, the bridge gate closed with a metallic scrape. The sound followed them down the road like a lock turning. They drove east through streets that seemed quieter than the ones behind them, though not safer. The buildings were older here, built of brick and concrete, their ground floors filled with small shops, clinics, bakeries, repair counters, pawn shops, and family restaurants whose signs still hung above shattered windows. Several doors had been barricaded from inside with furniture. A few alleys were blocked by overturned dumpsters. Rainwater ran along the gutters, carrying ash, leaves, and the occasional bright wrapper from a world that had ended with snacks still on shelves. Inside Old Mule, everyone remained subdued after the bridge. The tax had cost them little compared to what Garrick had wanted, but the mark had changed the mood. A working bus had been miraculous when it first moved. Now it was visible, valuable, trackable. Something that could be claimed by strangers with enough power and organization. Noah felt that realization settle over the passengers. He also felt it settle over himself. He will come after us, Bram said eventually. Noah turned the bus around a stalled ambulance. Probably. You say that like it is weather. Weather cannot be negotiated with either. Mira looked toward Bram. What does Garrick usually do when someone crosses him? Bram rubbed one hand over his face. Depends on how useful they are. Useless people get hurt. Useful people get offered deals until the deals become cages. Sam stared at the back of Bram's head. Were you one of his people? Bram did not answer. That was answer enough. Noah decided not to push, not because he trusted Bram, but because the road ahead narrowed between 2 rows of parked cars, and the clinic district was close enough that the air itself seemed to hold its breath. Mira pointed through the windshield. The clinic should be 3 blocks ahead, left side, green sign if it is still there. Noah nodded. Everyone stay low when we stop. Nobody gets out until Mira and I say so. Sam, watch the rear. Nedzes. Calder, keep Ellie behind the tar. Bram looked up. What? Do not make me regret opening the door for you. Bram gave a tired, bitter smile. You already regret it. Yes, but I am trying to be emotionally generous. The bus lights flickered once. Mira smiled faintly. Old Mule approves. Old Mule has questionable judgment. The street ahead curved left. For one brief second, Noah could see the faded green cross sign of the clinic through the rain, hanging crooked above a narrow entrance between a pharmacy and a closed bakery. Then movement shifted on the roof of a car beside the clinic. A pale shape unfolded from behind a broken chimney stack. Another crawled from the alley. And somewhere behind them, far back beyond the curve of dead streets, a horn sounded from the direction of the bridge. Not a car horn. A signal. Bram went pale. They found something. Noah felt Old Mule's engine deepen beneath his hands. The city ahead had medicine, monsters, and maybe enough water to justify all the bad decisions required to get there. The city behind had Garrick's mark and men who knew a working bus had crossed their bridge. The dead city had not only monsters, blocked roads, and empty tanks. It had taxes now. Somehow, Noah found that more insulting. Chapter 6. No fuel, no cane. The mark did not hurt, which somehow made Noah Mercer hate it more. Old Mule rolled away from the bridge with its patched sides rattling softly, its reinforced windows catching the pale afternoon light, and its engine humming with the impossible steadiness of a machine that had decided normal mechanical law was only a suggestion. The city beyond Garrick's checkpoint opened into a district of narrow streets, low apartment blocks, shuttered pharmacies, and corner stores with metal grills pulled halfway down, while dead cars sat in the lanes like abandoned decisions nobody had returned to clean up. The rain had thinned into mist, leaving every surface damp and reflective. Water gathered along the cracked curbstones, carried cigarette butts and torn paper toward blocked drains, and turned the dark asphalt into a dull mirror for the gray sky above. Somewhere to the east, smoke rose behind a row of buildings, and every now and then a distant crash rolled through the city with the lazy delay of thunder that had lost interest in weather. Inside the bus, nobody celebrated crossing the bridge. Harold Pike lay across two seats near the middle, pale and sweating beneath a jacket folded into a makeshift pillow. Mezes! Polders sat with Ellie pressed close against her side, one hand resting protectively over the girl's hair. Sam Reed knelt beside a crate of supplies and kept checking the back window as if expecting Garrick's people to appear immediately, while Bram sat near the front steps with his pipe across his knees, trying very hard to look useful and not like a man replaying several recent mistakes. Mira stood behind Noah's seat, one hand gripping the metal rail above her, her eyes moving from Harold to the road and back again with the quiet intensity of someone calculating time in heartbeats rather than minutes. Noah kept both hands on the steering wheel. He could feel Old Mule around him now with more clarity than he liked admitting. The bus had weight in his awareness, not only as mass rolling over ruined streets, but as a collection of stubborn systems held together by his authority and several questionable repairs made with scavenged hardware. The engine felt smooth. The steering felt eager. The patched rear door still resented existing, though Noah suspected that was his imagination giving personalities to mechanisms because his life had become unreasonable. Then there was the mark. It sat on the bus like a smear of cold grease beneath the skin of his thoughts, not attached to a single panel, but spread thinly across the outer structure where Garrick's ability had claimed passage, debt, or whatever civilized word the man used to make extortion sound administrative. System text flickered in the corner of Noah's vision for the third time since they had left the bridge. Foreign authority remains. Toll mark active. Tracking risk moderate. Vehicle claim conflict minor. Noah exhaled through his nose. It feels like someone put a dirty sticker on the bus's soul, he said. Mira was silent for a second. That is the second worst sentence you have said today. Noah glanced at her in the mirror. What was the first? Anything involving the words Bus King. From the back, Ellie lifted her head immediately. Bus King is a good title. No, it is a dangerous infection, Noah said. If we let it spread, history will judge us. Sam gave a tired laugh, though his eyes stayed on the road behind them. I think history is currently busy bleeding in an alley. That is exactly when bad nicknames become permanent, Noah replied. The small exchange eased the air inside the bus for a few breaths, but only a few, because the silence that followed came with Harold's strained breathing and Mira's hand tightening on the rail. She leaned closer to Noah. We need the clinic. I know. No, I mean soon. Not eventually, not when the route feels safe, and not after another argument with a man who thinks road signs are legal documents. I know, he repeated, softer this time. The road ahead narrowed beneath a sagging pedestrian bridge covered in old graffiti and newer scorch marks. Noah guided Old Mule around a delivery truck whose back doors had been torn open, the contents long gone, the interior dark enough that he kept expecting something pale to unfold from the shadows. Nothing moved inside it, but the city had taught him that stillness no longer meant safety. Sam crawled forward between the seats with a folded paper map he had stolen from the clinic board back at the bridge-side shelter. It was torn at one corner and marked with several handwritten arrows in red pen. "There's a neighborhood clinic 2 blocks past the old library," Sam said, laying the map on the dashboard as if the bus were a war room and not a haunted public vehicle with emotional issues. Not a hospital. Smaller. Maybe people skipped it because it doesn't look important. Small is good, Mira said. Hospitals will be stripped or swarmed. Bram shifted on the steps. Or claimed. Nova looked at him. Bram stared through the windshield, jaw tight. You think Garrick is the only one who figured out that hurt people will pay anything? Clinics, pharmacies, bridges, water pumps, stairwells with good doors, all of it becomes territory if someone stands there with enough weapons and starts calling theft a rule. That was almost useful, Noah said. Ram frowned. Almost. I am leaving room for improvement. Mira interrupted before Bram could answer. Noah, take the left after the bakery sign, then straight until you see a green cross. Sam, stay ready with the map. Bram, if you see people, say people before you say anything dramatic. Bram opened his mouth. Mira looked at him. He closed it again. Old Mule turned left beneath a crooked sign shaped like a loaf of bread, and the district changed at once. The street became narrower, lined by 4-story apartment blocks with balconies full of rain-dark laundry and satellite dishes aimed uselessly at a sky that no longer spoke back. Small shops occupied the ground floors, their windows cracked or covered with cardboard, while posters for lost pets, missing relatives, emergency assembly points, and handwritten warnings overlapped on every available wall. The atmosphere felt inhabited but hidden, as if dozens of eyes watched from behind curtains and furniture barricades while nobody dared step outside. Noah could not blame them. A functional bus made noise. Noise attracted attention. And attention, in the new world, seemed to come in only 2 types, desperate and predatory. The clinic stood on the corner of a side street beside a closed dentist's office and a small grocery with its front window shattered inward. Its sign had once glowed blue and white, but now the plastic letters hung dark above the entrance, one corner cracked, while a faded green cross on the glass door was half covered by strips of tape. A row of overturned chairs blocked part of the waiting room visible through the window. Pamphlets lay across the floor like shed feathers. The rain had found its way through a broken pane and left a glistening puddle beneath a poster reminding patients to wash their hands regularly, which felt either cruel or very committed to professional standards. Noah parked Old Mule tight against the curb with the front angled toward the street, because he had learned from exactly one afternoon of apocalypse driving that leaving without reversing was the difference between tactical planning and embarrassing debt. The engine idled. The mark remained. A cold tug moved faintly through the bus's frame. Noah flexed his fingers around the wheel. Mira noticed immediately. Worse? Not worse, Noah said. Just present. Like a landlord who found religion and paperwork. I am going inside, she said. Harold needs antiseptic, bandages, painkillers, and if the universe feels generous, antibiotics. The universe recently gave me public transportation superpowers, Noah said. I do not trust its generosity. Then trust mine and keep the engine running. She grabbed a shoulder bag, pointed at Mrs. Calder, then at Sam. You two with me? Ellie stays on the bus. Ram watches the street from the door, not from outside unless Noah says so. Nobody opens anything without telling Noah first. Ram bristled. I am not one of your patients. No, Mira said. My patients listen better. Sam smiled too quickly and grabbed a flashlight. Mezes. Calder kissed Ellie's forehead and whispered something into her ear before following Mira to the front. Ellie looked frightened but determined not to show it, which made her look much too young and much too brave at the same time. Noah reached for the door control, then paused when he felt the mechanism in his awareness, waiting like a muscle under his skin. He opened the door gently. The hiss sounded loud in the empty street. Mira stepped down first and scanned the sidewalks before waving the others after her. Sam moved with a nervous bounce that suggested he was one bad noise away from sprinting, while Mrs. Calder carried a cloth bag and kept glancing back at her daughter until Mira took her elbow and guided her toward the clinic entrance. Bram remained near the front steps with the pipe in hand. The atmosphere inside Old Mule changed when the door closed behind him. The bus felt bigger and emptier, its rows of patched seats stretching toward the back where Ellie sat beside Harold, and its reinforced windows gave the world outside a caged look. Rain clicked softly against the metal mesh and Sam had fixed over the lower panes in the service yard. Somewhere beneath the dashboard, the old electrical system hummed with a steadiness that should not have been possible. Noah glanced at Bram. You see anything? Dead cars, wet street, stupid posters, and your glowing personality. Say people before dramatic commentary, remember? I said no people. No, you insulted me poetically. Bram's mouth twitched despite himself. For 3 minutes, nothing happened. That almost made Noah nervous enough to wish something would. Inside the clinic, the world smelled like old antiseptic, wet plaster, and medicine left too long in warm cabinets. Mira moved through the waiting room with the practiced care of someone who understood that small places could hide large disasters. The chairs had been overturned deliberately, not by panic alone, and the reception desk drawers had been pulled open and searched. A blood smear crossed the tile floor near the hallway, ending at a closed examination room door that Mira did not open immediately. The air held that peculiar medical silence created by empty rooms built for people in pain, where even the walls seemed to remember coughing, crying children, quiet diagnoses, and the scratch of pens on forms no one would ever file now. Sam swept the flashlight beam across the reception counter. Do we take everything? We take what keeps people alive and what we can carry, Mira said. That is not always the same category. Mezes. Calder found a box of gloves beneath the counter and a bottle of disinfectant tucked behind printer paper. Sam discovered several rolls of gauze in a cracked plastic drawer, then looked so proud that Mira allowed him half a second of triumph before sending him to search the cabinets marked storage. In the first examination room, they found chaos. Cabinet doors hung open. The sharps container had been knocked over. A broken blood pressure monitor lay on the floor beside a small metal tray. Someone had searched the room in haste, taking obvious supplies and leaving behind less glamorous objects that made Mira's eyes sharpen with relief. Saline, she said, pulling 2 sealed bottles from the back of a lower cabinet. Suture kit. Not ideal, but real. Painkillers, expired by 6 months, which means today they are treasures. Mezes. Calder, bag these. Sam, top drawer, look for antibiotic ointment, not just pills. Sam obeyed. Then he stopped. Mira? What? There's a map. He pulled a laminated neighborhood evacuation map from the wall, the kind normally ignored by everyone except fire inspectors and bored children. Red marker lines had been drawn across it, some routes crossed out, others circled. One note near the bottom reads service road accessible through old construction yard. Another note beside the main hospital read avoid after dark. A third, written in a hurried hand near the bridge district, said toll cruise patrol marked routes. Sam swallowed. This might matter. Mira looked at the map, then at the crossed roads. It definitely matters. A faint groan came from the closed examination room at the end of the hall. Mezes. Calder froze. Sam lifted the flashlight. Mira raised one finger to her lips. The physical clinic seemed to shrink around them, its narrow hallways suddenly too long, the white walls too stained, the ceiling light panels too dark overhead. Rain ticked against the broken window in the waiting room behind them, and somewhere outside Old Mule's engine hummed like a promise that might not last. The groan came again. Not a hollow shriek. "Human!" Mira moved to the door. Sam whispered, "Should we get Noah? We may not have time." She opened it slowly. A woman in a torn nurse's uniform lay slumped against the far wall, alive but barely conscious, one hand clamped around a metal thermos as if it were an anchor keeping her in the world. Her lips were dry, her face gray, and a deep scratch ran across her forearm, badly wrapped but not bleeding much anymore. Mira approached carefully. "Can you hear me?" The woman's eyes fluttered. "Don't go hospital," she whispered. "Basement. They come up after dark." "What comes up?" Mira asked. The woman tried to answer, but only coughed. Mira grabbed the thermos and opened it. The water inside smelled stale. She poured some into a metal kidney dish, set it on the floor, and placed both hands around it. System text glimmered faintly over her fingers. Ability activated. Boiling point. Liquid temperature increased. Sterilization possible. The water began to steam. Sam stared despite himself. "That is still very strange," he whispered. Mira did not look up. "So is the boy who treats a haunted bus like a friend." "Focus." Mezes. Calder handed her a cloth. Mira cooled the sterilized water enough for the nurse to drink and began checking the wound with efficient tenderness, though her eyes flicked toward the map again and again. The clinic had given them supplies. It had also given them warning. Noah felt the mark pull before he saw anyone. It was faint at first, a thread of pressure across Old Mule's patch side panels, like someone tugging at a hook buried in metal. The sensation did not come from the street ahead or from the engine, but from the foreign authority itself, which seemed to wake as something connected to it approached. His system reacted at once. Toll mark resonance detected. Linked hostiles approaching. Estimated arrival short. Noah sat straighter. Ran looked over. "What? Hill. You see them?" "No." The dirty sticker sees them. Ram stared at him. Noah sighed. "Derek's mark. I think his people are close." That got Bram moving. He shifted to the door, peered through the reinforced glass, and swore under his breath. "Collectors." From the far end of the street, 5 people appeared between the rows of dead vehicles. They did not run. They walked with the confident pace of people who had used fear often enough to trust it. 2 carried crossbows made from scavenged parts. One had a pistol held low at his side. Another wore a mechanic's apron reinforced with strips of plastic and metal. The man in front was broad-shouldered, bald, and calm, with a short black beard and a bright orange road worker jacket worn over body armor that did not fit him properly. He lifted one hand in greeting. The gesture looked almost friendly. The atmosphere outside did not. Noah hit the horn once, a sharp short blast that echoed between buildings. Inside the clinic, Mira would hear it. The collectors spread out around the bus without getting too close. They were careful. That made Noah like them even less. Ram swallowed. "The bald one is Rusk." "Should I know that name?" "Only if you enjoy not sleeping." Rusk stopped several steps from the front door and smiled up at Noah through the cracked windshield. "You underpaid," he called. Noah opened the driver's side window only a few centimeters, because being polite did not require becoming easier to shoot. "We paid what Garrick accepted." The tollmaster reviewed the accounts. "That was fast. Does he have an office or just a dramatic chair?" Rusk's smile widened by exactly no warmth. "He decided you failed to declare a strategic asset." Noah looked around with deliberate confusion. "If you mean Bram, we can discuss a refund." Bram snapped, "Excuse me?" Rusk ignored him. "The was." The bus is not available for taxation, inspection, repossession, emotional bonding, or whatever category you people invented in the last hour. Everything that crosses marked road belongs to the road until the debt is settled. Noah leaned back in the seat. Roads used to be public infrastructure. I miss when they were boring. Rusk lifted the pistol slightly, not aiming yet, only reminding everyone that politeness had a floor under it and a grave beneath the floor. Step down from the bus. No? Then we test it without you. Bram turned sharply toward Noah. Maybe let them look. Just look. If they think you're refusing, They will what? Noah asked, not taking his eyes off Rusk. Become reasonable. Bram's face flushed. You don't know these people. I know they want the bus. They want you, Bram hissed. They just might not know it yet. The words hit harder than Noah expected, because they were too close to the thought he had been trying not to finish since the bridge. Outside, Rusk gestured to the man in the mechanic's apron. Door. Noah felt the front door mechanism respond to his tension before he touched anything. Internal command available, door lock. Warning, escalation risk. Warning, passenger panic risk. The mechanic stepped closer with a pry bar. Noah locked the door. The mechanism slammed into place with a heavy pneumatic clack that made even Rusk pause. The bus lights flickered once. Ellie, from the middle seat, whispered, Old Mule is angry. Noah kept his voice low. Old Mule is having a boundary moment. Rusk studied the door, then the windshield, then Noah. You are not just driving it. No, Noah said. Apparently, I am also disappointing toll collectors. Rusk raised the pistol fully this time. Noah? Mira shouted from the clinic doorway. The situation broke open. Mira emerged from the clinic carrying a medical bag in one hand and the laminated map tucked under her arm, while Sam followed with another bag and Mrs. Calder supported the half-conscious nurse between herself and the doorframe. Rain mist clung to all of them. Their faces changed the instant they saw the collectors surrounding Old Mule. Rusk turned his pistol toward Mira. Noah's awareness of the bus sharpened into a blade. Do not, he said. Rusk did not lower the weapon. I need the driver off the bus. Mira's eyes flicked once to Noah, once to the collectors, and once to the clinic behind her. She was counting distances. Noah realized, just as he was counting angles, doors, mirrors, and the fraction of a second between a threat and a disaster. Sam looked terrified but did not drop the medical bag. Mezes. Calder held the nurse upright with white-knuckled determination. Bram whispered, Noah, please do not make this worse. Noah almost laughed at that, because he had spent his entire life not wanting to make things worse, and the universe had rewarded him with an ability that made every bad situation louder. He lifted both hands from the wheel slowly. Old Mule's engine faltered. The sudden roughness ran through the entire bus like a cough. Rusk noticed. So did everyone else. Noah placed one foot on the floor, then stood, keeping one hand near the wheel without touching it. Vehicle authority weakening. Fuel suspension unstable. Mechanical failure resuming. The dashboard lights dimmed. The fuel gauge trembled. Rusk's expression changed from suspicion to understanding. Interesting, he said. The mechanic forced the door open just enough to climb onto the first step, because Noah had loosened the command to keep Rusk from shooting. The man shoved Bram aside and pushed toward the driver's seat. Noah, let him. Every instinct screamed against it. The mechanic dropped behind the wheel, grabbed the keys, and twisted. The engine died. Not gradually. Not reluctantly. It stopped as if the bus had remembered it was dead. The lights went black. The fuel gauge fell below empty. The interior became a cold metal shell full of frightened breathing. Vehicle authority disengaged. Fuel suspension lost. Mechanical failure resuming. Operational status failed. The mechanic twisted the key again. Not there. A dry click. Silence. Sam, still outside beside Mira, whispered, "Well, that was educational." Rusk's smile faded. He looked at Noah. There it was. The exact realization Noah had feared. The bus could not be stolen. Noah could. Rusk stepped forward. Take him. Noah moved first. He slammed his hand back onto the steering wheel. The world returned. Authority re-established. Fuel consumption suspended. Mechanical failure suppressed. Foreign claim resistance increased. Ignition forced. Old Mule roared awake beneath Noah's hand. The sound was not clean this time. It was violent, furious, and deep enough to shake rainwater from the cracked windshield. The mechanic in the driver's seat jerked backward, startled, and Noah grabbed his collar with one hand while the front door snapped fully open on command. Exit, Noah said. The bus lurched forward half a meter and braked hard. The mechanic stumbled down the steps and crashed onto the wet asphalt outside. Rusk shouted. The collectors raised their weapons. Noah hit the headlights. Old Mule's front lamps blasted to life with an intensity the old bulbs had no right to possess, throwing harsh white light into the faces of the two crossbowmen nearest the street. Both flinched. One fired high, the bolt striking a balcony railing above the bus with a metallic ping. Mira moved immediately. She dragged Mrs. Calder and the nurse behind a parked car while Sam sprinted toward the bus door with the medical bags bouncing against his legs. Noah pulsed the horn. The blast slammed through the narrow street like an angry ship horn trapped in a tunnel. A collector dropped his crossbow and clapped both hands over his ears. Ellie screamed, but Mrs. Calder shouted her name from outside, and the girl stayed low between the seats. Brian grabbed the pole near the front and swung his pipe into the mechanic's hand as the man tried to climb back up. That, Bram shouted, is for making me look reasonable by comparison. Noah had no time to understand the sentence. Rusk fired. The bullet struck the reinforced metal mesh Noah and Sam had bolted over the lower windshield corner. The impact rang through the bus with a terrifying sharp note, but the mesh held just enough, bending inward without letting the round pass cleanly into the cabin. Structural protection, low. Recommended action, evade. Noah agreed wholeheartedly. Mira, now! He shouted. Mira pushed Sam toward the door, shoved the medical bag up after him, then helped Mrs. Calder bring the injured nurse aboard. Russ turned the pistol toward them again. Noah threw Old Mule into motion. The bus surged forward, not to flee, but to place its bulk between Rusk and the open door. Its side panels scraped along a dead, compact car, sparks snapping beneath the patched metal. The maneuver should have been ugly and slow, but Noah felt the exact curve of the bus's movement through his hands and made it a shield with wheels. Mira climbed aboard last. The door snapped closed behind her. Rusk slammed his fist against the side panel as Old Mule rolled past. His face remained calm. That worried Noah more than rage would have. This is not over, Rusk shouted. Noah looked at him through the side mirror. Great, he muttered. Recurring billing. Sam collapsed into the front seat, gasping. Did we get the medicine? Mira dropped the bag onto the floor. Most of it. Did we get shot? Not successfully. Good category. Bram slumped against the rail, breathing hard. Noah glanced at him once. You at him? Bram swallowed. He annoyed me. Try using that power only for good. I make no promises. The bus accelerated down the street, leaving Rusk and the collectors behind in rain, headlights, and engine noise that echoed between the buildings like a challenge thrown at every dead machine in the city. They did not stop for several blocks. Noah guided Old Mule through a maze of back streets marked on Sam's salvaged clinic map, avoiding larger intersections and any road that felt too open. The district slid past in wet fragments, a schoolyard with abandoned backpacks scattered near the gate, a laundromat whose washing machine stood dark behind shattered glass, a church courtyard full of people who watched the bus from beneath tarps without calling out, and a row of cars crushed nose to tail by a truck that had rolled downhill after dying. The physical world outside carried the exhausted colors of late afternoon, but inside the bus the atmosphere had changed again. It was no longer only fear. It was fear sharpened by knowledge. Everyone now understood the same truth. Old Mule could not be taken by force like an ordinary vehicle. Nova could. The realization sat between the seats like another passenger. Mira worked on Harold first, her movements fast but controlled as she cleaned the wound with supplies from the clinic and used boiled water from a small metal container to sterilize the tools. The rescued nurse, whose name turned out to be Irina Vale, drifted in and out of consciousness beside Missy's. Calder, but managed to confirm which medicines were safest before exhaustion pulled her under again. Harold gritted his teeth through the treatment and only cursed twice, which Mira called heroic restraint and Sam called terrifying because he had assumed old people knew better words. Noah drove and listened. Every sound inside Old Mule mattered now. The rustle of bandages, Ellie's quiet questions, Mira's instructions, Bram's uneven breathing, Sam turning the map over and over as if the paper might reveal kinder geography if threatened enough. After a while, Mira came to the front and sat on the step beside Noah's seat. "You handled that well," she said. Noah gave her a look without turning his head. "I almost handed them proof that kidnapping me is the correct strategy. You also got everyone out. Both can be true." Mira accepted that with a small nod. Rain streaked across the windshield. The wipers moved with steady patience. Noah felt the toll mark again. Weaker now. Not gone. System text appeared. Foreign authority suppressed, 18%. Toll mark active. Claim resistance developing. Tracking risk reduced. Noah let out a slow breath. "It's weaker." "The mark?" Mira asked. "Yes. I think when I forced control back, I pushed against it." "Can you remove it?" "Not yet." "That implies eventually." "It implies the system enjoys giving me responsibilities in installments." Mira leaned back against the rail. "What did you learn?" Noah watched the road ahead, where the map indicated a service route through an old construction yard several streets away. "That I am not the owner of a magic bus." Mira waited. "I am the ignition key everyone wants to steal." The words sounded worse aloud. Mira's expression tightened, but she did not deny it, which Noah appreciated and hated in equal measure. "Then we make you harder to steal," she said. Noah laughed once. "That is either tactical advice or the worst motivational poster ever printed." "It can be both." Sam leaned forward from behind them, map in hand. "I found something else." Noah glanced back. "If it is another toll bridge, I am setting the map on fire." "No." "A service road. It cuts behind the district and through an old construction yard. The clinic staff marked it as accessible. It might bypass Garrick's patrols." Bram, from the side seat, lifted his head. "Or it gets us stuck in a yard full of dead equipment and blind corners." Noah looked at the dead cars ahead, then at the marked route, then at the system text still fading from his vision. "Dead equipment," he said slowly. Mira noticed the tone. "What are you thinking?" Noah flexed his hands on the wheel and felt Old Mule answer. "I'm thinking the system called this ability Sovereign Driver, not Sovereign Bus Driver." Sam's eyes brightened. "You think it works on other machines?" "I think today has been extremely committed to proving my expectations wrong." Mira looked out through the windshield toward the darkening city. "Then we take the service road?" Noah guided Old Mule around a burned-out sedan and toward the turn marked on Sam's map. Behind them, somewhere beyond the wet streets and the bridge they had crossed, Rusk would be telling Garrick exactly what he had learned. The toll master would know that the bus mattered, but Noah mattered more. The collectors would come again. Maybe worse people would come after them too. The road ahead narrowed between two silent warehouses. The sky above them darkened. Old Mule carried them forward with medicine, a wounded nurse, a half-suppressed mark, and one new truth none of them could ignore. The bus could not be stolen. No, but could? Far behind them, Rusk stood in the rain beside the clinic and watched the impossible bus disappear between the buildings. The mechanic beside him nursed a bruised wrist. He killed the engine by standing up, the man said. I swear it! Soon as he left the seat, it died. Rusk wiped rain from his beard and looked at the faint marks still glowing on the wet pavement where Old Mule's tires had passed. No, he said. It did not die because he left the seat. The mechanic frowned. Then why? Rusk's smile returned slowly. Because the bus knows it's king. He turned toward the bridge. The tollmaster needs to hear this. Chapter 7, The Detour. Old Mule carried them away from the clinic through streets that looked as if the city had tried to hold itself together with rainwater, rust, and stubborn habit. The afternoon had deepened into a bruised gray light, the kind that made every broken window resemble a dark eye and every abandoned vehicle seem less like an object than a witness that had chosen not to speak. Apartment blocks rose on both sides of the narrow road, their balconies cluttered with forgotten laundry, cracked flower pots, and chairs that would never again host the ordinary boredom of people complaining about weather, rent, or noisy neighbors. Water dripped from gutters in uneven rhythms, falling onto dead cars, overturned scooters, and pavement layered with glass dust that glittered faintly beneath the weak sky. Inside the bus, the atmosphere remained quieter than it had any right to be. Harold Pike lay across two reinforced seats near the middle, pale but breathing more evenly after Mira had cleaned and dressed his wound with supplies taken from the clinic. Mezes! Calder sat beside her daughter Ellie, one arm around the little girl while the other held a half-empty bottle of water as if it had become more valuable than jewelry. Sam Reed crouched in the aisle with the map spread over his knees, tracing routes with a finger while trying not to look too pleased about having found something useful. Graham sat alone near the front, bruised pride wrapped around him tighter than his jacket, still avoiding Mira's eyes after nearly folding under the collectors. Fletcher. Noah kept both hands on the wheel and tried not to think about how badly he wanted everyone to stop looking at him when decisions needed to be made. The problem, of course, was that the bus disagreed with him. Old Mule hummed beneath his hands with a steady rhythm, the engine impossibly smooth, the steering light but precise, the patched metal over the windows vibrating in small patterns he could identify without turning his head. He felt the left rear panel tremble when they crossed broken asphalt. He felt the door mechanism settle after each bump. He felt the toll mark like a dirty hook lodged somewhere along the outer skin of the bus, not painful exactly, but persistent, irritating, and wrong. Foreign authority remains. Toll mark active. Tracking risk moderate. Vehicle claim conflict suppressed. Noah exhaled through his nose. Mira, who had been checking Harold's pulse, looked toward the mirror. You are thinking too loudly again. That is not a medical symptom. In your case, it might be. Noah glanced at her reflection, then back at the road ahead, where a delivery van rested diagonally across a pedestrian crossing and forced him to guide Old Mule halfway onto the sidewalk. The bus climbed the curb with a heavy groan that passed through his palms as information rather than noise. He knew exactly how much the right side tilted and how close the reinforced window mesh came to scraping a street sign. I found out something at the clinic, he said. That we are being tracked by a man who thinks roads require paperwork. No, I already knew that part was offensive. Then what? Noah guided the bus around the van and back onto the road. They do not just want Old Mule. They want me. The statement made the air near the front of the bus heavier. Graham shifted in his seat but did not speak. Mira's face, reflected in the mirror, lost a little of its dry humor. Ness? Noah had expected denial, or at least a softened version of the truth, because people often tried to wrap unpleasant realities in cloth before handing them to someone else. Mira did not. He appreciated that, even when it made him want to complain. Wonderful, he said. I always wanted to become a strategic resource before graduation. Sam looked up from the map. Technically, you became a strategic resource after the apocalypse, so your academic record may remain unaffected. Thank you, Sam. That helps nothing. You are welcome. Mira leaned one shoulder against a seat back as the bus rolled through a narrow gap between two abandoned cars. If Garrick understands that Old Mule dies without you, he will not waste time stealing the bus unless he can steal you with it. I hate how efficiently you say terrible things. That? It means you are listening. Noah's grip tightened slightly on the wheel. Beyond the windshield, the dead city bent around them in wet concrete corridors, every side street offering either a new obstruction or a new question. The evacuation signs that had once pointed toward the stadium were now useless, because the route beyond the clinic had been blocked by a collapsed pedestrian bridge and several vehicles shoved together so tightly that even Old Mule's impossible obedience could not invent clearance where matter already existed. Sam tapped the map sharply. I think we should stop trying to follow normal roads. Noah glanced at him. That sentence usually starts adventures that end with missing limbs. Maybe, but listen. Sam crawled forward and held the damp map over the fare box, smoothing it with both hands. This was behind the clinic desk. Someone marked routes during the first day, I think. Main road blocked, bridge controlled, Central District unsafe after dark, and this. He pointed to a faded industrial sector 3 blocks east of their current position. A rough line had been drawn through it in red pen. Industrial bypass possible. Construction yard. Avoid tunnels after dark. Ram finally spoke, his voice rough. That is a bad route. Noah looked at him in the mirror. You have been saying that about every route. That is because every route is bad. Statistically impressive, but not helpful. Ram leaned forward, elbows on knees. Industrial yards are full of blind corners, metal sheds, storage containers, open drains, and places where those things can hide. If Garrick's people know the district, they will also know choke points. And if they do not, then the creatures probably do. Sam frowned. The bridge is marked. The main roads are blocked. The Central District is burning. This is the only path that might get us around Tollmaster territory. Mezes! Calder looked up from Ellie. What about the tunnels? Noah stared at the notes on the map. Avoid tunnels after dark. The handwriting had pressed deep enough to scar the paper. We are avoiding the tunnels, Noah said. Ram gave a humorless laugh. At least one decision today is sane. Mira looked at the gray sky beyond the windshield. How long until dark? Not long enough for comfort, Noah said, then turned Old Mule toward the industrial bypass. Which, based on recent patterns, means exactly long enough for something stupid. The industrial district began without ceremony, as if the city had simply stopped pretending to be residential and revealed the machinery beneath its skin. Apartment buildings gave way to long brick warehouses, fenced lots, shuttered workshops, storage depots, and low concrete offices with cracked signs announcing businesses that had once repaired engines, fabricated steel brackets, sold hydraulic seals, or promised 24-hour logistics in a world that no longer believed in schedules. The road narrowed between loading bays and metal fences. Rainwater collected in black puddles streaked with oil. Plastic safety barriers lay overturned across the asphalt, and a forklift sat abandoned beneath a loading canopy with one pallet still raised halfway, carrying boxes that had sagged from dampness. The place should have been loud. No one knew that from experience. Industrial districts were supposed to clank, grind, hiss, beep, reverse, load, unload, cut, weld, curse, and smell of metal dust and cheap coffee. They were supposed to be full of people who wore reflective vests and spoke in practical insults. This place had the physical shape of work without the sound of it, which made the silence feel not empty but interrupted. Old Mule's engine echoed between the walls. Every vibration came back to Nova twice. Sam pressed his face close to one of the mesh-covered windows. There is so much stuff here. Stuff is a technical category, Noah said. Very broad. Highly respected. I mean useful stuff. Metal sheets, containers, pallets, cable drums, maybe tools. Miri looked toward Noah. You are making the face again. What face? The one that means you have found something dangerous and useful. That is a very specific face. You have a very specific survival style. Noah wanted to deny it, but the district was already rearranging itself inside his head, not as ruins but as components. A steel plate was not debris, it was window armor. A pallet jack was not abandoned equipment, it was a way to move supplies. Chain link fencing could become reinforcement. Cable drums could become barricades. Shipping containers could become walls. The old world had left behind a language of materials, and for the first time since this silence, Noah felt almost fluent in something. That feeling lasted until Old Mule rounded a warehouse corner and found the road missing. Not blocked. Missing! A section of asphalt ahead had collapsed into a shallow construction trench that cut across the service road from one fence line to the other. Beyond it, the route continued for another 100 meters before curving toward the bypass exit Sam had marked, but the gap in between was filled with broken concrete, twisted rebar, mud, and a half-submerged compact car that had apparently tried to cross the damage at the worst possible moment. A delivery truck lay on its side near the trench, its rear doors open and its cargo spilled into the muddy water. Past the trench, more obstacles crowded the road. Concrete slabs. A fallen fence. Two dead cars wedged together nose to nose. A pile of bricks washed loose from a broken wall. Noah brought Old Mule to his stop. The engine idled. The rain ticked against the windshield. Nobody spoke for several seconds. Then Sam said, very quietly, that is less possible than the map suggested. Noah looked at the trench, then the obstacles beyond it, then the narrow margins on either side. He felt Old Mule's wheelbase, clearance, weight distribution, patched windows, injured passengers, and every fragile thing inside the bus that would not appreciate being rolled into a construction trench. No, he said, we are not jumping a bus. Ellie perked up from the back. Can buses jump? No, Mrs. Poulter said immediately. Noah nodded. Listen to your mother. She is wise and opposed to aviation. Ram stood and looked through the front windshield. We have to turn back. Noah did not answer immediately. Because on the left side of the road, beyond a bent chain-link fence and a half-open gate, stood a construction yard. The yard looked like the apocalypse had interrupted a project that had already been behind schedule. Stacks of drainage pipes lay in long rows beside heaps of gravel and sand darkened by rain. Orange safety netting flapped from metal stakes. A temporary office trailer leaned slightly on its supports, one window broken, its door banging softly in the wind. Several machines sat scattered across the muddy ground, a small bulldozer with one track half buried, two dump trucks with their beds raised like startled animals, a compact roller, and near the center of the yard, a yellow hydraulic excavator resting beside a mound of broken concrete. The excavator's arm hung low, its bucket half sunk into mud, and rain streaked down its scratched paint. The cabin glass was cracked. One side panel hung open. The tracks were caked with earth and gravel. It looked exhausted in the deeply human way old machines sometimes did, as if it had spent years doing heavy work for people who rarely thanked it and had finally been abandoned at the worst moment. Noah stared at it. Mira followed his gaze and sighed. Noah, I have not said anything. You are thinking something. That is allowed. Not when it involves that expression and a construction machine. Sam leaned into the aisle. Do you think your ability works on that? I have no idea. Ram shook his head. It is dead. Everything here is dead. Noah looked at the collapsed trench blocking the road, at the marked map on Sam's knees, at the toll marks still itching against Old Mule's outer skin, and at the gray light sliding across the excavator's wet metal. Everything was dead before the bus started, he said. Mira's eyes narrowed. That is not permission to perform a stupid experiment. No, said, releasing his seat belt and standing carefully. It is permission to perform a controlled experiment with an unreasonable amount of steel. That is exactly the kind of sentence that becomes evidence later. He pointed towards Sam. You stay in the bus. Sam looked offended. I found the route. And I admire your cartographic contribution, but if the excavator explodes because the universe dislikes my personality, I want fewer people nearby. It probably does dislike your personality, Mercer said. Then this is a very dangerous experiment. Noah left the engine running and stepped down from Old Mule into the rain. The moment his hand left the rail, the connection to the bus thinned but did not vanish completely, like a voice continuing from another room. He could still feel the idle, the door, the fuel suspension, the foreign mark. Not strongly enough to drive from outside, but enough to know Old Mule remained awake. That comforted him more than he wanted to admit. The construction yard smelled of wet clay, old diesel, rust, and concrete dust. Mud sucked at Noah's boots as he crossed the yard, wrench in one hand for reasons that were emotionally satisfying and tactically questionable. Every step made small sounds that seemed too loud against the metal walls of nearby warehouses. Somewhere beyond the yard, a loose sheet of corrugated metal banged repeatedly against a frame. The excavator waited. Mira followed him despite his attempt to look like someone who did not require supervision. I thought you were staying with Harold, Noah said. Harold is stable. You are not. That is hurtful. It is triage. Noah climbed the muddy track and pulled himself toward the cabin. The door resisted, then opened with a complaining squeal that echoed through the yard. Inside, the cabin smelled of damp fabric, grease, old cigarettes, and trapped heat gone stale. The seat was torn. The control levers were worn smooth. A dead display panel stared back from the console. He sat down. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Rain tapped against the cracked glass. Mira stood outside the cabin, one hand on the frame, watching him through the open door. Noah placed both hands on the controls. The machine answered. Machine authority contact established. Recognized machine, hydraulic excavator. Vehicle classification, utility machine. Sovereign driver compatibility, partial. Operational status, failed. Authority override initiated. Fuel consumption, suspended. Mechanical failure, suppressed. Operational control, limited. The excavator shuddered. Deep inside its frame, a dead engine turned once, dragged itself through years of neglect, then caught with a rough coughing roar that rolled across the construction yard like a beast waking under protest. Hydraulic pressure built through the machine in slow pulses that Noah felt in his wrists, shoulders, spine, and teeth. The cabin vibrated around him. Warning lights flickered across the console, then stabilized under the pressure of his authority. Noah's breath caught. The excavator was not like Old Mule. The bus felt broad, enclosed, full of seats, doors, wheels, and the strange social weight of the people inside it. It moved through the world carrying lives, and Noah's connection to it had a flowing quality, like road geometry and momentum translated into instinct. The excavator felt heavier, denser, less like motion and more like leverage. He could feel the tracks, sunk into mud, the boom folded forward, the bucket teeth buried in wet earth, the hydraulic lines pressurizing, the counterweight behind him, the steel frame holding enormous potential in a patient crouch. It was not built to flee. It was built to impose decisions on matter. Noah swallowed. Oh, he said quietly. This is different. Mira looked up at him. Different good or different bad? That is not an answer. The system continued. New authority branch detected, utility operation. Skill development, heavy equipment handling. Current mastery, unstable. Noah stared at the words and smiled despite himself. I think I just unlocked construction mode. From Old Mule, Sam shouted through a cracked window, that is not a bus. Noah looked at the excavator controls, then at the enormous yellow arm stretching ahead of him. I noticed. He moved the right control lever. The boom jerked upward far faster than he expected. The bucket tore free of the mud, flinging wet earth across the yard and splattering Bram from boots to chest where he stood near the bus. Bram shouted something unhelpful and rude. Mira stepped back quickly, then looked from Bram to Noah with the expression of someone deciding whether laughter would be medically inappropriate. Noah froze with both hands on the controls. Unstable mastery confirmed, he called. Mira finally laughed. Just once. But enough. Learning the excavator under the system's partial authority felt like trying to shake hands with a giant through a glove made of mathematics. The machine obeyed him, but not with the effortless grace Old Mule offered on the road. Every movement demanded respect for weight, reach, hydraulic lag, ground pressure, and balance. When Noah lifted the boom, he felt the counterweight settle behind him. When he swung the cabin, he felt the tracks resist the mud. When he lowered the bucket into a pile of broken concrete, he felt each tooth bite and scrape, not as sound alone but as a textured pressure spreading through his arms. He made mistakes. The first time he tried to scoop debris, he dug too deep and nearly stalled the bucket against buried rebar, though the machine refused to break under his authority. The second time, he swung the arm too wide and knocked over a stack of plastic barriers that collapsed with a hollow clatter. The third time, he managed to lift a concrete slab cleanly, only to realize he had no plan for where to put it and had to sit for 3 awkward seconds holding several hundred kilograms of consequence in the air. Sam, watching from Old Mule's front door, offered advice with the confidence of someone who had never operated anything heavier than a shopping cart. Maybe put it over there. Noah glared through the cracked cabin glass. Thank you, site manager. You are welcome. Bram scraped mud from his jacket and muttered, We are going to die because a student found a toy. Mezes, Calder from inside the bus, said, It is a very large toy. Ellie pressed her face to the window mesh. Can it wave? No, Noah said immediately. The excavator's bucket lifted slightly. Mira folded her arms. Noah, that was not a wave. That was hydraulic calibration. Ellie giggled, and the sound moved through the rain-dim yard like a small candle trying to convince the dark it was not in charge. For several minutes, they worked. Noah used the excavator to pull the fallen fence away from the service road, dragging it aside in a shriek of metal that echoed between the warehouses. He lifted broken concrete slabs from the trench edge and stacked them into a rough retaining line, then used the bucket to shove gravel and broken brick into the shallowest part of the collapse. Mud churned beneath the tracks. Rain pattered across the cabin roof. Old Mule idled behind him like a patient animal, ready to cross whatever path he made. The work changed the atmosphere. The group still looked afraid, and the city remained wet, gray, and hostile around them, but the act of building something, even something as crude as a temporary ramp across a broken service road, shifted the shape of their fear. Running left people hollow. Repairing gave their hands a reason to exist. Mira directed Sam and Bram to move smaller pieces of debris by hand where it was safe. Mezes, Calder sorted supplies inside the bus while watching Ellie. Harold, pale but awake, offered commentary on concrete placement in the stubborn tone of a man who had decided that being wounded did not excuse him from complaining. Not that angle, Harold called weakly through an open window. You want it packed under the slab, not beside it. Noah paused the bucket midair. Were you a construction engineer before deciding to bleed in my bus? Municipal maintenance, Harold replied. 34 years. I have seen men make worse ramps with more confidence. That is either encouraging or insulting. Both, if you are paying attention. Noah adjusted the bucket and packed debris the way Harold instructed. The old man nodded, satisfied. Mira glanced toward Noah. Your impossible bus now has a municipal consultant. Good, Noah said. I was worried our apocalypse lacked bureaucracy. The first hollow appeared on the roof of the warehouse. Noah saw it as movement in the edge of his vision, a pale shape crawling over corrugated metal with its two long limbs flat and low against the surface. Rainwater streamed around it. Its hooked fingers dug into the roof panels without slipping. For a moment it stayed still, head tilted toward the sound of the excavator. Then another shape appeared behind it, and another moved between stacked containers near the far fence. The construction yard seemed to breathe in. Mira noticed the change before anyone screamed. "Everyone back to the bus," she said. Her voice was calm, which made the command more frightening. Sam looked up and went pale. Bram swore. "Mezes!" Calder pulled Ellie away from the window. Inside Old Mule, Harold pushed himself upright despite the pain. Noah felt the excavator's engine rumble beneath him. He also felt Old Mule behind him, waiting at the edge of his reduced awareness, full of people who were not ready to survive an open fight. The hollows began moving. Not all at once. That made it worse. One dropped from the warehouse roof to a lower awning, then to the ground, landing with a wet slap that barely slowed it. Another squeezed between two containers, shoulders folding in a way shoulders were not meant to fold. The third crawled under a parked dump truck, scraping its claws against the mud before emerging near the path Sam and Bram had just used. The noise of the excavator had drawn them. Of course it had. Because the new world punished useful activity almost as much as it punished stupidity. Noah gripped the controls. System text flickered. Hostile entities detected. Utility operation combat application unstable. Recommended action, create distance. No argument, Noah muttered. Mira shouted from below, "Noah, we need 30 seconds. He looked at the half-finished ramp, then at the people scrambling back into Old Mule, then at the hollows spreading through the yard. 30 seconds sounded like a small number until monsters were counting it with claws. Noah swung the excavator's arm toward the nearest creature. He did not try to crush it. He was not ready for that, not mentally, not morally, and maybe not mechanically. Instead, he slammed the bucket into the mud between the hollow and the bus. The impact threw a wall of wet earth upward and stopped the creature short. It recoiled, hissing through a mouth stretched too wide. Noah dragged the bucket sideways, carving a trench across the yard that filled immediately with dirty water. The second hollow lunged from the container side. Noah swung the boom too quickly, the cabin rotating with enough force to make his stomach lurch. The bucket missed the creature but struck a stack of drainage pipes, sending them rolling across the mud in a clattering wave. The hollow leaped over the first pipe, landed on the second, slipped, and slammed sideways into a metal frame. Sam, halfway through Old Mule's door, stared. That worked. That was not the plan. Noah shouted. Still counts. The third hollow climbed onto the fallen fence and sprinted along it toward Mira, who had stayed outside long enough to help Bram shove a debris crate away from the bus tires. Noah felt the distance. Too far for the bucket. Too close for comfort. He drove the excavator forward. The tracks churned mud and gravel, the whole machine lurching with enormous weight as Noah pushed through the yard. He felt the left track slip, corrected instinctively, and swung the arm low not to strike the creature directly but to drop a concrete slab in its path. The slab crashed down. The hollow hit it full speed and flipped over the top, landing in a heap long enough for Mira to grab Bram's jacket and drag him toward Old Mule. Bram looked too shocked to complain. Mira did not. You are welcome, she snapped at him. I did not say anything. Continue. Noah smiled despite the terror tightening his chest. Then the first hollow jumped onto the excavator's track. Up close, the creature smelled of wet rot, rust, and something bitter like burned hair. It climbed with terrifying speed, claws scraping against the metal housing as it dragged itself toward the cabin. Noah jerked the boom, but the arm was extended too far to help, and the excavator's movements felt suddenly slow, heavy, trapped by its own strength. The hollow's face appeared beside a cracked glass. Human enough to be terrible. Empty enough to be worse. It struck the cabin door. The frame buckled inward. Noah's breath locked in his throat. Old Mule was behind him. The excavator was under him. Two machines, two connections, one of them distant and one immediate, both humming through the strange widening place inside his mind where Sovereign Driver had begun rewriting the rules of what counted as his reach. System text flashed red at the edge of his vision. Multiple authority links detected. Primary link, hydraulic excavator. Secondary link, urban bus. Cognitive load increasing. Noah did not have time to understand it. He only had time to act. He slammed the excavator's left track into reverse and the right track forward. The machine pivoted violently in place. The hollow lost its grip and flew off the side, hitting the mud hard enough to carve a trench through it. Noah brought the bucket down beside it with a crash that sent water and earth bursting upward, not crushing the creature but pinning part of the fallen fence over it. "Oh!" he shouted. Old Mule's horn blared. Noah had not touched it. Inside the bus, Sam jumped so hard he nearly hit the ceiling. The sound startled the remaining hollows long enough for Mira to get inside and slam the reinforced door. Noah felt Old Mule's door lock engage through the thin secondary link, not because he commanded it clearly, but because the need moved through him and the bus answered at the edge of possibility. Minor dual link event recorded. Warning, unsafe cognitive load. Authority growth, 7%. Noah laughed once, breathless and panicked. That sounds medically bad. The pinned hollow thrashed beneath the fence. The other two circled the yard, no longer charging blindly, their instincts adjusting around the moving steel monster in front of them. Noah used the bucket to shove a shipping container corner just enough to create a narrow barrier between the creatures and Old Mule. Then he reversed the excavator toward the almost finished ramp, lowered the bucket, and dragged the final load of gravel and broken brick into place with a rough scraping roar. The ramp was ugly. Uneven. Probably insulting to every civil engineer who had ever believed in standards. But it existed. Harold leaned out of a bus window, pale and furious. "Pack the left edge. I am being attacked by monsters, Harold." Noah shouted. "And the left edge is soft." Noah swore, adjusted the bucket, and packed the left edge. "Utter? Less terrible. I will cherish the praise." Mira's voice came through the open front window of Old Mule. "Noah, get back here." The hollows were regrouping near the container line. Noah looked at the excavator controls, at the ramp, at the bus, and at the creatures. For one wild second he considered whether he could use the excavator and Old Mule together, whether he could hold one with part of his mind while moving the other, whether the dual link warning meant impossible or merely unwise. Then one hollow slammed against the container barrier, rocking it hard enough to answer the question. Unwise was generous. Noah shut down his ambition before it killed at everyone. He swung the excavator arm into position over the narrow path, lowered the bucket like a temporary gate between the creatures and the bus, then climbed down from the cabin as fast as mud, shaking legs and common sense allowed. The moment his boots hit the ground, the excavator's engine coughed. He let go of the machine. The connection vanished. The engine died. The enormous yellow arm remained frozen in place over the path like a dead giant holding up one last warning. "No, ram!" Mira held Old Mule's door open. "Move, construction mode," she shouted. "I object to that nickname." Object inside the bus. He reached the steps just as a hollow cleared the container barrier behind him. Mira grabbed his jacket and hauled him inside with surprising strength. The door snapped shut. Noah stumbled into the driver's seat and slapped both hands onto the wheel. Old Mule came fully alive around him. Vehicle authority re-established. Fuel consumption suspended. Mechanical failure suppressed. Secondary link event integrated. Noah did not wait for the rest. He drove. Old Mule crossed the ramp with all the grace of a tired refrigerator rolling over a pile of bad decisions. The front wheels climbed the packed debris, dipped once, rose again, and dropped onto the far side with a heavy thud that sent everyone inside grabbing for rails and seat backs. The reinforced window mesh rattled. Supplies shifted against their straps. Harold cursed at the quality of the ramp while also admitting, with great reluctance, that it had held. Behind them, the hollows reached the dead excavator. One tried to climb over the lowered bucket. Another leaped onto the frozen arm. The third remained trapped under the fallen fence, thrashing in the mud. Noah felt none of the excavator now. It had returned to being metal. That fact mattered. The machines he touched did not stay blessed. They did not remain alive out of gratitude or magic residue or whatever nonsense the system might prefer to call authority. He was not repairing the world permanently. He was holding pieces of it together while his hands remained on the controls. The thought should have discouraged him. Instead, it clarified things. If he wanted something to keep moving, he had to stay with it. If he wanted a road, he had to make it before the world closed again. Old Mule rolled over the far edge of the broken service road and onto the industrial bypass beyond, where the lane narrowed between a drainage ditch and the back wall of a warehouse painted with appealing advertisement for machine parts. The rain began to ease, thinning into a mist that turned the district ahead into a layered blur of metal, brick, and pale smoke. Inside the bus, nobody spoke for several moments. Then Sam whispered, "That was the coolest thing I have ever seen." Bram, still muddy, bruised, and humiliated by both monsters and engineering, muttered, "That was the stupidest thing I had ever survived." "Both can be true," Mira said. Ellie raised her hand from beside her mother. "Can Old Mule have a friend named Digger?" Noah closed his eyes for half a second while keeping the bus moving. "The excavator is not joining the group." It waved. It calibrated. "It saved us, Mrs. Calder said softly. That quiet statement settled over the bus differently than the jokes. Noah looked into the cracked side mirror. Behind them, through the fading rain, the excavator stood silent in the construction yard, its arm still lowered across the path it had helped carve, its yellow body streaked with mud and water. It looked dead again, but not useless. Not forgotten. For a few minutes, it had been more than debris. For a few minutes, it had been a way forward. Mira came to stand near the driver's area, one hand braced against the rail as Old Mule bumped along the bypass. "You are pale," she said. "I just had a conversation with a mountain of hydraulic steel." Was it a good conversation? Productive? Emotionally complicated? It had better manners than Bram. Bram made an offended sound from his seat. Mira handed Noah a bottle of water. "Drink." He did, though his hands shook slightly when one left the wheel. She noticed. Of course she noticed. But she did not comment on it, which somehow felt kinder than reassurance. The industrial bypass carried them through a district the old city had hidden behind commercial streets and apartment blocks, a zone of loading bays, storage yards, power substations, and service roads that bent around the practical organs of civilization. Noah drove slowly, partly because the road was narrow and partly because his mind still felt stretched from holding two machines at once, even briefly. Every reflected light in a puddle looked like a watching eye. Every container shadow suggested movement. Every echo of Old Mule's engine returned from the warehouses as if another vehicle were following them just out of sight. The toll marks still clung to the bus, but it felt weaker here, muffled by distance or perhaps by the route that had not passed through Garrick's chosen road. Noah could not tell whether that was a system fact or wishful interpretation. The distinction had become increasingly difficult since his abilities started turning mechanical intuition into something disturbingly close to territory. System text appeared faintly, not urgent now, but present. Utility operation branch initiated. Heavy equipment handling, basic. External maneuver precision increased. Authority growth recorded. No, or read the words twice before they faded. Sam leaned over from the front row. Did the system say anything? Yes. Good anything? It says I am now basically qualified to make bad decisions with construction equipment. Sam grinned. That is incredibly useful. That is what concerns me. Mira looked ahead through the windshield. Useful is not the same as safe. No, Noah said. Useful is usually what gets people volunteered. The bypass curved past a fenced rail service area where an old maintenance train sat motionless on rust-dark tracks. The sight of it pulled at Noah's attention in a way he did not understand at first. The train was not moving, not alive, not connected to him, yet his mind paused over it the way a hand might pause over a tool it had not learned to use yet. A bus? An excavator? A train? The thought was ridiculous and terrifying. He looked away before the idea could become ambition. Then a sharp crack echoed across the industrial district. Everyone inside Old Mule froze. Another crack followed. Not thunder. Not metal shifting. Gunfire. 3 shots in quick succession. Then a distant explosion thumped somewhere beyond the warehouses ahead, followed by a rising chorus of inhuman shrieks. Noah slowed the bus. Mira moved closer to the windshield, her expression tightening. Graham stood halfway from his seat, immediately regretted it when the bus bumped and grabbed a rail. No, absolutely not. We are not going toward gunfire. Sam looked down at the map, then toward the sound. That might be near the old military checkpoint. Mezes. Calder pulled Ellie closer. Harold, who had been drifting near sleep, opened his eyes. If someone is still shooting, someone is still alive. Graham snapped, or someone is dying loudly. The bus rolled forward another meter, then stopped. Rain mist drifted across the windshield. Noah stared down the service road toward a plume of dark smoke rising behind the next row of warehouses. The physical road ahead was narrow, wet, and scattered with debris, but passable. The atmosphere beyond it felt different from the rest of the district, charged with movement, violence, and the brittle urgency of a fight reaching its final seconds. He thought of the transformed man beneath the terminal, the tollmaster at the bridge, the collectors at the clinic, the hollows crawling over roofs, the excavator standing dead behind them after carving one crude path through a broken world. He thought of the system quest still hanging over him like a promise with teeth. Preserve passengers. Keep the engine running. He also thought of something simpler. If someone had abandoned him under those sounds, he would have hated the world for it. Mira watched his face. You are making another face, she said quietly. Noah did not look away from the road. Dangerous and useful? No, he said. Wes? Another gunshot cracked in the distance. Then a man shouted too far away for words to be clear, but close enough for desperation to carry. Noah put Old Mule into gear. Ram cursed. Sam swallowed hard but did not argue. Mira braced one hand against the dashboard rail and looked ahead. Noah guided the bus toward the smoke. Until that afternoon, he had believed his ability meant he could keep moving when the world stopped. After the excavator, he understood something more dangerous. If the road was gone, he could build one. And if someone had been left at the end of it, then apparently, against all good judgment, he was going to find out whether he could reach them in time. Chapter 8. The Soldiers Left Behind. Old Mule climbed out of the industrial district on a road that had not properly existed until now. Mercer had forced one into being with a dead excavator, a trembling pair of hands, and a power that apparently believed mechanical engineering students should be allowed to argue with infrastructure. The track behind them was ugly, crooked, and deeply offensive to anyone who respected civil engineering, yet it held beneath the bus as the reinforced tires rolled over packed mud, broken gravel, flattened sheet metal, and a ramp of crushed concrete that Noah had shaped with more panic than artistry. Rainwater gathered in the grooves left by the excavator's tracks, turning them silver beneath the weak afternoon light, while the abandoned yellow machine stood behind them with its arms still raised over the path like a tired giant that had pointed the way and then died again. Inside the bus, nobody spoke for several minutes, because the kind of silence that followed impossible survival was different from ordinary quiet. It was not peaceful. It was crowded with every sound that had almost been the last one they heard. The engine hummed beneath the floor with steady confidence. The repaired panels rattled softly against their improvised brackets, and water tapped against the cracked windows in uneven patterns that made the entire vehicle feel like a thin metal shelter moving through the breath of a ruined city. Noah kept both hands on the steering wheel, not because the road demanded it anymore, but because his fingers still remembered the controls of the excavator. The ghost of the hydraulic arm lingered in his shoulders, though he had never lifted it with muscle. He could still feel the weight of the bucket biting into rubble, the slow violence of steel teeth dragging through concrete, the balance of a machine far heavier than the old bus now carrying them away from the industrial yards. He had expected his ability to make vehicles move. He had not expected it to leave memories of machinery inside him. Mira stood beside the front seat with one hand braced against a rail, her jacket darkened by rain and grime. Her expression narrowed in the way it became when she was deciding whether someone needed medical attention or a stern lecture. Sometimes, Noah was beginning to suspect, she considered those the same treatment. "Drink," she said, holding out a half-full bottle of water. Noah glanced at it, then at the road, then back at her. "Is this medical advice or an order?" "Yes." "Very clear. Thank you." He took the bottle with one hand, drank, and immediately realized how thirsty he had been, which annoyed him because he preferred his body to submit maintenance requests before reaching critical failure. Sam Reed leaned over the back of the front partition with the restless energy of someone who had nearly died several times and still somehow believed the universe owed him explanations. His red jacket was streaked with dust and oil, and his eyes kept flicking between Noah and the distant excavator disappearing in the mirror. "So," Sam said, trying and failing to sound casual, "if a bus works and an excavator works, does that mean you could operate a crane or a tank or one of those huge ships with swimming pools and buffets?" Noah swallowed water the wrong way and coughed. "I would like to formally request that we not test my relationship with maritime law today." Mira's mouth twitched. That was not a no. It was a deeply exhausted maybe. From the middle rows, Bram made a low sound that might have been annoyance, fear, or a man discovering that reality had become too complicated to insult efficiently. A bus that never runs out of fuel, an excavator that wakes up for him, and monsters crawling through tunnels, Bram muttered. "This city is diseased. We should have stayed near the bridge. At least Garrick understands rules." Noah looked at him through the mirror. "Garrick charges desperate people for not dying on public roads. I am going to be extremely bold and suggest that his understanding of rules needs revision." Bram looked away, but not before Noah saw the fear under the man's resentment. That fear mattered. It was not noble, but it was real. Bram had survived by calculating danger faster than Shane could catch him, and while that made him unpleasant, it also made his warnings worth listening to when he was too scared to posture. Old Mule rolled toward the edge of the district, where the warehouses thinned and the city opened into a broader avenue lined with administrative buildings, service depots, and low-concrete compounds that had once belonged to some mixture of municipal departments, logistics contractors, and military reserve offices. The physical landscape changed slowly, but the atmosphere changed all at once. The industrial silence behind them had felt abandoned. The avenue ahead felt defeated. Sandbags sagged beside a checkpoint booth. A burned armored truck sat crooked against the median, its tires melted into black circles against the asphalt. Metal barriers had been dragged across 2 lanes, then smashed aside by something large enough to bend them outward like soft wire. Spent brass glittered in the gutter whenever the weak light touched it. Noah eased off the accelerator. Nobody had to tell him this had been a battlefield. The avenue stretched ahead in a long gray line beneath a sky that seemed to be lowering itself inch by inch over the rooftops. On the left, a concrete office building wore bullet holes around its entrance like a second layer of signage. On the right, the burned frame of a military transport smoked faintly, sending thin black threads into the damp air. A torn flag hung from a bent antenna on top of a command vehicle, snapping weakly whenever the wind found enough strength to move it. Old Mule's engine sounded much too alive in that place. The bus passed a row of abandoned equipment crates, 2 overturned motorcycles, and a field medical tent that had collapsed under the weight of rainwater. The tent's red cross marking had smeared down the fabric, leaving pink streaks that looked disturbingly like wounds. Near the curb, a helmet lay upside down, half full of dirty water. Mezes! Calder pulled Ellie closer and covered the girl's eyes too late. Harold Pike, pale but conscious after Mira's improvised treatment, stared through the window with the expression of an older man watching one more institution fail after he had already seen too many do so in quieter ways. Military line, he said softly. They tried to hold here. Mira moved closer to Noah and looked ahead. Can we go around? Sam unfolded the clinic map across his knees, smoothing it with fingers that had started to shake only now that there was enough quiet for fear to catch up. Maybe, he said. There's a side route 2 blocks east, but it looks like it loops back toward the old service road. If the checkpoint is blocked all the way through, we might have to reverse and take the industrial route back. No, Bram said immediately. We do not stay near dead soldiers. Dead soldiers mean something killed trained people with guns. We are not trained people with guns. We are civilians, one old man, a child, a boiling doctor, a teenager with a map, and a bus wizard who does not want to be called king. For the record, Noah said, bus wizard is also rejected. Focus, Mira said. I am focusing. I am creating boundaries. The humor did not last. A sound cracked across the avenue. One gunshot. Then another. Then silence. Everyone inside Old Mule froze. The shots had come from somewhere beyond the checkpoint, perhaps half a block ahead, somewhere between the dead armored truck and the office building with broken windows. They were not the wild bursts of panicked gunfire Noah had heard near the bus terminal. They were controlled. Spaced. Careful. The sound of someone counting bullets. A third shot rang out. Then a hoarse voice shouted something Noah could not understand. Sam lowered the map. Someone is alive. Bram's face tightened. Someone is bait. Mira looked at Noah, and that was worse than if she had argued, because she did not ask him to be brave and did not tell him to run. She simply waited, giving him the uncomfortable dignity of choosing what kind of man he was going to be while holding a steering wheel that could carry them away. A system window unfolded at the edge of Noah's vision. Optional objective detected. Distress signal. Survivor probability, low. Risk level, severe. Reward, unknown. Noah stared at the word optional. He hated it immediately. I hate optional objectives, he said. Mira's voice was quiet. You know you can ignore them. That is exactly why I hate them. Another gunshot cracked through the avenue, followed by the shriek of something that was not human. The sound bounced between the buildings and returned thinner, sharper, and more desperate. Noah tightened his grip on the wheel. Bram leaned forward. Noah, listen to me. Whoever that is, they are already dead. If we go in, we become dead with them, and the bus becomes a prize for whatever crawls out of that mess. Noah looked at the cracked windshield, at the dead road, at the military wreckage, at the gray rain pooling beneath tires that would never turn again. He knew Bram might be right. He also knew that the entire world would become nothing but people leaving each other behind if everyone waited until rescue was safe. They are not dead yet, Noah said. Bram's jaw tightened. They will be if we stop. Noah shifted the bus forward. Then we do not stop. Old Mule moved into the checkpoint like a large, battered animal trying very hard to look harmless while secretly calculating how many walls it could survive. Noah guided the bus around the burned armored truck, feeling the uneven pavement beneath the front wheels and the tension in the reinforced panels they had bolted over the lower windows. The bus's body responded with a faint, eager vibration that Noah had started interpreting as agreement, though he refused to say that aloud because Mira already had enough material for teasing him. The source of the gunfire came into view at the next intersection. A troop carrier had overturned near the entrance of an underground service tunnel, its armored side facing the road like a broken shield. Around it lay bodies of hollows, spent magazines, torn webbing, and the blackened remains of a barricade. Behind the troop carrier, 2 men were still alive. One knelt with his back against the vehicle, one arm hanging badly at his side, his other hand holding a rifle that he fired with frightening patience each time a creature came too close. Even from a distance, Noah could see the discipline in him. He did not waste bullets. He did not flinch when claws struck the metal inches from his head. He moved only when he had to, and when he moved, it was with the economy of someone trained to survive while bleeding. The other man was younger, leaner, and hurt worse in a way that did not stop him from being reckless. He stood near a concrete barrier with a knife in one hand and a pistol in the other, his left leg wrapped in a blood-soaked field bandage. When a hollow sprang toward him, he took one staggering step backward, then his second step blurred. He vanished sideways in a burst of motion so abrupt that Noah nearly lost track of him. The hollow slammed into the barrier where he had been. The younger man reappeared a few feet away, grimaced, and drove the knife into the creature's neck. He immediately almost fell over. The older soldier shouted, "Leon, stop using it on that leg." The younger one laughed breathlessly. "Dante, I would like to formally complain about our rescue schedule." "Noted," the older soldier replied, firing once past him. "File it with command." "Command left us to die." "Then file it with whoever is still taking complaints." Noah stared for half a second despite the danger, because apparently even elite soldiers cope through sarcasm, which made him feel briefly represented. Mira moved behind him, bracing one hand against the rail as she saw the scene through the windshield. 2 survivors, she said. Both injured. At least 8 creatures visible. Maybe more in the tunnel. 10, Sam corrected from the front steps, his face pale. There are 2 on the roof of the carrier. Graham whispered something that sounded like a prayer and a curse fighting for ownership. The older soldier, Dante, suddenly jerked his head to the left before a hollow even moved. Noah saw a faint red line flash in the air near him, so fast he almost thought he had imagined it. Dante leaned away exactly as claws slashed through the space where his throat had been. He fired upward without looking, and the creature collapsed over the side of the carrier. System text flickered faintly above him. Ability activated, threat line. Imminent attack vector detected. Cognitive load rising. Dante's jaw tightened as 2 more red lines flashed at once, then 3, then 4. He swayed. The younger soldier, Leon, saw it and forced himself forward. "Dante?" He took one step. Then the second step detonated. Ability activated, second step. Kinetic burst engaged. Joint stress critical. Leon shot across the broken pavement and slammed shoulder first into a hollow that had been about to pounce onto Dante's blind side. The impact knocked the creature away, but Leon landed badly, his injured leg folding beneath him. He hit the ground with a strangled sound and tried to rise, failed, then laughed once in open disbelief. "I regret almost everything about that." Dante turned toward him. His rifle clicked empty. Noah did not think after that. "Idro!" Old Mule roared into the intersection with its headlights blazing through the gray rain, horn bellowing across the battlefield like an offended freight animal. The hollows turned toward the sound. For one heartbeat, every monster in the intersection recognized that a moving engine existed where nothing should have moved, and that brief confusion was the only opening Noah needed. He swung the bus between the creatures and the 2 soldiers, clipping a dead sedan hard enough to shove it sideways across the pavement. The impact rattled through the frame, but the bus held. Noah felt the reinforced panels shudder, felt one window guard bend, felt the front bumper complain in a language made of bolts and stressed metal. "Hold on!" he shouted. Everyone who had survived the previous chapters was already holding on, which suggested the group was learning. A hollow leaped at the windshield. Noah hit the brakes, then released them instantly, making the bus dip just enough that the creature hit the upper frame instead of the glass and rolled over the roof with a scraping shriek. System text snapped into view. Rescue maneuver initiated. Passenger risk high. Internal command available, doors, brakes, lighting. Warning, structural protection limited. Noah angled the bus toward Dante. The older soldier raised his empty rifle like a club, then stopped as the front door folded open beside him with a hiss. Get in! Noah shouted. Dante looked at the bus, at Noah, then at Leon sprawled near the concrete barrier. My brother first? That was not a suggestion with available debate time. My brother first? Noah's jaw clenched. He understood that tone. It was not stubbornness. It was gravity. Mira was already moving toward the door with Sam behind her, both braced against the swaying bus. Graham remained rigid in his seat until Mrs. Coulter snapped his name with such force that shame dragged him upright. What? Mira shouted. Leon lifted his head from the pavement, saw the open bus door, and blinked rain out of his eyes. If this is public transport, he called weakly, I would like to say the route is terrible. Noah could not help himself. Complaints go to the bus king. Ellie shouted from the back, that's him. Still not official. Noah snapped. The moment should not have been funny. It was anyway. Then 3 hollows attacked at once. Dante moved before the first creature sprang. Red lines flashed in the rain, jagged and brief, slicing through the air around him like warnings drawn by an angry god. He ducked beneath one line, kicked a broken magazine into another creature's path, and shoved his shoulder against the bus doorway to keep himself upright. But he was slowing. No, I could see it now. Threat line did not save Dante from exhaustion. It only made him aware of every way death was arriving. Leon tried to stand again, and failed. A hollow on top of the overturned troop carrier crouched, muscles bunching under wet gray skin. Dante saw the line. His head snapped up. He could not reach Leon. Noah felt the bus around him, every hinge, every brake line, every patch of wet rubber against broken asphalt. The front door was open. The aisle was clear enough. The left side had space, but not much. The bus could slide if he forced it, but the pavement was slick and the front bumper was already stressed. A normal driver would not try it. Noah had stopped having a normal day 72 hours ago. Mira, he said. She understood without asking how. She grabbed the door rail and leaned out as far as she dared, one hand extended toward Leon. Noah turned the wheel and pulsed the brakes. Old Mule lurched sideways in a controlled skid, not graceful, not safe, but precise enough to bring the open doorway within arm's reach of Leon just as the hollow launched from above. Leon took one step with his good leg. His second step fired weakly, more pain than power, but it carried him the last impossible distance. Mira caught his vest. Sam caught Mira's belt. Graham, swearing loudly, caught Sam before all 3 of them could tumble out of the bus in a heroic chain of terrible planning. The hollow slammed into the side panel where Leon had been. Noah slammed the door shut. Claws struck the outside a fraction of a second later. System text pulsed across Noah's vision. Precision rescue completed. Internal command improved. Authority growth, 11%. Leon landed hard on the floor and groaned. I'm giving this service 2 stars, he said. Mira crouched beside him immediately. You are bleeding through your bandage. That is why it gets 2 stars instead of 3. Dante finally climbed aboard, nearly collapsed, and caught himself on the rail with his good hand. Noah closed the door behind him and punched the accelerator. Old Mule surged forward as the hollows swarmed the rear. The escape became a brutal conversation between a bus that should not have survived and a city that kept trying to kill it. Noah drove through the military checkpoint with creatures striking the sides, claws scraping across metal grates, and something heavy landing on the roof hard enough to make Ellie scream. Rain sheeted across the windshield, turning the avenue into a blurred tunnel of gray buildings, broken vehicles, and sudden movement. Every decision had to happen before thought finished forming. A hollow crawled along the left side toward a cracked window. Noah snapped the bus toward a burned truck, scraping the creature off against the armored side with a grinding sound that made everyone inside wince. Another creature sprinted ahead and tried to cut them off near the median. Dante, half seated on the front steps now, pointed with his empty rifle. Left lane, then brake on my mark. Noah glanced at him. You are giving traffic instructions during a monster attack? Noah braked. The bus tipped exactly as a hollow leaped from the hood of a dead car. It overshot, crashed into the road in front of them, and vanished under the edge of the bumper with a sickening impact Noah tried not to process. Dante pointed again. Use the van as cover. Do not stop. Noah obeyed, because the man sounded like he had survived enough impossible situations to earn temporary access to Noah's steering decisions. Old Mule swung around a delivery van, using its bulk to break line of sight from the creatures still spilling out of the service tunnel. The road narrowed near a collapsed bus shelter. Noah felt the clearance before he saw it. He angled Old Mule through with inches to spare, the reinforced window grates screeching against the shelter frame. Leon, lying on the floor while Mira cut away his ruined bandage, looked up through pain-glazed eyes. I like this guy, he said. He drives like he is offended by physics. Noah kept his eyes on the road. Physics started it. Sam laughed too loudly, which was understandable because terror needed exits and laughter was cheaper than screaming. Behind them, the checkpoint disappeared into rain, smoke, and the furious shapes of creatures that could not keep pace once Old Mule found open road. For several blocks, nobody spoke except Dante, who continued giving short tactical directions whenever he saw danger before the rest of them did. Noah listened. More importantly, Old Mule seemed to listen too, responding to Noah's hands with a precision that had not been there before the rescue. Finally, when the avenue bent toward a line of old municipal garages, the creatures fell away. Noah guided the bus through a gap in a chain-link fence and into a narrow service yard surrounded by low concrete buildings. Weeds grew through cracks in the asphalt. A fuel pump stood dead beneath a corrugated roof. A row of city maintenance trucks sat rusting beside the wall, their orange paint dulled by rain and abandonment. The yard looked forgotten. In the new city, forgotten was the closest thing to safe. Noah parked Old Mule behind the garages where the bus could not be seen easily from the main road and kept the engine running while the group transformed from passengers into a panicked field hospital. The inside of the bus smelled of wet clothes, blood, old vinyl, and the bitter medicinal odor of supplies Mira had scavenged from the clinic. The patched windows admitted gray light through metal mesh, striping the torn seats and the bus floor where Leon lay with his teeth clenched and his face pale beneath rainwater and grime. Dante sat 2 rows back, refusing to lean fully against the seat despite the blood soaking through the fabric at his shoulder. His hair was dark and cropped short in the practical style of someone who had never trusted it not to get in the way. A tactical vest hung damaged across his chest, one side torn open by claws, and the insignia patch on his sleeve had been ripped away, leaving only darker fabric where it had once been. Leon looked similar enough to be unmistakably his brother, though his face was narrower, his expression quicker, and his mouth apparently unwilling to stop working even while the rest of him threatened resignation. His gear was lighter, more suited for movement, and his right leg had been wrapped badly before the rescue, the bandage now soaked through. Mira took one look at both of them and entered the terrifying version of herself that Noah had started categorizing as medical command mode. You, she said to Dante, sit still. You, she said to Leon, stop trying to be charming at your femoral artery. Sam, clean cloth. Mezes, calder, water. Bram, if you are going to hover uselessly, hover while holding that bag open. Bram obeyed so quickly that Noah nearly respected him. Dante watched the movement inside the bus with narrowed eyes. Who is in command here? Everyone looked at Noah. Noah did not enjoy how fast that happened. That is a rumor, he said. Mira did not look up from Leon's leg. It is becoming a pattern. Leon turned his head enough to look at Noah. You are the commander of the haunted bus? No? Ellie leaned over the back of a seat. He is the bus king. Still not official, Noah said, because defending reality mattered even when reality had clearly betrayed him. Dante studied him with a soldier's calm that made Noah feel inspected rather than seen. You turned around for us. Noah shifted uncomfortably in the driver's seat. Technically, I turned left first. You know what I mean. Noah looked at the road beyond the dirty windshield instead of at the wounded soldier. There was room. The answer was too small for what had happened, and yet it was the only honest one he had. Dante's expression changed slightly. Not softened. Adjusted. As if Noah had moved from one category to another. Mira worked quickly, washing blood from Leon's leg with water she had boiled in a metal cup using her strange, quiet ability. Steam curled upward in the dim bus interior, fogging briefly against the windows and filling the air with the clean mineral scent of heated water that felt almost luxurious after days of grime. Ability activated. Boiling point. Liquid temperature increased. Sterilization possible. Leon watched the water steam without fire and gave Mira a weak thumbs up. That is an excellent power. Mine makes me injure myself faster. Yours makes tea. Mine makes sterile water, Mira said. Which is tea's responsible cousin. Hold him, she told Sam. Leon blinked. What? Mira tightened a clean strip of cloth around the wound. Leon made a sound that began as a curse and ended as a whimper he would probably deny later. Dante tried to rise. Noah left the driver's seat just enough to put a hand on the rail and say, "Do not." Dante looked at him. Noah looked back, hoping his face had somehow learned authority while he was busy not tying. If you stand up, Mira will make you regret surviving, Noah said. I have seen her weaponize disapproval. It is not worth it. Mira did not look up. Correct. Dante slowly sat back. That, more than anything else, made Sam stare. A wounded elite soldier had taken advice from Noah Mercer, former mechanical engineering student and current reluctant public transportation anomaly. The world was becoming very strange. When Leon's bleeding had slowed and Dante's shoulder had been packed tightly enough for temporary survival, Mira finally allowed them to speak more than sarcasm. Dante introduced himself first. Dante Cross. Leon lifted 2 fingers from where he lay. Leon Cross. Younger, better looking, currently less mobile. More concussed, Dante said. Attu. Noah nodded. Noah Mercer. Driver, apparently. This is Mira, Sam, Mrs. Calder, Ellie, Harold, and Bram, who is under review. Bram looked offended. Under review? You argued against rescuing them. That was survival logic. Leon raised his head slightly. For what it is worth, I also argued against being eaten. His position was worse. Bram did not seem to know what to do with that, so he sat down. Dante's gaze moved over the patched windows, the secured supplies, the reinforced door, and finally the dashboard where the fuel gauge still sat impossibly full. This bus should not be running. Noah sighed. That sentence has become a theme. Is it your ability? Sovereign driver, Noah said. At least that is what the system calls it. It keeps vehicles running while I operate them. Fuel does not drain. Failures are suppressed. Sometimes doors listen to me. Recently, an excavator joined the conversation. I'm handling it with the calm dignity of a man who has no idea what is happening. Leon smiled faintly. I have decided I like him. Dante ignored his brother, though not unkindly. You are a strategic asset. Noah's expression went flat. Please do not call me that. What? Because the last people who realized that tried to track, or steal me. Dante absorbed that without surprise, which told Noah far too much. The story he answered, not because Dante wanted drama, but because pain, caution, and training made him measure every word before spending it. He and Leon had been part of a rapid response unit assigned to secure evacuation routes after the silence, though secure had quickly become an optimistic word with a short lifespan. Their team had held a checkpoint while civilians moved toward a convoy that was supposed to extract them before nightfall. Then the creatures came from the service tunnel. The radios failed twice, the command channel filled with overlapping orders, and the line began to collapse. Dante and Leon stayed behind with 6 others to cover the retreat. The convoy left without them. At first they thought it was a mistake. Then the final radio message came through, broken but clear enough. Position unsustainable. Remaining personnel designated lost. Do not attempt recovery. After that, the radio died. The words sat inside Old Mule like cold metal. Mezzes! Calder covered Ellie's ears, though too late and perhaps unnecessarily, because the child had already learned enough about adults to understand abandonment even when wrapped in official language. Leon stared at the ceiling. Elite soldiers until pickup gets inconvenient, he said softly. Dante's jaw flexed. They had civilians aboard. They may have made the only decision they believed they could. You can defend them when you are done bleeding on civilian upholstery. Noah looked between them, hearing not only anger but the familiar shape of loyalty that had been damaged without fully breaking. Dante had not forgotten command. He simply had not yet decided who he was without it. Mira finished securing Dante's shoulder and stepped back. You both need rest. Neither of you should be fighting for at least several days. Leon smiled. Excellent. I will schedule the apocalypse around that. Dante looked at Noah again. You should not have come back for us. Noah felt everyone in the bus listening, even those pretending not to. Outside, rain ran down the cracked windshield. Somewhere beyond the garages, the dead city groaned in the distance, settling around them with all its broken roads and hungry shadows. The physical space of the bus was cramped, dirty, and improvised, but the atmosphere inside had shifted. 2 soldiers had been pulled out of death, and the act had changed the shape of the group whether anyone admitted it yet. Noah rested his hands lightly on the wheel. Probably not, he said. Well, I did. Dante waited, as if expecting a speech. Noah did not have one. Also, he added, your brother would have left a terrible review. Leon raised a weak hand. Accurate. Dante looked down despite himself, and for the first time, the corner of his mouth moved towards something that might eventually become a smile if treated carefully. They remained in the service yard only long enough for Mira to finish the worst of the bandaging and for Sam to scavenge 2 flares, a coil of wire, and a half-empty toolbox from one of the municipal garages. Before they left, Dante insisted on moving to the front row, where he could see through the windshield. Mira objected. Dante listened respectfully. Then he moved anyway, which made Mira mutter something about soldiers being patient with worse branding. Leon stayed on the floor with one leg elevated on a folded jacket, looking profoundly offended by gravity. For future planning, Leon said, how often does this group drive directly into death? Sam answered before Noah could. This was my first full day with them, and I would say regularly. Good to know. Noah guided Old Mule toward the yard exit, feeling the bus gather itself beneath him. The engine's hum settled into his bones like a second pulse. The vehicle was battered, scratched, and carrying more blood than any public service vehicle should, but it moved. That still mattered. Dante watched Noah's hands on the wheel. You draw attention when you say people like that. I have a tollmaster tracking me, monsters chasing me, a corrupted man who may remember my name, and a system assigning homework, Noah said. Attention and I are already in a committed relationship. Leon laughed, then immediately regretted it and clutched his side. Dante remained serious. Then you need people who can watch angles you cannot see. People who know ambush patterns, patrol movement, fields of fire, and how to keep civilians alive when the road turns bad. Noah glanced at him. Are you offering? Dante looked back through the bus at Mira, at Sam, at Mrs. Calder and Ellie, at Harold, at Bram, and finally at Leon, whose eyes were closed but whose hand rested near his knife even while half-conscious. "We are not fit to travel alone," Dante said. "We stay until we can move. After that, we decide." Leon opened one eye. "With my leg, congratulations. You are stuck with us." Noah looked ahead through the rain-streaked windshield as Old Mule rolled out of the service yard and back into the wounded avenue. He had turned the bus around because leaving two men behind had felt wrong, not because he expected reward, loyalty, or strategy. He had not known their names, their abilities, or the story of the command that had abandoned them. He had only seen people still alive in a place that had decided they should not be. Now the bus carried two soldiers who knew how to fight, two brothers who understood betrayal, and two new reasons the road ahead had become even more complicated. The city remained broken. The toll mark still lingered. The creatures still hunted. Somewhere in the dark, something that had once been human remembered his name. But as Old Mule drove on, Noah felt the shape of the group changing around him, becoming heavier, stronger, and more dangerous than the frightened collection of survivors that had climbed aboard an impossible bus only days before. He did not know it yet, not fully. But by turning back for the soldiers left behind, he had gained the first people who might one day know how to fight for the road he was trying to build. Behind them, in the ruined checkpoint, rain washed blood from the pavement and carried it in thin red threads toward the drains. From the entrance of the underground service tunnel, a dark figure watched the distant shape of the bus disappear between the buildings. One human hand pressed against the concrete wall. One monstrous hand flexed beside it. The corrupted man breathed in the fading scent of diesel, rain, fear, and impossible authority. His dark eye widened. The thing inside him remembered the engine. The man inside him remembered the name. "Noah," he whispered again. This time, the voice that answered from within him whispered back. Chapter 9: The Abandoned Checkpoint. Old Mule carried the newly rescued soldiers away from the ruined intersection with the slow, stubborn dignity of a vehicle that had been insulted by physics several times and had decided to continue anyway. The interior of the bus smelled of rainwater, old vinyl, metal dust, blood, disinfectant, and the nervous sweat of people who had survived too many impossible things in too short a span of time. The floor near the rear door was streaked dark where Dante Cross and Leon Cross had been dragged aboard, and one of the reinforced mesh panels over the windows rattled every time the tires crossed broken pavement, adding a thin metallic chatter to the deeper growl of the engine. Noah Mercer kept both hands on the wheel and drove through the side streets with his shoulders tight, not because Old Mule felt unstable beneath him, but because the bus felt too alive now, too aware in the back of his mind, like a large animal that trusted him and expected him to have better plans than he currently possessed. That expectation seemed unfair. He had been a mechanical engineering student 3 days ago, and while a university had prepared him to discuss torque, stress limits, thermal expansion, and the tragic relationship between group projects and human disappointment, it had not prepared him to rescue two abandoned elite soldiers from flesh-eating creatures while driving a semi-haunted public bus through the collapse of civilization. Behind him, Mira worked in the aisle with the kind of calm that made Panic feel embarrassed to exist in her presence. She had cut away part of Dante's torn tactical jacket and was checking the wound high on his shoulder, while Leon lay across two seats with one leg stretched awkwardly and both hands clenched around the edge of the cushion as if he could negotiate with pain by refusing to make eye contact with it. Dante was the older brother, or at least he carried himself like the older brother even while pale from blood loss. His dark hair had been cut short in a military style that had not yet surrendered to the apocalypse, and his eyes kept moving from window to window, measuring exits, sight lines, threats, and the position of every civilian aboard the bus. He had a broad, controlled stillness about him that made even injuries seem like something he had scheduled and intended to manage efficiently. Leon was different in every obvious way. He was younger, leaner, and visibly less interested in pretending that almost dying had been an acceptable use of his afternoon. His left leg had been wrapped in a field bandage that was already darkening at the edges. His cheek was split, and his grin appeared whenever the pain became bad enough that silence would have felt too honest. "Your bus has terrible suspension," Leon said through clenched teeth. Noah glanced at him in the mirror. It was retired before the apocalypse. "I am trying not to judge its career choices." "I respect that," Leon said. "I also retired emotionally about 12 minutes ago, so we have something in common." Mira pressed a fresh pad against his leg. Leon inhaled sharply. "Medical complaint," he added, voice higher. "The nurse is trying to remove my soul through my knee." "The nurse," Mira said without looking up, "is trying to keep your leg attached. The soul is optional." Sam Reed, who sat on the opposite side clutching a half-empty box of scavenged supplies, stared at the two soldiers with open fascination. He had been trying and failing not to look impressed since they came aboard. "You two were actually military?" Sam asked. Dante answered before Leon could turn the question into a performance. "Special Response Unit attached to Civil Evacuation Command." Leon raised one hand weakly. "Which is a very formal way of saying we were sent into the worst places, given bad information, and told to improvise heroically while someone with a radio made decisions from somewhere safer." Dante's eyes cut toward him. "Leon, what? I am being accurate. Accuracy is a military value." Noah slowed Old Mule near a junction where 3 dead cars blocked half the road, then guided the bus over the curb with a careful tilt that made several passengers grab the seats. The new armor plates and mesh added weight, but he could feel how the bus balanced through the turn, could sense the exact complaint of the right suspension as it dropped back onto the cracked asphalt. Dante noticed. Of course he noticed. "You are not driving like a civilian," he said. "I am absolutely driving like a civilian," Noah replied. "This is what civilians do when the universe forgets to enforce licensing laws." "No," Dante said. "You are reacting to the vehicle before it moves." Noah did not answer immediately. Rain slid down the windshield in thin gray lines. The street ahead ran between shuttered government offices and low concrete buildings whose windows had been covered with plywood in the first frantic hours after the silence. Emergency posters clung to poles, their ink bleeding in the damp air, while an evacuation arrow pointed toward a route now buried under abandoned vehicles and a collapsed power line. "The bus and I have an arrangement," Noah said eventually. Leon looked up. "Is the arrangement romantic?" "Because I am too wounded to process that. The arrangement is that I keep it moving and it keeps us alive." "That sounds healthier than most relationships," Leon said. Mira glanced toward Noah, and for one moment there was humor in her eyes before her attention returned to the wound beneath her hands. Dante did not smile, but something in his expression shifted, not acceptance exactly, but calculation adjusting to new evidence. "There is a checkpoint ahead," he said. "Military." "Or it was. We used it during the first evacuation wave. If it has not been stripped completely, there may be medical kits, maps, batteries, water, and ammunition." Bram, who had been sitting 3 rows back with his arms folded and his face arranged into suspicion, snorted. "Military checkpoints are where people die after believing somebody else has a plan." Leon turned his head slowly toward him. "That is almost insightful, pipe man. Hurtful, but almost insightful." Bram's mouth tightened. "I have a name." "I know. I chose not to use it yet." Noah exhaled through his nose and kept driving. "Dante," he said, "how dangerous is this checkpoint?" "Less dangerous than driving blind through the city without supplies. More dangerous than staying away from places where people were overrun." "That is a very military answer." "It is an honest one." Mire looked toward the front. "Harold needs better bandages. Leon needs a real splint. Dante needs that shoulder cleaned properly before infection becomes the thing that kills him instead of monsters." "We should check it." "Methes." Calder, sitting with Ellie near the middle, tightened her arms around her daughter but nodded despite the fear in her face. "If there are medical supplies, we need them." Noah looked at the road ahead, at the dead traffic, at the wet buildings pressing in around them, and at the thin gray daylight already beginning to fade behind clouds. "We go in carefully," he said. "Not everyone leaves the bus. Nobody wanders. If Dante says something looks wrong, we assume it's wrong. If Leon says something looks wrong, we ask whether he is joking first, but then we still check it." Leon lifted a finger. "Fair command policy." Dante studied Noah for another second. "You know you do not know what you are doing." "Constantly." "Good," Dante said. "That makes you easier to keep alive." Noah was not entirely sure whether that counted as praise, but given the day so far, he decided to take what he could get. The streets leading to the checkpoint carried the remains of old authority like debris after a storm. Sandbags had split open along the sidewalks, spilling pale grains into the gutters where rainwater carried them in thin streams around shell casings and broken glass. Temporary signs leaned crookedly on metal frames, their printed arrows pointing toward evacuation lanes that had become graveyards of stalled cars. A public information board near a municipal building still displayed the faded words "Remain calm and follow official routes," which Noah thought showed a level of optimism that deserved either admiration or prosecution. Old Mule rolled forward at a crawl. The engine's low rumble seemed too loud in the wide administrative district, where the buildings were larger, cleaner, and more lifeless than the residential streets they had left behind. Flagpoles stood bare in front of a civic hall. A courthouse had broken windows across its lower floors. A police van sat half-turned against a barrier, its rear doors open and empty, rain dripping from the roof into the hollow interior. Dante leaned forward despite Mira's glare, one hand pressed against the bandage at his shoulder. "So here." "No, bus load." "Left side has an alley with poor visibility," Dante said. "Right side, second floor windows. If anything moves up there, do not stop in the open." "You always talk like this?" "Only when I prefer people not dying." Leon gave a faint laugh from his seat. "He also does it in restaurants. Terrible dinner company." "But I have suffered through tactical analysis of soup placement." Sam looked between the brothers as if witnessing a rare documentary about dangerous animals behaving like siblings. Noah followed Dante's directions. It was strange how quickly the older soldier's voice became useful. Angles of attack. Open lanes. Choke points. Aligned corners. Places where a quiet street was too quiet because anything living would avoid it for a reason. The checkpoint appeared at the next major intersection. It had once been a carefully controlled crossing point, built in a hurry by people who still believed enough organization could hold back the end. Concrete barriers blocked 3 approaches, leaving only one narrow entry lane that curled between stacked sandbags and 2 armored vehicles positioned as gateposts. Razor wire had been strung between traffic poles. Floodlights stood on portable tripods, dark and useless now. A medical tent sagged near the curb, its white fabric stained brown and gray from rain, smoke, and something Noah did not want to identify. Beyond the barriers, a command trailer sat beside a row of supply containers. One container stood open, its doors banging softly in the wind. Another had been forced shut with a chain. A temporary watchtower of scaffolding rose near the center of the checkpoint, and a torn flag snapped weakly from the top, making the only regular movement in the entire place. Noah stopped Old Mule just outside the entry lane. The bus idled. Nobody spoke. The checkpoint did not look overrun in the wild, chaotic way the terminal had. It looked emptied. That was worse somehow. Places ruined by monsters had a violence to them that made sense. This place looked as if decisions had been made here. Cold decisions. Dante's face had gone still. Leon stopped, joking. "This was Delta Gate," Dante said quietly. Mira looked at him. "Your unit's checkpoint?" "One of them." "Should anyone still be here?" Dante's gaze moved across the barriers, the containers, the trailer, the tire tracks pressed into mud near the exit lane. No, he said. But they did not fall here. They left. Leon turned his face toward the window. Of course they did. Noah parked Old Mule at an angle behind one of the concrete barriers, using the bus to block a section of open road while still keeping the front pointed toward the exit. The position made Dante nod once, which Noah found unreasonably satisfying. System text flickered near the edge of his vision. Vehicle authority stable. Passenger count, 10. External threat level, unknown. Recommended action, maintain access to driver position. Yes, thank you, Noah murmured. I also prefer not being kidnapped away from the magic steering wheel. Mira heard him and looked up from tightening Dante's bandage. The system? It has opinions. Does it have useful opinions? Mostly obvious ones with dramatic formatting. They organized quickly, because the checkpoint made delay feel dangerous. Dante insisted on coming despite Mira's objections, arguing that he could identify useful supplies faster and, more importantly, recognize signs that the place had been trapped or contaminated. Mira allowed it only after making him swear, in extremely specific terms, that he would not pretend internal bleeding was a personality trait. Leon was ordered to remain in the bus. Leon objected. Mira pointed at his leg. Leon opened his mouth. Mira raised one eyebrow. Leon closed his mouth. I respect your tyranny, he said. Good, Mira replied. Respect it quietly. The search team consisted of Noah, Mira, Dante, Sam, and Bram, while Mrs. Halder stayed with Ellie, Harold, Leon, and the remaining civilians aboard Old Mule. Noah did not like stepping away from the driver's seat, but the connection to the bus lingered faintly when he stayed close, a thread of awareness that hummed in the back of his skull. He could feel the engine idling. He could feel the doors closed. He could feel the weight of people inside. He did not yet know whether that comforted him or made him more worried about what he was becoming. They entered the checkpoint through the narrow lane between the barriers. The physical details pressed in with uncomfortable clarity. Boot prints had hardened in mud and then softened again under rain. Plastic water bottles lay crushed near sandbags. A broken radio handset hung from the command trailer doorway by its coiled cord, tapping lightly against the metal side whenever the wind shifted. The medical tent smelled of old antiseptic, damp canvas, and dried blood. Empty ration wrappers littered the ground, but they were torn open neatly, not scattered by panic. Dante noticed everything. They stripped the ready crates, he said, pointing toward a row of open boxes beneath a tarp. Left heavy supplies. Took communications. Disabled what they could not carry. Bram kicked an empty ammunition box. Maybe they were in a hurry. Dante looked at him. They had time to remove the firing pins from mounted weapons. Bram stopped kicking things. Sam crouched near a damp stack of laminated maps. Is that good or bad? It is deliberate, Dante said. Deliberate is usually bad in a different direction. Noah walked toward the command trailer, his boots crunching on glass. The trailer's door hung open and the interior beyond it looked cramped, dark, and cold. A folding desk had been overturned. Clipboards lay scattered on the floor. Someone had ripped a wall map down, leaving only taped corners and a pale rectangle where the paper had protected the paneling from grime. Mira entered the medical tent first. I found bandages, she called. Compression wraps. Some saline. A few sealed kits. Not enough to forgive anyone, but enough to keep people alive. That is the new scale? Noah asked. Yes. Supplies now range from useless to morally insufficient. Sam made a small triumphant sound near the storage containers. Batteries? Not many, but actual batteries. And 2 flashlights. One even looks like it survived being designed by a committee. Bram dragged a crate from beneath a collapsed tarp. Rations, he said. Some are wet. Some are not. I claim the not wet ones as a discovery bonus. You claim nothing until we count it, Mira called back. I miss the old world, Bram muttered. People were less organized about my suffering. Noah almost smiled, then saw Dante standing completely still beside the command trailer's rear desk. The older soldier held a clipboard in his good hand. His face had emptied. Leon, still inside the bus, must have seen him through the window because the younger brother pushed himself upright despite pain. Dante? Dante did not answer. Noah stepped closer. The paper on the clipboard had been protected from the rain by a plastic sheet. Several names were printed in rows beneath unit codes and evacuation statuses. Some were marked transferred. Some were marked confirmed dead. Others had been crossed out by hand. Near the bottom were two names. Cross, Dante A. Status, missing stash, non-recoverable. Cross, Leon M. Status, missing stash, non-recoverable. The words were clean. That made them worse. Noah stared at the line until his anger caught up with his understanding. Leon had dragged himself to the bus door by then, ignoring Mira's shouted warning from the tent. He saw his brother holding the clipboard and must have known before anyone said a word. Read it, Leon said. Dante's jaw tightened. No? Read it. Dante lowered the clipboard slightly. They marked us non-recoverable. For several seconds, even the rain seemed quieter. Leon laughed once, and the sound had no humor in it at all. Non-recoverable, he said. That is clean. That is very clean. Much nicer than left behind, bled out, screamed until the ammunition ran dry and got eaten because extraction had a schedule. Dante's expression did not break, but Noah saw his fingers tighten around the clipboard until the plastic covering bent. It is a military classification, Dante said. Leon looked at him. Do not defend the word. I am not defending it. Then what are you doing? Dante finally looked back toward the ruined checkpoint, the stripped crates, the disabled radio, the tire tracks leading away from the exit lane. Understanding it. Noah had no speech ready for this, which was probably good, because speeches were easy and this deserved something harder. He looked at the two brothers, then at the paper that had turned them into an administrative inconvenience. You were recoverable, Noah said. Dante turned toward him. Leon went quiet. Noah shrugged a little, uncomfortable with his own seriousness. We recovered you. With a bus. A questionable bus, admittedly, but still. Leon stared at him for a second before a broken grin pulled at his mouth. I hate that this helps. Dante said nothing, but he folded the clipboard and tucked it under his arm instead of dropping it in the mud. Mira watched from the tent entrance, her expression softer than Noah had seen it in a while. Then Old Mule's horn blared once. Everyone turned. Noah felt the bus before he understood the sound. The awareness in the back of his mind tightened, as if the vehicle had flinched. Something was moving near the outer barrier. The first hollow came over the concrete divider on all fours, pale limbs unfolding too fast beneath the gray light. It dropped into the checkpoint lane with a wet slap of hands against mud, lifted its stretched human face, and screamed toward the medical tent. A second creature crawled from beneath an overturned personnel carrier, followed by a third that moved along the top of the barrier with its claws dug into the concrete. The atmosphere changed instantly from grief to survival. Dante moved before anyone else. Pale red lines flashed briefly in front of his eyes, visible only because the air around him shimmered as his ability activated. His head snapped toward the left. Sam, down! Sam dropped without asking why. A hollow leaped through the space where his upper body had been half a second earlier and slammed into a crate hard enough to splinter the wood. System text flickered over Dante's shoulder. Ability activated, threat line. Imminent attack vector detected. Cognitive load elevated. Dante raised his pistol with his injured arm braced awkwardly against his body and fired once. The shot struck the creature in the shoulder, spinning it sideways but not killing it. Move to the bus, Dante ordered. Noah was already running toward Old Mule, not because he wanted to abandon the others, but because every instinct he had developed since the silence screamed that the bus was the center of their survival. The moment his hand closed around the rail beside the driver's seat, authority rushed back into him like air filling a collapsed lung. Vehicle authority re-established. External threat level, high. Defensive maneuvering recommended. I am open to suggestions, Noah told the system, then shouted, "Everybody inside." Mira grabbed the medical kit with one hand and shoved Sam toward the door with the other. Bram dragged the ration crate halfway, realized the creatures were closer than his greed preferred, and then surprised Noah by kicking the crate toward the bus instead of abandoning it. "I am not dying for wet crackers," Bram shouted. "Nobody asked you to," Mira shouted back. "I am clarifying my priorities." A hollow sprinted toward the medical tent, claws tearing through the mud. Dante pivoted, saw two lines at once, and cursed under his breath as the ability overloaded him for a second too long. Leon moved. Despite Mira's orders, despite the bandaged leg, despite the fact that every person with a functioning sense of self-preservation would have stayed inside the bus, Leon had already pulled himself down the steps. He took one limping step, planted his good foot, and then his second step detonated forward with impossible force. Ability activated. Second step. Burst movement engaged. Joint stress severe. He crossed the distance in a blur short enough to be believable and fast enough to be terrifying, slammed his shoulder into Sam, and knocked him out of the creature's path just before the hollow hit the ground where the boy had stumbled. Leon rolled, screamed through his teeth, and came up laughing in the most unconvincing way Noah had ever heard. "Great news," Leon gasped. "Still hate that." Mira's voice sharpened like a knife. "Leon Cross, if you tear that leg open, I will repair it badly out of spite." Motivating, Leon wheezed. Noah threw Old Mule into reverse. The bus surged backward, not far, just enough to cut between the hollows and the people still outside. Its rear panel slammed against an abandoned military jeep with a heavy metallic crunch, pushing the jeep sideways and narrowing the gap in the barricade. The bus shuddered, but under Noah's authority, the mechanical damage flattened into something distant and irrelevant. Mechanical failure, suppress. Structural stress, moderate. Passenger stability, acceptable. Acceptable is doing a lot of work, Noah muttered. Dante fired again, then staggered as threat line flared across too many directions. "Noah," he snapped, "brake on my mark." Noah almost asked why. He did not. "Ready." A hollow climbed onto the hood of the dead personnel carrier and launched itself toward the bus door exactly as Mira pulled Leon up the steps. Dante's eyes tracked the red line of its attack. Noah hit the brakes. Old Mule stopped with a violent forward dip. The sudden shift changed the angle of the open door by a fraction, and the hollow's leap carried it into the reinforced frame instead of the entrance. It struck with a wet crack, bounced off the mesh, and fell beneath the side of the bus. Noah accelerated. The bus rolled forward just enough to pin the creature between the tire and a concrete barrier without crushing through fully. Noah winced. "I am not emotionally prepared to know what that felt like." Dante hauled himself through the front door last, breathing hard, pistol empty. "Then do not stop to discuss it." Excellent tactical advice. Noah closed the door. The remaining hollows slammed against Old Mule as the bus forced its way through the checkpoint exit lane, pushing a lightweight barrier aside and rolling over scattered sandbags. One creature clung to the side mesh until Leon, half collapsed near the steps, reached up with the combat knife and stabbed through the gap with the bored irritation of someone swatting a mosquito that had personally offended him. The hollow fell away. Leon looked at the knife. "I want everyone to know that was heroic and also terrible for my leg." Mira grabbed him by the collar and dragged him farther inside. "You are banned from heroism until further notice." "Can I appeal?" "No." Oppressive medical regime. Noah guided Old Mule out of the checkpoint and onto a side road lined with dead transport trucks. His heartbeat hammered in his ears, but his hands moved steadily, following Dante's clipped instructions as the older soldier called out angles, cover, and movement from beside the front rail. Left, lane blocked. Use the shoulder. I see it. Do not take the underpass. No visibility. Avoiding the terrifying hole. Happy to comply. Hard right after the white van. That is not a lane. Is now. Noah took it. Old Mule scraped between the van and a line of concrete planters, knocked a metal sign flat, and emerged onto a narrower road behind the administrative buildings. No creatures followed immediately. The checkpoint disappeared behind them, swallowed by rain, gray walls, and the sound of the impossible engine carrying them away. Only then did anyone breathe properly. They stopped 5 minutes later in the covered loading area behind a closed municipal archive, where the overhang hid most of Old Mule from the street and the broken concrete walls formed a rough pocket of shelter. The loading bay was a narrow, echoing space with rusted shutters, stacked pallets, and damp cardboard boxes collapsed into shapeless masses along the walls. Rainwater dripped from the edge of the roof in steady lines, and somewhere inside the archive building a loose door tapped again and again in the wind, a small hollow sound that made the entire place feel watchful. Mira took control immediately. Nobody bleeds dramatically without permission, she said, dragging the medical kit open. Dante, sit. Leon, stop pretending you are fine. Sam, count bandages. Ram, bring the ration crate inside. Mezes, Calder, keep Ellie away from the rear windows. Noah, if you're going to collapse, do it near the driver's seat so the bus does not take it personally. That was a very complete list, Noah said. I have been saving it. The next half hour passed in a strange mixture of medical work, inventory, and emotional avoidance. Mira cleaned Dante's shoulder more thoroughly with saline and sealed dressings, muttering about how soldiers seemed to confuse blood loss with professionalism. She splinted Leon's injured leg with a field brace from the checkpoint and a strip of metal Noah found beneath one of the bus seats. Leon complained continuously but obeyed every instruction, which made Noah a suspect that the younger Cross brother had more survival instinct than his mouth advertised. Sam counted the supplies with reverent concentration. We have 6 sealed compression bandages, 4 emergency blankets, 2 working dodgelights, 8 batteries, 12 ration packs that are dry, 5 ration packs that are morally questionable, 3 canteens, 1 water purification bottle, 2 tactical vests, and enough ammunition to make Dante look slightly less disappointed. Dante checked the magazines. Slightly. Bram carried crates while acting as if manual labor had been invented specifically to persecute him. Still, he carried them. That counted. Noah sat in the driver's seat with the folded military map spread over the wheel, careful not to block his contact with Old Mule for too long. The map was laminated, damp at one corner and marked with evacuation lines, danger zones, and supply points written in grease pencil. Some lines were crossed out. Others had been circled. One route leading toward the east side of the city had been labeled in block letters. Route Delta, abandoned. Bridge corridor, civilian control risk. Depot 6, supplies unconfirmed. Noah traced the road toward Depot 6 with one finger. This is a logistics depot? Dante leaned over from the front seat, his face still pale. Civilian and military overflow. Food, water, fuel, medical reserves, temporary shelter equipment. If it was not emptied before the withdrawal, it could support a few hundred people for days. And if it was emptied, then it is a large building full of disappointment. Leon lifted his head from where Mira was wrapping his leg. Military-grade disappointment. Very durable. Comes in crates. Sam pointed to a red mark on the map. This route avoids Garrick's Bridge. Mostly. It goes through an old service corridor and then around the rail yard. Ram leaned over despite himself. The rail yard is bad after dark. People said things nest in the maintenance tunnels. Noah looked toward the gray light beyond the loading bay. Then we do not go after dark. Mira gave him a tired look. That sounds like a simple plan, which means the city will punish it. The city has been very consistent about that. Dante's eyes moved across the map. Depot 6 may also be a target for Garrick. If he controls bridge access, he controls supply movement. He will either want the depot, tax access to it, or destroy anyone who can use it without him. Cheerful, Noah said. Accurate. Before Noah could answer, the system flickered in his vision. Not the usual calm vehicle status, but a sharper warning that made the connection to Old Mule tighten across his thoughts. Aberrant residue detected. Assimilation pattern recognized. Threat evolution continuing. Noah went still. Mira noticed immediately. What did it say? Noah looked through the windshield toward the street beyond the loading bay. At first he saw nothing but rain, dead vehicles, and a line of old municipal banners hanging limp from lampposts. Then his gaze caught on the side of one of the abandoned military trucks they had passed while turning in. Something dark clung to the rear door, half hidden beneath streaks of rainwater. Stay here, he said. Naturally, nobody listened completely. Dante came with him, pistol ready despite Mira's expression. Sam followed at a distance with a flashlight. Noah stepped down from Old Mule and crossed the wet pavement to the truck, the air outside colder than he expected after the bus's stale warmth. The dark matter on the truck door was not blood. Or not only blood. It looked like gray-black tissue stretched thin across the metal, as if something organic had been pressed against the surface and partially absorbed before being abandoned. Around it, claw marks scarred the paint. A dead hollow lay beneath the truck, or what remained of one, its torso caved inward, limbs twisted, skin loose around an emptiness that made Noah's stomach turn. Dante crouched slowly. This was not killed by gunfire. No, Noah said. Sam swallowed. Is this from the guy at the terminal? The one who ate the monster. The system answered before Noah could. Assimilation trace confirmed. Corruption density increasing. Recommended action, avoid direct contact. Noah took a step back. Yes, he said. And apparently he is getting worse. Dante studied the remains with a soldier's controlled disgust. It came through the checkpoint. After your unit left. Or before. The possibility sat between them. If the hybrid had passed through before the checkpoint was abandoned, maybe it had contributed to the withdrawal. If it had come after, then it was following the same corridors, supply points, and survivor trails they wore. Either option was unpleasant in a different flavor. Sam pointed toward the truck's rear door. There are scratches inside too. No, but did not want to look. He looked. Inside the truck bed, the metal floor was scored by long marks leading toward the open rear, and several straps had been torn loose. A ration crate sat crushed in one corner. On the wall, someone had written a word in black marker, half smeared by wet organic residue. Not human. Noah stepped back again. I appreciate the warning, he said quietly. Could have used more details. Dante rose with difficulty. We should leave. Agreed. From the loading bay, Leon called out, if anyone found a new nightmare, I vote we do not adopt it. Motion passes, Noah said. They loaded the last supplies into Old Mule as the daylight thinned toward evening. The bus felt heavier now, not only with crates and bandages and ammunition, but with the less measurable weight of people who had begun to understand that moving together required more than shared fear. They had given directions. They had taken wounds. They had been saved. They had stayed. Dante stood near the front door before boarding, looking back toward the direction of Delta Gate. Rain darkened his hair and gathered along the edge of his jaw, but he did not move to wipe it away. Noah came to stand beside him. For a while neither of them said anything. Across the street, The checkpoint was no longer visible from the loading bay, but its presence remained like a pressure in the district, a reminder of concrete barriers, stripped crates, and clean words printed beside names that were supposed to explain why nobody came back. "You do not have to say something encouraging," Dante said. "Good, no," a reply. "I was definitely going to do it badly." Dante's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. "You did come back." Noah looked at him. "For you. For us. At the intersection. You could have driven away." Most would have. Noah thought about the optional objective, the risk warning, Bram calling the brothers dead men, Miro waiting for his decision, and the moment he had turned Old Mule toward the gunfire because leaving people behind had felt like stepping into a version of himself he did not want to meet. "We had room," Noah said. Dante nodded slowly. "Then we will make sure you keep it." It was not a dramatic vow. Noah preferred it that way. Leon appeared in the bus doorway, leaning heavily on the rail. If this is the part where Dante emotionally commits to the group, please record it. He does it once every 5 years and denies it afterward. Dante turned. "Sit down before Mira sees you standing." Leon looked past him and immediately paled. Mira was already walking toward the door. I was stretching therapeutically. You were disobeying medically. That sounds worse. Yes? Noah climbed into the driver's seat while Leon retreated with the speed of a man who respected both medicine and personal survival. The connection to Old Mule settled around Noah as soon as his hands touched the wheel, familiar now in a way that should have been impossible after only a handful of days. The bus knew its weight. It knew its passengers. It knew the crates stacked near the back and the wounded bodies resting across the seats. Noah looked down at the map on his lap. Depot 6 waited somewhere beyond the rail yard, beyond dead routes, beyond Garrick's reach if they were lucky, and inside his ambitions if they were not. The old army had drawn lines on maps and abandoned the people who fell outside them. Noah looked through Old Mule's cracked windshield at the rain-dark road ahead and decided, quietly, that his lines would have to work differently. He shifted the bus into gear. Old Mule rolled forward. Behind them, in the abandoned checkpoint, rainwater crept across the clipboard Dante had left beneath the command trailer's broken desk. The ink around the words missing/non-recoverable began to blur. For a moment, the clean classification remained visible. Then the rain took it apart, one letter at a time. Chapter 10: Military-Grade Problems. The morning after the abandoned checkpoint did not arrive cleanly, because nothing in the dead city seemed capable of arriving cleanly anymore. Not rain, not light, not silence, and certainly not hope. Gray daylight leaked over the concrete barriers in thin, tired sheets, touching the ruined checkpoint one surface at a time until the place looked less like a battlefield and more like a memory that had been left outside in the weather. Torn canvas snapped softly from the collapsed medical tent. Strips of caution tape twisted around the legs of a folding table. Water dripped from the bent edge of a metal awning into an oil-dark puddle, one drop at a time, patient and indifferent, while the smell of damp sandbags, cold steel, burned rubber, and old blood hung beneath the morning air. Old Mule sat near the inner barricade with its engine idling in a steady, impossible rhythm, a patched city bus surrounded by military wreckage, as if a retired animal had wandered into a kennel full of dead war dogs and somehow become the only thing still breathing. Noah Mercer stood beside the front door with one hand resting on the frame, not because he needed to hold himself upright, though the headache pressing behind his eyes argued otherwise, but because touching the bus made the world feel less like it was trying to pull him apart. Through that contact, faint but constant, he felt the vibration of the engine, the uneven weight of supplies strapped to the floor, the half-repaired stiffness in the folding door, the weak tremor in one improvised metal screen when the wind hit it just wrong, and the warm cluster of living bodies inside. That last part was still new. At first, Sovereign Driver had felt like a connection to machines, cold and mechanical and easier to understand than people. Now Old Mule carried people, and Noah could not separate the shape of the bus from the lives inside it. Every passenger changed the balance. Every injury changed the decisions. Every frightened breath seemed to add weight to the steering wheel before he even sat down. Inside, Miro was proving that medical authority did not require a uniform, only terrifying confidence and a willingness to insult wounded men until they stopped trying to stand. Dante Cross sat on one of the reinforced bench seats with his tactical vest open, his jaw tight while Mira checked the bandage at his ribs. The older Cross brother had the kind of stillness associated with machines that were under load but not yet failing, quiet because all unnecessary movement had been removed. Even injured, exhausted, and recently abandoned by his own unit, Dante watched the windows, the mirrors, the alley beyond the checkpoint, and with the same disciplined attention. Leon Cross, by contrast, looked like he had decided that if pain was unavoidable, he might as well make it everyone else's problem. He lay across two seats with one leg propped up on a folded blanket, face pale beneath dried grime, hair damp from the morning mist, and a grin that seemed less like happiness and more like a weapon he refused to surrender. Mira tightened a strip of bandage around his thigh. Leon hissed through his teeth and said, "I would like to formally request a gentler apocalypse." "Request denied," Mira said without looking up. "The apocalypse has terrible bedside manner, and so do I." I noticed. Awareness is a sign of survival. Dante glanced at his brother. "If you tear those stitches, I will help her classify you as non-recoverable." Leon raised one hand weakly. "That is hurtful, especially from a man who was classified that way yesterday." The words landed harder than the joke intended, and for a moment the bus carried only the engine's low idle and the rain ticking against cracked glass. Noah looked away from the brothers and studied the checkpoint instead. The place still felt wrong. Not because it was abandoned and not because Hollows had passed through it, but because it had been abandoned with method. The soldiers who had left had taken the best fuel cells, the functioning radios, the sealed ammunition crates, and the portable generators, yet they had left wounded men behind on the far side of the line when those men stopped being convenient. The old order had not collapsed in a single scream. It had made decisions first. That bothered Noah more than the blood. Sam Reed emerged from the half-collapsed command booth carrying a plastic case almost as wide as his chest, his red jacket darker at the shoulders from the mist. He had acquired, over the last several chapters of Noah's increasingly unreasonable life, the expression of a teenager who had discovered that the apocalypse was horrifying but also full of locked boxes, hidden compartments, and things with buttons. "Found more batteries," Sam said, stepping around a coil of cable. "Also 2 flashlights, 3 ration packs, and something labeled field sanitation kit, which I am choosing not to open until emotionally prepared." Mezes, Calder, seated near Ellie, gave him a tired look. "If it helps keep people alive, open it." "That is exactly the kind of practical adult thinking I was trying to avoid," Sam said. Ellie peeked over the edge of her blanket. "Does it have soap?" Sam considered the case with sudden respect. "If it has soap, it may be the most valuable treasure here." Noah almost smiled, then felt the faint throb of the toll mark under Old Mule's skin and lost the expression before it fully formed. The mark had not gone away. It had weakened after the fight at the clinic, especially when Noah had forced his authority back through the bus and shoved the foreign claim down like a hand pressing mud over a crack, but it still pulsed sometimes, a dull itch along the improvised metal panel near the front right side. Yarick's power was not strong enough to control Old Mule, not while Noah sat within the vehicle's authority, yet it was persistent, patient, and insulting in a way that felt personal. The system agreed. Foreign authority residue, active. Toll mark stability, reduced. Tracking risk, moderate. Claim resistance, developing. Noah stared at the words until they faded. "You are making the steering wheel face again," Mira called from inside the bus. Noah looked up. "I am not touching the steering wheel." "The face travels." Leon lifted his head. "Does he have different faces for different parts of the bus?" "Apparently," Mira said. "So far I have identified steering wheel face, impossible engine face, and the face he makes when the system gives him homework." Sam leaned around the door. The homework face is real. Nella sighed. I regret saving all of you. Ellie raised her hand from behind her mother. You admit you are on probation because of the Bus King situation. That's fair, Ellie said solemnly. The laughter that followed was small, frayed around the edges, and too tired to last, but it moved through Old Mule like warm air through a cold room. For a moment, the checkpoint almost felt survivable. Then Bram ruined it, as he often seemed spiritually prepared to do. The former terminal scavenger stood beside the outer barricade, pipe resting against one shoulder, eyes fixed on the armored vehicle parked near the far sandbag wall. It was large, angular, and built with the kind of blunt ugliness that came from engineers who had been told the occupants might be shot at and therefore aesthetics had been cancelled. Its windshield was narrow and armored, its tires were huge and scarred, its side plating was dented but intact in several places, and a roof hatch hung open like a mouth that had stopped shouting. We're idiots, Bram said. Nala did not turn. Good morning to you too. No, I mean it. We're sitting in a patched bus while that thing is right there. Sam followed his gaze. He means the armored transport. I gathered. Bram pointed harder, as if the vehicle might vanish unless accused. It has armor. Real armor. Thick glass. Military tires. We could stop worrying every time something scratches the side. We should take it. Dante stood carefully from the bus steps, one hand braced against the rail, and looked toward the armored vehicle with an expression that was not dismissive, exactly, but old with experience. That is not a car with stronger doors, he said. It is a tactical transport with at least 3 damaged systems, a terrible turning radius, restricted visibility, and enough mass to make a mistake permanent. Rem shrugged. It's still better than a city bus. Old Mule's interior lights flickered once. Noah looked at the ceiling. I know. He is rude. Mira paused her work and gave the light fixture a suspicious glance. Did it understand that? I'm trying very hard not to answer that. Rem scowled. You all joke too much. That thing could keep us alive. Noah looked at the armored transport again, and despite his desire to disagree with Bram on principle, he felt the pull of the idea. A military vehicle would protect the passengers better. It could ram through obstacles Old Mule had to avoid. It might resist claws, bullets, thrown debris, and whatever nightmare the assimilating hybrid was becoming out in the city. It might give Dante and Leon a proper platform to fight from, give Mira a safer space for the injured, give Ellie something thicker than cracked windows between her and the New World's teeth. It might be the smart choice. The problem was that the New World had developed a habit of punishing smart choices for hidden reasons. Noah rubbed the bridge of his nose. I can test it. Mira immediately looked up. Test it how? Carefully. Dante's eyes narrowed. Define carefully. I touch the controls, see what the system says, and do not drive it through a wall unless the wall has been rude first. Leon raised a hand. As the group's newest wounded passenger, I vote against experiments that include the phrase through a wall. Noted, Noah said. Ignored for now, but noted. Mira folded her arms. Noah. He recognized that tone. It was the tone she used when she had decided he was about to do something foolish but possibly necessary, which was becoming an unhelpfully common category. I need to know, Noah said more quietly. If my ability can handle something like that, then maybe Old Mule does not have to be the only thing between us and the city. Dante studied him for a long moment, then nodded once. I come with you. You are injured. I am also the only person here who knows what not to touch. Leon groaned from inside the bus. I know what not to touch. Dante did not look back. You touch explosives because you are curious. That only happened twice. Exactly. Noah looked at Mira. She held his gaze for a second, then pointed 2 fingers toward his face. If your system says the words cognitive shock, brain damage, possession, or anything even adjacent to spiritual overheating, you stop. Spiritual overheating is not a technical term. It will be on your chart. The armored transport's interior felt nothing like Old Mule. Old Mule was rusty, improvised, drafty, patched with mesh and stubbornness, but it had space, memory, and the strange, tired dignity of public equipment that had carried thousands of ordinary people before the world ended. Its seats had known grocery bags, school backpacks, wet umbrellas, arguments over stops, an old man who took the same route every morning because routine had once been a luxury no one noticed. The armored transport had known impact. Noah climbed through the side hatch behind Dante and found himself inside a cramped metal compartment where every surface seemed designed either to restrain a body or survive one being thrown against it. The air smelled of cold steel, old oil, burned insulation, stale sweat trapped in fabric straps, and something darker beneath it that Noah did not let himself identify too clearly. Narrow firing ports lined the sides. Heavy seats folded against the walls. A cracked screen sat dead in the front console, and dried mud covered the floor and ridges left by boots that had climbed in quickly and climbed out faster. The atmosphere inside was oppressive, not because it was small, though it was, but because the entire machine seemed built around the expectation that the outside world hated everyone inside it. Dante moved through it with practiced familiarity, touching one handle, glancing at another, checking sight lines and damaged panels without wasting motion. Driver's position is forward left, he said. Keep your hands visible until you know what the system gives you. Do not engage anything with a red safety cover. Do not touch the roof mount. Do not assume a button is harmless because it is small. Small buttons often ruin days. Noah slid into the driver's seat, which was harder than bus seats and less interested in human comfort than a folding chair in a disciplinary office. Military design philosophy seems cheerful. Comfort is not the mission. I can tell. The seat hates me personally. Dante positioned himself behind and slightly to the side, braced with one hand against the frame. Whenever you are ready. Noah placed both hands on the controls. The connection hit like a metal door opening into a storm. With Old Mule, the sensation had spread outward through a familiar shape, heavy but understandable, like waking a sleeping animal that wanted to move. With the excavator, the connection had been massive and slow, a mountain of hydraulics, weight, and leverage that answered him reluctantly but honestly. The armored transport was different. It came at him in layers: engine, drivetrain, armor mass, electrical systems, weapon mounts, damaged sensors, reinforced suspension, brake pressure, steering resistance, comms ghosts, power routing, and several half-dead systems still trying to report problems to a command network that no longer listened. The vehicle was not simply heavy. It was complicated by purpose. System text appeared in white lines across his vision. Machine authority contact established. Recognized vehicle, armored tactical transport. Vehicle classification, military grade. Sovereign driver compatibility, unstable. Fuel consumption, suspended. Mechanical failure, partially suppressed. Warning, authority load exceeds current capacity. Operational control, 38%. Noah's jaw tightened. The engine coughed once beneath the floor. Dante leaned forward. Report. It recognizes it, Noah said, trying to breathe slowly. But it does not like me. Vehicles do not like people. Old Mule does. That is between you and the bus. The transport's engine turned over again, louder this time, a deep armored growl that rolled through the compartment and out into the checkpoint. Outside, Sam whooped once before Mira told him to stop encouraging things. Noah felt the machine wake under him, but the sensation was rough. Systems came alive out of sequence. The steering resisted him. The brakes felt like they were waiting for a fight. One of the rear wheels reported damage in a way that was less a message and more a cold ache in Noah's left temple. He swallowed. It is running. Dante's voice remained calm. Running is not controlled. I know. Move it 1 meter. No more. Noah almost made a joke, then decided the throbbing in his skull had veto power. He eased the vehicle forward. For half a second, Everything worked. The armored transport rolled ahead with brutal weight, tires grinding over damp grit and spent casings, engine rumbling like something displeased to be awake. Noah felt the mass respond through the controls, slower than old mule, denser than the excavator, less forgiving than either. It did not glide. It committed. Then the damaged rear wheel released from whatever had been binding it. The transport lurched. Noah corrected too late. The steering slammed feedback through his hands, hard enough that pain flashed up his arms and into his teeth. The left side clipped a concrete barrier with a grinding shriek, while one dead sensor screamed silently through the connection, and the system filled his vision with warning texts. Authority strain increasing. Operational control, 42%. Synchronization instability detected. Warning, force control may cause cognitive shock. Stop, Dante ordered. Noah pressed the brake. The brake responded too hard. The transport halted with enough force to throw Dante against a restraint bar and Noah forward into the harness. Outside, someone shouted. Inside, the connection pulsed hot behind Noah's eyes, and for one nauseating instant he felt as if the vehicle's armor, damage, systems, and mass were all trying to fit into a part of his mind that had not been designed for them. Noah, Dante said sharply. Disengage. Noah tried to answer, but the words snagged behind clenched teeth. The system flashed again. Authority load exceeds current capacity. Recommended action, release control. Noah let go. The engine died immediately. Silence crashed into the armored compartment so completely that he could hear his own breathing, too fast and too loud. Dante put a hand on his shoulder, not roughly, but firmly enough to anchor him. Look at me. Noah blinked until Dante's face steadied in front of him. I'm fine, Noah said. That was not the instruction. Noah focused. Dante's eyes were calm, assessing, and very much not impressed by bravado. I am looking at you. That? Can you stand? I would prefer to negotiate with gravity first. That is a no. Look. Outside, Mira's voice carried through the open hatch. If he says he is fine, ignore him. He lies with technical vocabulary. No,